Good morning everyone, hello there, welcome back to Ninja Pool's Gamesfest. Hello, happy Friday, the weekend is on its way, joy of joys. Shadow Ghost, Nunamtab Moose, hello, thank you for joining us straight off the bat. Let's kill this music right here, and let's get straight into some ESO. How is everyone doing? Happy Friday, like I said. I hope the week has treated you well, and if it hasn't, well, fuck it. It can go... I don't know. Shove it. It's Friday now, so who cares? Just want to make sure all the volume settings are all appropriately set up here. Oh, man. Kind of pumped for today. Day 35 of this crazy thing that we're doing. I think we're actually going to add a couple of days to it as well. Not because of any stretch goal. Well, kind of because of a stretch goal. You guys did unlock a second Ninja Tavern stream, so that's happening. And we're struggling to find a day to make it work before Saturday. Let me just get the date right. It's going to be Saturday the 11th. So a week tomorrow. And yeah, hang on, is the audio not set up properly? No, there we go. All good. Zdenya, oi! Kazi, hello. Did a motif hunting today and it's such BS. Been running around Somerset for like 7 hours. Motif hunting? What are you hunting for? But yeah, Saturday the 11th is looking like... I'll confirm this hopefully tomorrow. But it's looking like that will be the next Ninja Paul's Tavern. So although September is obviously long gone by that point, we will keep going. And we'll add another couple of games to the roster. And I'll see if I can update that... the schedule that we have here. So today it's Prey. Fallout New Vegas tomorrow, then System Shock 2. In many ways, I should have put System Shock just after Prey, but whatever. Then a couple of BioWare games, Knights of the Old Republic, Dragon Age, Mirror's Edge Catalyst, which in my opinion is a bit of an underrated gem. Like, not a blockbuster or a landmark achievement in game design. It's an EA game, so But it did something new and different and super duper fun, I thought. And then, yeah, like I said, we'll probably extend it after Thursday and Friday. We will add a Ninja Tavern to Saturday the 11th. And that is when we will do our final sort of discount on subs and stuff like that. And try to go out with a bang. I'm just wondering, running around Somerset. Why running around Somerset? Xenia. For motifs, Kazi. Wow, super helpful. Which motif? Just try to not being able to finish off writs. Most of these things, they just drop if you just play the game. I guess you don't do dungeons as often as I used to, so maybe that's it. But yeah, good luck with that. I don't know why, but there seem to be very few motifs that are worth anything anymore. They're all incredibly cheap. I guess because everyone has them already. And there are still people who think that farming them to sell is a good idea. Who the hell knows? I generally just farm stuff for myself. The only motifs I've ever farmed as such were ones that you get for doing dungeons. And then obviously if I have it, I'll check with my teammates. Any of you guys need this? And if they don't, well then I'll sell it. Kazi's feeling in a hilarious mood today. Brace yourselves, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not sure if that Nightbot message is correct. Need to make sure Maya is on the case with that. But yeah, we've got some more Orsinium stuff for today. Honestly, it's pretty freeform. We can do pretty much whatever you guys want. If there's anything you guys want to see or anything you want to discuss, then, you know, let me know and we can do it. Alright. Alright. I've got so much admin I need to do on this ESO account, man. Ugh. It really piles up, especially when you're, just, like, when your day fills up with other things. I guess Gamesfest has been the equivalent of having crunch time at work. Like, I never really worked in an industry where crunch was a thing, but I would have, you know, the home stretch of a project. And then that would usually be working overtime for, like, 4 days a week, 10 days maybe at a push. If it was a really big project and an important deadline. The motifs, you need a 500,000? What? What are we talking about here? Is this on EU, PC EU? What motif is worth that much? If they're worth that much, chances are, or rather, let's not say if they're worth, if the prices are that high, chances are they're from a very basic activity like doing a dungeon. Just, you know, put a message out in Ninja Pools, say, hey, anyone want to go farm these motifs? And then maybe do it that way and save yourself the bother. Maybe then you can get some duplicates and actually make some money. If it's that much, it's not worth buying. I don't know, man. I'm just gonna put that out there. But yeah, I'm curious as to which ones you're talking about here. I have so many motifs I need to sell. I have some trash ones from the anniversary jubilee. I usually fill up all my coffers with motifs during that event, and then sell them off. You know, a couple of months later when the prices have recovered a little bit from the crash. And I forgot one coffer is still full, so I never got around to selling those. So I need to do that at some point. So yeah, Kazi, kind of the same situation. Looks like maybe I can just pick up Ritz today. That'll be nice. You have a few hundred? Oh my goodness. Yeah, it sucks when things pile up like that. It's a bit like, look, we have a front room that we don't really use for anything unless we have guests. You know, my guitars are in there, and so unless I'm doing music or at Christmas time, we use it because we decorate the room. But yeah, other than that, it's like one of the rooms in this house. We have quite a big house, so we don't really use many rooms in it that much. Like kitchen, study, bedroom. That's pretty much it. And yeah, so we've got a bit of an embarrassing pile of cardboard boxes. I'm one of those people. I worked in retail when I was a student. And, you know, breaking up and flat packing cardboard boxes and then stashing them one inside the other. So it's all very neat. That's the thing that I tend to do. And then, yeah, because of Maya's business, we accumulate a lot of cardboard boxes pretty fast. And they get so big that they don't fit inside our weekly cardboard recycling bag. So then we'll have like a big box full of like broken up, flat packed cardboard that just kind of sits there. And we've got like 3 or 4 of those now in the front room. It feels a little bit like that. Like I need to just get on it and get down to the skip and drop these off. I just have to book an appointment. I'll probably do it this weekend, maybe Sunday morning. It's very easy. It's just like 10 minutes down the road, you know? But it's the sort of thing that if you don't have time to spare, it doesn't get done. And writs and selling your excess motifs and all that kind of stuff in ESO very much feels like that kind of thing. You know? Yeah, I hate trading, Kazi, and I barely play ESO at the moment, so it just fills up. How's it still filling up then if you, or is it just full from ages ago? If you're not playing, then, because I play quite a bit, but it's always on stream or in a raid, so I don't really have the leisure to run around and do all the nitty-gritty things that are no fun to watch, but that kind of need to happen. I just sell all the motifs I get to merchants for 10 gold. Wow, yeah, see, I want the money. I want the gold. I just spent 30 million on crown crates, and I like being able to do that a couple of times a year. Spend like 50 million here and there. And that can only happen if I keep doing, you know, the little grindy things each day. Honor Guard style, for example, sells for 8 million. That is ridiculous. It is so easy to go and get. That is ridiculous. That's not even a hard one to go and get. That's crazy. Seriously. I'm really surprised by that. I'm not. My brain can't seem to make its mind up. And doing writs on some characters, just picking them up on others. This is going to be fun tomorrow. I'm going to be really confused. Yeah, it's full from ages ago, Kazi. But then there was some the Undaunted, which I did a dungeon a few times. Got more motifs. Or Maya motifs. Well, good morning, everyone. Hello, hello, and welcome back to Ninja Balls Gamesfest. This is Khan, your friendly Twitch host. Feeling very friendly today. Yeah, see, this guy does actually have... I'm baffled. I'm not sure what's going on with these characters. Kazi, can't you use the cardboard to build an expansion of your house, which you can use to store more cardboard? Yeah. I'm just trying to think of a real-life analog. Another one is like the washing. Like if you don't have time to do your laundry, or... I mean, that doesn't really happen to me. It doesn't really pile up. I just do a load whenever I have enough to justify it. Yeah, but if we have like if we have guests back to back, like my parents will come over, we'll have friends over for dinner, and then we have a busy weekend or week at work, then you can get to the point where it's like, okay, we need to like spend an hour doing the freaking washing up here. There's one of the things that sucks about a live service game, particularly an MMO, is that kind of housework, you know, those chores can accumulate. Hey Guns and Raiders, how you doing? And ba 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 na na, indeed. I don't know where my energy is coming from. It's probably not really there. I'm just running on fumes or something like that, but yeah, I was up far too late finishing off that writhing wall video, making sure everything was proofed, checked, rendered, yada yada yada, and then prepping for the following day's stream. But today we've got Prey. Who's actually played it? Not Prey from 2006, the weird non-sequel, non-remake, non-reboot from 2017, which is actually a much better game. And hey, William Squire, how's it going? Spellslinger, hello, hello. And Guns N' Raiders, howdy. All good here. How's you and Maya doing? Maya is not having a great week. Not gonna lie to you guys. She's messaging me regularly throughout the day. She's venting. But she basically is getting to the point where she doesn't feel like she's herself. Because she's working, and she wants to be here. She wants to be doing what I'm doing. But it makes more sense for me to be here doing this and the YouTube, and for her to be just like working overtime to support that. It is getting closer to the point where she can it. But obviously, her coming back to work on Ninja Balls full time won't immediately generate a huge bump in revenue. It just won't. Whereas we'll lose her entire monthly salary. And there isn't really a way for her to switch to part-time. We're looking into that as like a stepping stone. But in the meantime, she basically is starting to hate her weekly existence. You know, not to bring down the mood or anything. She'll be fine, but... And she's good. She's not like one of those people who will bottle it up. She's much better than I am with that. She'll just say, fuck this. You know? If I'm dropping her off, we're having a chat, we're walking the dog, she will just come out and say it and get it off her chest. So that I really envy. And that helps you to like get on with what you need to do and push through difficult things. And she's been through a lot of difficult things in her life, so she's able to handle it. She's actually one of the strongest people I know, I think. There are people who seem stronger outwardly, but I think her ability to just get it out and be honest with me, at least, and those who are close to her about, yeah, this is what I don't like about my life right now. Rather than most of us will tend to be like, my life is amazing, no complaints. And we, you know, whereas in fact, there's plenty we don't like or would like to change, but we don't really want to put it out there to bring people down or make ourselves look small. But anyway, yeah, she's not doing great. And that obviously affects me in turn. But thank you very much for asking, Guns N' Raiders. She'll be back a little bit later. I guess she'll be with us for at least an hour. 90 minutes or so, a little bit later today. And Kazi, I do laundry when I'm nearly out of clean clothes, and all my clothes normally fit into the washing machine. Yeah, it's such a dude thing, isn't it? Such a bloke thing. Part of me, a small part of me misses when I used to wear suits and ties and all of that shit. The monkey suit to work. But it does have a psychological effect when you put on the armor. You know, the uniform. And you head on out there and be like, Mr. Business, finger guns. But in reality, it is so much nicer to just have, you know, a couple of pairs of trousers, a few pairs of shorts, a bunch of t-shirts, and the occasional shirt that I need to wash. And that's like just all year round. And you use those clothes until they're completely threadbare. Then you chuck them, buy a new one, and off you go. There is something very liberating about that simplicity, which I don't know. I feel like don't want to indulge in too many stereotypes, but that's more of a guy thing, isn't it? What is this that you are doing, Hellnuker? I am doing crafting writs, just for a little bit. We're not going to be doing that for long on the stream today, but I'm behind, and these make me a lot of money. You know, they're good for XP and everything, but I do not need the XP. You know, I'm 3,300 CP. I've never done any grinding for XP in this game ever. Not really. And it just goes to show you don't need to do that stuff. But, hey, random Prime subscriber. Thank you very much for the Prime sub. Amazing. If that's truly a random sub, I feel very, very lucky. Thank you. And how's it going? Spellslinger, Hellnuker, Erin, Kalantax. I think I've said good morning to everyone else already. For those of you who aren't typing in chat and whose names aren't showing up right in front of my stupid face, welcome in, and I hope you're having a lovely day. Sincerely. But yeah, Guns N' Raiders are glad, all good there. And Zane is saying I played it on Xbox, thought it was kind of cool. Yeah, this is Prey we're talking about. This is going to be our bonus game a little bit later. I reckon... I don't want to call it a masterpiece. It's no, like, Half-Life 2 or Baldur's Gate 3 or, you know, any of these sort of landmark games. But I think low-key, it's actually very, very smart and very good. And I'll try to make a case for that a little bit later. Again, we're not reviewing or selling games as part of Gamesfest, just like saying, you know, consider this one if it rolls around, or if it's one of those that you picked up in a sale, you don't remember when, and you see it in your inventory and think, maybe one day. A couple of you guys have said, oh, this is helpful, you know, it gives me an idea of what the hell this game is actually about. I feel like seeing a game being played on stream can be really handy, but especially if the streamer has done a bit of prep and is trying to give you guys a bit of context. I've done my best to do that with all of these. And Moose was asking, Zdenya Honor Guard, do you mean the full book? Individual pieces I'm seeing go for less than 100k. Did see a chest for 300. Yeah, don't believe the prices that you see. Make sure that your prices are coming from a sensible source. Don't look at listings, for example. Look at sales. This is the problem I always had with... Is it the Tamriel Trade Center add-on? It looks at listings. Master Merchant looks at sales. Only sales. Which, yeah, those can be juked as well. There's some real dicks in the game who will, like... They will either log on one of their alternate accounts, or they'll get one of their buddies into a little scheme where they will list a basic item for 8 million, 10 million, and then they will get someone to buy it just to throw off the average, to drive up the price, if it's something they have a lot of, or if it's something which is very scarce, and they have a few of the only remaining ones. I'm a little bit worried about that motif that's going to be dropping, the Stirk Fellowship motif, for people who don't have Solstice when the Writhing Wall event starts. They are going to get absolutely gouged on those. So if you are one of those who wants to take part in the Writhing Wall event, you don't have Solstice, or sorry, the Content Pass, you don't have the Content Pass, and you're certain you're not going to buy it just for the event, then my advice would be, if you want to buy those Stirk Fellowship pages, take a look in the middle of the event and see what's happened to the prices. They might be very, very plentiful, in which case the thing to do is to buy them up around the time that the event ends. Or they might actually stay in the game. Yeah, actually, I'm being an idiot. They will come, yeah, they'll remain in the game. Because, yeah, scratch all of that. I maybe need to add that to our advice on the Writhing Wall. So they will be super rare for a little while, because only the people with the Content Pass will be able to get them. But then they will continue to drop after the event is over. I just realized that, because they come from Siege Camp dailies, and Siege Camp dailies are the only dailies that will remain in the game permanently, forever, after the event is over. And everyone will get access to that next year, when it comes to ESO Plus. So yeah, everyone with ESO Plus, I mean. Yes, Daniel found Sigic Order shield motif for 6k. Yeah. Oh yeah, never buy the whole book. Whoa, is that what you've been doing? Oh, I see. No wonder you're burning up all your gold. If that's what you've been doing, I'm sorry I didn't clock that earlier. I would have said, like, definitely don't do it this way. They are sort of super rare collector's items, and you can pay easily 10 times more than you would for all the individual pages. So hopefully that's not the way you've been picking these motifs up. Guns N' Raiders, live within our means. Life is too crap and short to be working our asses off what feels like little amounts. I know. Yeah, I fully agree. Hope really soon you guys get that hard-earned break and lifestyle, even if it means giving up other aspects. We chose to do this. We know what we're doing. We've been... When we were in our early 20s, we were sickeningly comfortable. Let me put it that way. So I'm not going to moan, and certainly not fishing for sympathy or anything like that. We know what we're doing. we've been very, very lucky previously, but when we had some things that weren't so great, some very unlucky things sort of happening one after the other, and then just after we'd moved house, we got this lockdown situation, in 2021, and, 2020, I should say, and, yeah, that kind of screwed a number of things over, and we changed direction. We pivoted out of one type of work into another. I went into much more video production for clients rather than just making our own stuff. And the content creation didn't really happen as a business idea. We never got into this to make money. It was just a thing that we did for fun. But then we realized we're spending such an enormous amount of time on it. In order to do a good job, we're basically killing all of our free time and spending all of it that we weren't at work here doing this thing. And YouTube in particular started to show some potential. It's like, this actually isn't that hard. You just need to be able to put in X amount of hours, and as long as you're enjoying making it and you're making content about things that you care about, that's the key. This could actually be quite a fun way to go about things. Twitch was added to that as a way. It's a little bit easier to make money on Twitch than it is on YouTube. But they're very different. Okay, so different people will tell you different things. But it was added as a way for people to support us more directly. And yeah, recently it's taken over a little bit more. And obviously during Gamesfest, I have not had any time to do YouTube. Like you saw a couple of days ago, I literally had to take the day off just to finish a video. So, yeah. We're still figuring out exactly how we can make that work, but it would be a lot easier if we were both here. Because organizing these raid trains and events that Maya does, imagine how much work they take. Just imagine it, and then multiply it by 10. I'm not even kidding. They take an enormous amount of time and effort to set up. Maya loves doing it. She will gladly do it. But they don't make us any money, directly. It's just a way of sort of bolstering our profile in other areas. And, yeah. It's also, we talked about this before, a lot of streamers say this. It is difficult to just be purely commercial when you're hanging out and you're chatting with people who are basically friends in a parasocial context, right? We have conversations on here which are very much between peers, between mates. So it is uncomfortable and awkward and difficult to turn around and say, hey, can we like have a few dollars a month, please? We kind of need it. So respect to anyone, podcasters, streamers, YouTubers, whatever, who go through this kind of thing and who figure out a polite and sustainable way to do that. Anyway, I'm rambling again. But thanks for the kind words, Guns of Raiders. And Moose, yeah, the 300k chest wasn't the cheapest one. There are plenty of cheaper ones. I see, right. I see. And Kev, does anyone have a nightmare story about passing through security at Heathrow? I want to give myself some anxiety before my flight in a month. I have 2 stories about security. None of them are that bad. Both are pretty funny. One makes me sad. We'll start with the funny one. So not what you asked, Kev, but this was... I think this was literally at Heathrow. And I don't know, there was some Slovakian or maybe Polish or Slovenian people. I can't remember exactly where they were from. But we did speak to them afterwards, and they had some like dried powdered soup in their luggage, in their hand luggage, that was being rummaged around in, and it literally said cock soup. Yeah, as in a male chicken. I just said cock soup on the sachet, and the idiots at security, I guess it was a slow day, they were just pulling these out and going, "Oi, Trevor!" and like showing them and just laughing. And this poor family was waiting for their luggage to be searched, just wondering what was so funny about the food that they had packed. That was pretty funny. The other one was, Maya and I were flying out to... I think we were just doing a domestic flight. I think it's one of the only times I've flown domestically from Bristol to Newcastle. We're going to a gig. We're actually going to see Iron Maiden in Newcastle. And it was cheaper and quicker to get to fly up there. So we're like, fuck it, let's do it. And it was... As we were... So this is a small airport, right? Bristol Airport, very tiny. As we were going through security, I did the usual thing. Hand luggage, wallet, keys, my big coat. It was winter time, so I had this big, long trench coat on. Like I said, I used to have wear a monkey suit to work, all that kind of stuff. So this was, it was that kind of thing. And this very jovial Scottish accent piped up behind me. Is that a Crombie? Like this. Is that a Crombie? And Crombie is evidently like an Edinburgh tailor or some sort of suit maker, you know, gentleman's clothier in Edinburgh, and famous for their very, very fine coats. So it was kind of a compliment. But this guy in a wheelchair was just piping up at me, and he looked a little bit tired and disheveled. But I looked at him and thought, wow, that looks a lot like Robbie Coltrane. For those who don't know, that's Hagrid from Harry Potter. You're a wizard, Harry. You know, that guy. Or Zukovsky from the Pierce Brosnan Bond movies. I mean, he's done a million things. The guy's fantastic. Wonderful actor. I love him. But it didn't look enough like him for me to say anything. And I said, I'm sorry, what? Oh, your jacket. Is that a Crombie? I was just wondering. And I was like, yeah, don't know. I don't think so. It's and I held up the label for him to look. And the whole while I was thinking, isn't it? And then I was so thrown by him questioning. Like, I don't know what a Crombie is. What? Abercrombie? Anyway, off he rolls in his wheelchair. And then the security guy says, have a good flight, Mr. Coltrane. And I was like, fuck. Oh, that is like an S-tier celebrity sighting for me. And I didn't even speak to him. He spoke to me. He initiated conversation, and I just stood there wondering if it was the guy. And that really sucked, because he's gone now. He's no longer with us. I'll never get the chance to meet him again. But, you know, that would have been wonderful, just if I'd turned around and said, no, but, you know, you're one of my heroes. Lovely to meet you. Where are you off to? This kind of thing. So that sucked. That's the worst thing that's happened to me, Kev, at a security checkpoint like that. Anyone else got stories like this? For Kev. I only have the trade center since I can't use add-ons. I see, Xenia. Gotcha. Well, then that's fine. That's listings, but you can sort by price, so you're good. By the way, you're probably well aware of this, but one of the tricks you can do is once you establish a baseline for something, what a reasonable price is, you can say, show me all prices, all listings up to, you know, 300k or 50k or whatever you think is reasonable. And then sort by, it'll automatically sort by last seen. And you can ignore this, you can generally forget about the stuff that was last seen 2 hours ago. It's probably already been sold. So just go for whatever's most recently seen that is within the price range you're willing to accept. Does that make sense? In fact, let me actually show you just in case it doesn't make sense. Because this could be useful for people in general. Apologies, you guys probably know all this already, but so let's say honor guard chests. For example, you click advanced search. Well, let's do a regular search first. So there are a lot of listings at like a reasonable price. So I'm thinking, go advanced search and say, all right, under 60k. There we go. There are two right now, both seen over an hour ago. So maybe I should up that to 80k. Still nothing, but you get the idea, right? That's how I tend to do things if there's a specific item I'm looking for. Just a little tip. Like I said, you probably know about this already, but in case anyone didn't know, that is a good way of doing it. I was checking Trade Center on PC. Don't play on PC. The prices are all cheap. There we go. Tedmeister, morning. It's not what I've done. I just looked at it and was like, what the fuck? How can it be that expensive? Good. All right, Moose. An ex of mine had a toy, yes, that kind, in her hand luggage. They made her take it out so that they can inspect it. Oh, that is rough. I wasn't there to see this, but I did hear about a stag party where the best man stuffed a dildo into the groom's luggage when they were doing one of those boys on tour stag parties, so that he would get stopped at the airport because they switched it on. I don't know how they managed to do this. They obviously must have distracted him long enough for the guy to then open up the luggage, plant the dildo in there, and set it start it vibrating. So as soon as they tried to go through the checkpoint, it was like, sir, step aside, please. And then all the guys are just laughing and taking pictures. That's pretty good. And Wild Saber, Frabjous Day, Kalukale. Is this Lewis Carroll? I think I saw that Disney movie enough as a kid, Wild Saber. Kalukale will eat today, like cabbages and kings. Is that right? Something like that. Good reference. Zdenia, that's cool if it makes things easier. Yeah, exactly. Anything that makes it less likely you get ripped off. Spellsling, I tend to just sort by price and run down the list till I find the cheapest one. Exactly. That's ultimately the strat, isn't it? It's just if there are lots of them and they're like, well, all of these are cheaper, but they haven't been seen since 8 hours ago, I prefer to cut to the chase and just say, well, what am I prepared to pay? You know, what is a reasonable amount? And then fuck it. Just time is precious. Because I've done that thing one too many times. That maybe the next one will be there. And then 20 way shrines later, you still haven't found the damn thing, and the one that would have been available if you'd gone for it straight away has probably been bought by now, you know? Messing with someone's luggage, isn't that how you end up on a list? I think it's if it's your friend. Our cat used to... In fact, this is Ted, the cat that's still with us. When we started packing for a holiday, he doesn't really do this anymore, but we don't go on holidays as much as we used to. We used to fly to Denmark and Prague all the freaking time. I don't know, COVID just kind of shocked us out of that habit. Also, like I said, we used to be more loaded and less poor. But yeah, we used to fly all the time, and Ted would always climb into our luggage, and often he'd carry a toy, like a little mouse or something, like a catnip mouse, and then leave it in the luggage as well. And so it happened 2 or 3 times that we would be unpacking Maya's parents in the Czech Republic or whatever, or in a summer house in Denmark, and we'd find a little cat toy in there. And, you know, generally Maya would then get misty, because it doesn't take much for you to miss your pets when you go on holiday. Especially something like that, like a little toy that they put in your luggage. That's kind of killer. And so whenever we'd get stopped, whenever we get asked at, check-in, and has anybody else tampered with your luggage, we would always just smirk at each other, thinking, yeah, well, the cat probably shoved something gross in there. And Spellslinger, yeah, true, if there are lots of things, lots of listings, it's a bit too annoying to do it that way, just like port around forever. But that's absolutely the way to go. TTC website is an incredibly useful resource. Love it. Love it, love it. There are a couple of deliveries apparently due today. There is a grocery delivery. We've got something coming for Maya. There are coffee filters coming for me. I was gifted an AeroPress this year for my birthday. I know some of you guys have these. And yeah, I've just run out of my first set of filter, but they come with like 100 little discs to make these things. And yeah, ordered my first batch. That should be coming today. Wasteland Cartoonist, what a fun name. Tuned in the past few streams. Love the videos and guides. Thank you. I'm attempting to make a tank using Arcanist Necromancer. Any ideas on the last skill line to use? Yeah, let's relog and have a quick look at that. So it's an Arcanist at base, yeah? Depends, what are you using the tank for? Winter's Embrace is the obvious choice. But if you're using it for trials, you don't necessarily need Winter's Embrace. But if you're doing dungeons, then yeah, I'd say Winter's Embrace is a good idea. So this is my Arcanist tank. Wasteland Cartoonist. Guns N' Raiders standing in a shop queue line, watching and waiting and watching you full blast. Everyone's so intrigued to know what I'm watching. Well, to all of those standing around my friend Guns N' Raiders in the queue right now, hello there, happy Friday. Hope you're having an excellent day. Make sure he doesn't nick anything, won't you? Or they're wondering why you're blasting random noise in a public place. Yeah, I would be. Turn that shit off. Random noise to me is listening to everyone else's problems, bitching over mine and stuff. Alright, well. Wasteland Cartoonist, where were we? So I've got Soldier of Apocrypha, as I'm sure you do as well. Gravelord is a good call. So you can provide major vulnerability. And Winter's Embrace for pretty much just for this. The Polar Wind is very good. The passives are nice. Frozen Gate can be very, very useful. Shimmering Shield, not so much. Very situational. But basically these two things plus the passives ain't bad. That's a very nice burst heal. It's one of the nicest ones available. And it's a nice off heal as well. If you're doing like 3DD dungeoning. But yeah, basically it's this. For Major Resolve for the group. Is the only skill in the game that can do this. See this character here? I just gave her Major Resolve. Or did I? Is it only for group members? Yeah, your grouped allies. Alright, so I didn't. But if I were to group with this person... It's a pretty wide radius. 36 meters. So that's the thing that tanks are expected to do. But like I said, if you're just using it in trials, it could be that your other tank has this already and you don't need it. But if it's for dungeons, definitely bring Winter's Embrace. Wizard of Book, good morning. Guns N' Raiders ninja pulls for life. Wow, man, that would be cool. That'd be cool, wouldn't it? Imagine if I'm still here in 30 years. Still streaming, what the hell? But yeah, Wasteland Cartoonist, I hope that helps. Yeah, Arcanist Base, making two, one for PvP and one for PvE. Winter's Embrace, okay. Ultimate useful. In PvE, potentially... in PvP, potentially very useful. Not in PvE. Like, you can use Northern Storm as a damage ult, and you can use Permafrost to give your allies major protection, but that is quite a defensive move. Generally, the best way to approach ESO is to build offensively and just give yourself the basic defenses, and then if you find that the group is really struggling, that's when you start dropping barriers, Permafrosts, but if you were going to use a defensive ult, let's face it, you'd use Gibbering Shelter, wouldn't you? That is amazing. So yeah, I hope that's useful. Winter's Embrace. Other ones include Earth and Heart, very useful for sort of baseline tanking in any situation, pretty much. Now I've forgotten which character I was on. I guess it was this one. And Gravelord, which you've already picked. Obviously fantastically useful for that major vuln. And Daedric Summoning. Again, just for the ult. OG1 Kenobi. Welcome on in. Hello there. Come here, my little friend. I'm sorry, I couldn't resist. Maya says hello, by the way. She just sent me a message. Hope says, hope all you guys are having a lovely day. Hello there. Exactly. So let me ask OG1 Kenobi, am I supposed to combine the 1 and the K? Or is that just my silly brain that's lived in the UK for too long? I'm guessing I'm not supposed to do that. Yeah, Spellslinger. You can solve both problems with earphones. I was kind of thinking the same thing. And Guns N' Roses, no, bud. However, wireless buds die. Unlike wired buds, my stupid mobile doesn't have that good old standard audio jack. I see, I gotcha. And Moose, if you're not streaming in 30 years, I will find you. You're going to give me a Liam Neeson style phone call. I wish I could do that in a Swedish accent. I have a very particular set of skills, which makes me a nightmare for for streamers like you. Oh, my Swedish accent is terrible. Someone shared the meme. One of my raid leads is a lovely Swedish guy in Ninja Balls called Otto. Absolute top bloke. Also, like, the most Swedish name ever, right? It's like having a Dutch guy called Bart, you know? And he shared a video of this. Some female streamer being mocked for her pronunciation of chicken. She doesn't say ch, she says sh. And, I don't know, maybe this is like a thing that everyone has seen before, but I hadn't seen it until a few days ago. It was chucklesome. But yeah, thanks for all the blurps there, Guns N' Raiders and Wizard of Book. Like it. And Volcaron. Indeed. Make it so. Beverly. I'm sad they're not making any more seasons of Star Trek Picard. Finished the third one finally, like, oh, I don't know, a month and a bit ago? We were a little bit late.
Deposit?
I really didn't love the first season. I thought it was a bit of a mixed bag. Second one I thought was some of the worst Star Trek ever made. And then the third season was absolutely brilliant. And really they really, like, rounded it off. It wasn't perfect, but I've never seen better fan service, I don't think. It was like S-tier fan service. Anyone else catch that? Really decent. I've no idea if I should keep any of this crud. I guess I'll have a look at it at some point. But since I'm not really using the companion, it seems silly, doesn't it? Maybe you guys can persuade me to get Zereth Var out again today. We'll see. We shall see.
It is good to me.
I got rid of him yesterday because he was getting on my nerves. Oh, old helm. I should keep that, shouldn't I? Well, welcome on in, everybody. Welcome back to Ninja Paul's Gamesfest. We're still in the warm-up portion of the stream right now. And Wasteland Cartoon is asking, ever thought about making Skyrim lore story videos? Your theory on lore? Yeah, in fact, it's probably what we will end up doing. We'll probably move more and more away from DPS and that kind of stuff and more into lore. Or whatever is happening around Elder Scrolls 6. That's probably what will happen. We've made a few lore videos already. They're pretty good fun. They got very well received. Plus, my last one was about Manimako. It was back earlier this year, like in March or something. And I said it was sort of a short history of this is what the character has done. This is what all his appearances in the various Elder Scrolls games over the years. He has so massively enlarged his backstory and like who he is and all that stuff in a really cool, interesting way. And I predicted that they were going to bring him back for this year. I mean, it wasn't much of a prediction. But if you haven't seen that yet, check it out. It's I think it's one of the best videos we've done. And it really makes the case for Update 48, the story coming with Eastern Solstice, being very sort of epic and grand and conclusive. Like, it wraps up an important piece of Elder Scrolls history. No spoilers, but, and I don't know, I don't actually know what is happening for sure. I haven't played it on PTS, maybe I should. Or maybe we'll make a lore video when it's wrapped up, and yeah, not the worst idea. Yeah. OG1 Kenobi, yeah, you got it right the first time. Moose, luckily don't have a Swedish accent. Awesome. It's not Leviosa, it's Leviosa. Yeah, lots of Swedes pronounce ch as sh. It's not a thing I'd really picked up on. To me, the Swedish accent is more about the sort of stop-start sort of thing, you know? And that is not what a Swedish accent sounds like. I'm just doing a very exaggerated version. Remember the comedian Catherine Tate just going down the line of... She would just walk up to these people who were on her show and ask them where they were from, and then proceed to do an impression of their accent, what their language sounds like. It was, you know, ever so slightly offensive, maybe, but all in good fun. Like, no one could be offended. And when one person said Sweden, she just went, "Hutti, hutti, hutti, hu," like that. Which I thought was, yeah, that's actually pretty good. But yeah, nothing is worse than the Danish accent, I think, in terms of dopiness. The only saving grace is that most Danes, they don't dub films or TV very much. Only kids have, kids' TV shows are dubbed into Danish, and often not even that. Like, if it's a Swedish, German, or Norwegian kids show, they'll just play it in the original language and trust that the kids are smart enough to figure it out. Unlike all these other, like Germany, Czech Republic, where Maya is from, they dub everything. So by the time people start to learn English, the Danes and the Swedes and the Norwegians, they're already really good at it because they picked up so much. Not just in terms of familiarity, but also accent. It helps them to shed that accent much more quickly. Whereas, you know, not to indulge in stereotypes, but if you think of the typical, like, Polish accent, or Russian, when speaking English, it creates much more of a barrier for you in adult life. So I don't know if it was done in a smart way or if it was just like, well, our countries are too small for it to be worth having this, like, dubbing industry. Like, Germany, it makes sense. Germany's massive, you know? Brazil, it would make sense, you know? But in Denmark, maybe it's just not worth the money. So it was probably more to do with that than anything else. And in the case of the Czech Republic, they have a rich history of cinema. Like, there used to be a real hotspot for cinema, especially art house, avant-garde cinema in the mid-20th century. So that's probably why they do it. Yeah, spells thing of the ch sound in chicken doesn't really exist in Swedish. Not a sound we're naturally inclined to do, so it can take a bit of work. It doesn't exist in Denmark either. But I don't think... It's not a thing I've ever noticed before. Maybe I'm just more familiar with Scandinavian accents because I've grown up around them. so the you know the little idiosyncrasies don't all pop out at me the way they do to like an English ear. I don't know. Chicken, yeah, sounds good to me. Cheeseburger, chicken. I'm just going to sit on my chair. Yeah. Getting Sean Connery vibes now. I would like some chicken. I've told you the terrible Sean Connery joke, right, Guns N' Raiders, that my mate at work told me ages ago. I'll just give you the short version. He did like the really long, slow build-up. But Sean Connery went to IKEA for the first time and bought like a bookshelf. And he was, he spent the entire afternoon building it. Because, you know, he's a celebrity. Never had to build his own furniture before, but he was getting into it. Took him a while. And then at the end of the evening, like, his wife comes in, brings him a cup of tea. He's like, look, darling, look what I made. And she puts, like, a couple of books on it. And the whole thing immediately collapses. And he just looks up from his cup of tea and goes, I'm sure ashamed of my shelf. It's not my joke, alright? Like, 100 people just leave the channel. I'm just repeating it because it came up organically in conversation. Give me a break. It made me laugh a little bit. You know, that kind of cringe. I shouldn't be laughing at this. Hey! Hey, Peter, thanks for the Prime sub. Wow, was that just before I told the terrible joke? I'm guessing it was. Yeah, that checks out. Well, today we're just all about having a little bit of fun. So brace yourselves. There might be more shitty jokes coming up later, depending on how we do. Spell slinger, yeah, just bullying someone for having an accent. The words still make perfect sense. Exactly. And even at McDonald's here, they say cheeseburger. At that point, they just use the Swedish translation or pronounce it properly. Yeah, because there are so many loan words from English in Denmark. When I go to Denmark and order something like, I'm struggling to think of anything, but something I would just, like, cheeseburger, they would often say, they would probably just say that, or a Big Mac, or something like that. I will obviously place the order in Danish, but I will pronounce the English loan word in my regular speaking voice that you're hearing now. And it's actually quite a weird thing to do mid-sentence. And I've got a couple of double takes. I guess it's a bit like going up to someone in a restaurant and saying, and instead of like, could I get a bottle of the Chateauneuf du Pape, please? I would like a bottle of the Chateauneuf du Pape. And they would just look at you and go, the fuck is your problem? You pretentious twit. Why can't you just, you know, speak normally? But yeah, it's something that my brain refuses to do. Whereas, yeah, Danes are perfectly happy to just lean into the Danish accented version of an English word. And it's not just Denmark, obviously it happens everywhere. And some countries really don't like it, like in France and in Iceland. They're not the only ones. I think Norwegian can be a little bit strict about this sometimes as well. They will have like an academy of the French language or of the Icelandic language whose job it is to safeguard the, you know, that language against just being diluted by all these modern neologisms, you know, loan words coming in from America, mostly from America, sometimes from Latin America, Korea. Anything that sort of has a lot of soft power in the moment, right? So they will try to create Icelandic or French equivalents for everything. And it doesn't really work. Like, no one uses them. And I don't know if it's the right approach. Like, language is a living, breathing thing, right? That's what makes it cool. It's the reason English is such a crazy, wonderful, and such a widespread language. It's one of the reasons. Is because it's constantly mutating and going through weird new phases of evolution. Trying to be too strict about it is ultimately a losing game. So I think trying to do that with English would be that would just be a dumb idea. Maybe doing it with these other languages, Icelandic, maybe that's more worthwhile, but it does mean that you get very awkward, like the word live streaming, you know, something that would never have existed 20 years ago. They have to come up with something in Icelandic which encapsulates that definition, and you speak to a teenager or even just like someone under 50 from Iceland, and they will not use that word, at least based on what my friends tell me. They'll just be like, no, that is cringe as hell. Like, no one's going to call it that. We need an Icelandic person now to tell me what the word is for live streaming. But yeah, there are a bunch of countries that do this, right? And Spellslinger Brits think my accent sounds American. Yeah, that's the thing, actually, in Denmark as well. Because so much of it is from absorbing pop culture, especially in your youth, the bass line becomes sort of American. It sounds more American than it does English, especially if their accent is really good and the Danish sort of disappears. Like a good friend of mine I used to do PvP with a lot, and here's a guy in Ninja Pulse called Praetorian. That's his name on the Discord and in game. Lovely bloke if you get the chance to hang out with him. And he is Serbian, living in the Netherlands. He went to school in the UK. You know, very international guy. Went to all these international schools around Europe because his dad had one of those jobs that, you know, he was moving around quite a lot. And if anything, he sounds mid-Atlantic. He sounds more American than anything else, but not quite. Like, an American would never think he was from there. So there's a phenomenon called mid-Atlantic where it's American, but, you know, being dragged like magnetically by European accents, if that makes sense. It's not quite the meaning. Normally mid-Atlantic is like, if you guys know the Fraser Crane show. You know, he's got an American accent, but he's almost trying to sound British. And that's normally what it's referred to, but I think there are other versions of it, you know what I mean? It's fun. Some people think also I'm Australian at times for whatever reason, so yeah, Maya gets that a lot. People think in the UK here that she's South African. And then when you tell them, like if people learn that I'm Danish or they learn that she's Czech, then they're, oh yeah, I thought so. And it's like, did you fuck? There's no way. There's no way you would have guessed that. Not a chance. I don't really have an accent at all. I have a regional British accent at this point. It's just a little bit weird because I grew up in a household with non-British, you know, without those accents, without any regional accentage. So I picked up a little bit just from my friends. But yeah, whatever. It's fun. It's a fun little rabbit hole we jumped down here. And thanks again, Peter, for the Prime sub. I really appreciate that. Very kind. And Guns N' Roses, the whiskey tasting video I sent you a while ago, and just, yeah, that dude's voice is cringy. Man, I'd forgotten about that. Pietro, I missed the joke. Oh, it was just Sean Connery built himself a shelf. I'm sure ashamed of my shelf. And the idea, you know, he pronounces his S's very, very thick. So if he's ashamed of himself, he's ashamed of himself. Like, jokes always get better when you explain them, right? Like I said, it wasn't a good one to begin with. Alright, grocery delivery seems to be here. That means I'm going to have to ghost on you guys for a couple of minutes, but not just yet. Kazi, Khan calling me out for bad jokes at the beginning. Now he's copying my style, yeah? Absolutely. The Dutch don't care. Iceland is kind of special about it. Yeah, it is. And it is a very old language. Like, it's got more in common with Old Norse than anything else. It'd be a little bit like if we still spoke Old English in this country. You know, if you've ever read Chaucer or anything like that, it's almost more like German than it is like modern English. And yeah, we can still understand it, but it's a little bit like a crazy dialect or a neighboring language or something. Icelandic, I think, is relatively uncorrupted for whatever reason throughout its history. I don't know why that is. I think that's the reason why they give it kind of special treatment. Dutch language needs changing. The Dutch language is awesome, especially since I live in the UK now. That throat noise needs to go. No way, man. It doesn't need to go. We just need to get good. Utrecht. Just learn to pronounce it. Geert Wilders is one of the few things I can say that doesn't sound completely wrong in Dutch. Anyway, I think delivery's at the door, so give me like 2 minutes, guys. I'll be right back. Back. I have returned. Weird grocery delivery. I almost asked him, are you sure that's the right address? Wonder what Maya's been up to.
Hello there.
Yeah, good old Erie. We do this a lot in Norwegian as well, but most everyone simply ignores it. Yeah. It is difficult, and I understand. I think the French come under a lot of, like, mocking scrutiny for their tendency to be very protective of things, of language and meaning. But mostly I'm down with that because the French tend to do it most successfully or most famously when it comes to food or wine or things like that, and making sure that something like cheddar cheese, like I live actually pretty close to Cheddar, the place, which is where that cheese, you know, but to make cheddar cheese and sell it in the supermarket with that name on it, you don't need to, it could be made in India for all they care. Like there's no legal definition as far as I'm aware that stops anyone from using that, whereas things like champagne, cognac, Roquefort, you know, these are things which should be protected. They often aren't outside of France, but like you can get in a lot of legal trouble if you use one of these denominations. Appellation contrôlée, for example, that's the whole system they have. I don't know a ton about it, but you know, I worked in a wine store when I was doing my master's degree, and I learned a shitload then. I've forgotten half of it, but whatever. You know, it's very strict, and the idea is not just to be poncy about it, which is what the French are generally accused of here, but it's to actually make sure that when you can't just be ripped off, you can't just make some shitty product, which capitalism has the tendency to do, right? Make a really cheap knockoff version and then tell the consumer this is champagne or this is this thing which has a historic sort of reputation for quality or deliciousness or whatever it is. You can't do that. And I don't know. You can definitely take it too far, but I'm generally in favor of that. I'm probably biased because I live with a chef, and you know, Maya gets irritated if we go to a restaurant that thinks very highly of itself, and they'll put something like sauce Robert on the menu, and then what they bring is not sauce Robert at all. Or if they say chocolate nemesis, and then what they bring you is just a cake. She's like, no, fuck! She gets really angry. These words have meaning! You can't just say, this is a football and hand me a golf ball. It doesn't work like that. But yeah, because of this wine store that I worked in, because of being married to a chef for goodness knows how many years, over a decade at this point, wow. I've probably got a bit more of an uppity perspective on these things. Guns N' Roses, you say you're not cultured. You're a very respecting guy, dude. Guys, my accent originates from a bloke I met in ESO. My love, he's from Yorkshire. You have a Yorkshire accent? Kazi? That I would love to hear. So look, apologies if I've got this wrong, but you are a Polish gentleman living in Germany, and you say you have a Yorkshire accent when you speak English. That I want to hear. No, I thought you might be kidding. That would be fucking cool though, wouldn't it? If you sounded like Sean Bean. How do you say "winter is coming" in German with a Polish accent? I wouldn't even know where to begin. For England, James. Ah, now I want to watch Sean Bean in like anything. He was in the Silent Hill movie, wasn't he? Jeez, the first Silent Hill movie they made. I haven't seen that in a long time. It wasn't that good, but it did have Sean Bean and Radha Mitchell in it, who are both amazing. Anyway, I digress. Yeah, it's more an SHG sound, Peter. It smells like probably because Iceland is an island in the middle of nowhere. Isolation helps with preservation. That could very well be it, yeah. And because it's so impenetrable, the language to begin with. It's so funny whenever there's a volcanic eruption that disrupts flights over here in England. Seeing the poor idiot newsreader, no, they're not idiot, but you know, those sheltered Brits who've never had to learn any language but the one their mum speaks. Trying to pronounce Eyjafjölla Jökull or whatever that is. I'm sure I'm not even doing a very good job, but they don't even try. Pronunciation of like Farsi and Urdu and Arabic, that's really interesting to me as well. I wish I knew more about these languages. I know very, very little. But that's really fun as well. Anyway, we are deep down the rabbit hole at this point. Make them bring it in and unpack the shopping. Make him deliver that package real good. Not that kind of package. No, it was a guy. And I'm married. Anyway. I'm so sorry, I can't pay for my groceries today. What are you gonna do? Oh dear. Dear oh dear. Well, another one of the deliveries that is coming today, I don't know what it is, it's something for Maya, but she was theorizing, get this guys, get this. She reckons that this is the motherlode of Doom merchandise from Bethesda UK that we're going to be giving away to you guys in about 10 days' time. During our raid train for the Writhing Wall event. Yep, we're doing another raid train, much like 10 Fest, but with longer streams this time. Streamers are going to be going like 4, 5, 6 hours plus before raiding off. So it won't be as quick fire, but it's going to be awesome. A lot of the same people, some new faces as well. It's going to be a ton of fun. And we have got so much swag to give away. Unbelievable, like thousands of dollars worth of stuff. From Bethesda UK, most of it Doom themed. They are also releasing an Oblivion, well, as far as we can tell, they are also releasing an Oblivion, a physical special edition, physical collector's edition, right, of the Oblivion remaster. We don't know anything about this. They just tweeted a cryptic little inventory shot from the game, saying physical collector's edition. And then with a date of October the 13th. So that's probably not a coincidence. Bethesda know exactly what Zos are up to with the Writhing Wall. They're looking to promote it. I think it's one of the things, once Zos figure out how to do it, it'll probably be one of the like big moments in the calendar for each year. If they do this on a yearly basis, or maybe bi-yearly, I don't know. But I wouldn't be surprised if they do these events semi-regularly, you know, once a year, once every 2 years going forward. And yeah, and then that becomes a big PRable thing that they can do to create hype and buzz around the game and that yearly chapter. we're not supposed to say chapter anymore, but you know what I mean. The content for that particular year. And I think the only reason we're not making a bigger splash this year is that it's the first time they're doing it. The studio went through a massive disruptive... Like, no one from ESO was fired directly, but loads of the team at ZOS were let go. All the ones working on their other game, they lost the top level of management has all been moved around. They lost the studio director. So, yeah, I just think the Writhing Wall has not taken shape perhaps the way they would have ideally hoped. It's taken them a little bit longer to get to the final version. Yeah, I'm guessing here. I'm totally speculating. I don't have the inside track. But yeah, wouldn't be surprised if that's a thing going forward. It's a thing that we can expect them to do in future. And now having done it once, they'll be much more prepared. They'll have some of the systems in place. They will know what works. They'll have a better idea of what works, what doesn't work. I don't know. I'm quite interested to see where it goes. I just hope that in 2026 they can G up a little bit more player retention, player attention, and make sure that the trial is a bit more of a slam dunk next year. I think people overlook that. People blame subclassing and there's tardiness in getting around to fixing it and finishing it. I think people blame that for the reason that interest in ESO is sort of drifting a little bit. But I don't know. It's definitely a factor. Obviously, I'm not saying those people are wrong. I think the fact that the trial wasn't that cool this year, and the fact that none of the sets were that great. Like, if they'd made all the sets amazing, obviously they would have been accused of, oh, they're scum. They're just, it's paid to win. Like, whenever there's a good set in something that is paid content, some idiots always take to YouTube and say, oh, it's scum. It's, you know, it's paid to win. Absolutely awful, evil company. It's like, come on. Like, literally everyone does this. So they were really restrained with their...
If you throw up on me, I'm going to knock you off of there. Count on it.
Sorry, that NPC really broke my train of thought there. So yeah, so they released a trial with quite underwhelming sets in it, and as a result, people aren't really playing it. People aren't really buying the content pass who normally would. Yeah, and the communication has been pretty vague and unclear to a lot of players. I understood everything that ZOS have been doing, but I'm really paying attention. I think for people who aren't paying like very close attention to everything they say, it's a little bit harder to understand exactly what the content pass is, that it's not more expensive, or it's only, you know, it's comparable in price to all the other years, and yada yada yada. But we've had all this stuff about, oh, they're ripping us off, it's temporary content, it's FOMO, it's recycled, like all of this stuff, which is not quite right, but seems to spread anyway. You know? So I really hope they can just have a slightly less ambiguous, more celebrated year in 2026 in terms of content. I'm not saying it's the players' fault, it's like an emergent thing that has happened. And ultimately the buck stops with the studio, right? If players don't understand what you're pitching, that's not on them. Yeah, if it's one or two numpties who don't get the message or refuse to pay attention, then yeah, that's not on you. But if it's a large chunk of your customer base that is confused or unclear or suspicious, then yeah, I don't think you can blame it on them. You have to take responsibility for that. Most I will call any drink I make champagne. The French can try and sue me. Yeah, Lena. Swag? Doom, you say? I do indeed, yeah. I don't have all the details to hand, but we've got a few physical editions. I think they're Xbox only, but like, who cares, right? It's collector's edition. You don't buy that so much for the game. And they'll be for free anyway, so... Was it a real Parmesan instead of that sawdust in a can? Yeah. Hull is the Polish capital of the UK. Is that right? Quite a lot of Poles in Bristol, where I used to live as well. Supposed to play Oblivion, remaster or otherwise. He's in Oblivion. Friends from the US say I don't really have an accent, but I slightly sound foreign. No idea what that means. Maybe a little bit like Maya then. Maybe. You'd have to rename yourself Choo Choo Balls. Disclaimer, dad jokes are included in the stream experience and non-refundable. I agree. Guns N' Roses. Hopefully the console versions of Oblivion get the update needed for the odd fixes. Yeah, hopefully. And Moose, according to those people, what does one win? Are they one of the top 24 score-pushing players? If not, no one's winning anything by gaining an extra 0.5% DPS. Hey, D-Gen! Thank you for the Prime sub. Wow, that's super kind. Thank you so much. We really, really appreciate it. And by we, I mean me and Maya, my wife and co-host, who isn't with us right now, but who should be with us a little bit later. I'm guessing around 2:30, maybe something like that. Let me actually ask her. Thank you for the sub, man. That means a lot. No problem. What a goblin character, Albers. Yeah. This is my my Magica Necromancer. To the extent that that still means anything. It's actually pretty similar to the Dark Templar I put out a while ago on YouTube. You know, Blast Bones and Puncturing Sweep. Although it works for Stam as well. It's just Magica is a little easier. But yeah, goblin character is about right. I wanted to make her look as much like a bat, you know, like a vampire as possible. She's one of my favorites, and I get annoyed every time I see someone who's either had the same idea or more likely just copied me. I even saw this character used on a YouTube thumbnail for a video that wasn't mine. It was a PvP Necromancer video. And all they'd done was Google Elder Scrolls Online Necromancer, and an image from our website had come up, and they'd used it as the thumbnail. And I got in touch and said, thanks, you know, I'll take that as a compliment. Any chance you would mind like asking me next time, or at least crediting me in the description? And they were like, oh, I'm so sorry, man. I had no idea I was like pilfering your content. I thought this was an official screenshot. Which again, kind of a nice compliment. And Fred ESO, when's the verdict coming in? Is Orsinium the best story? I think my mind is already made up. It's one of the best that I've played. Probably the best. But yeah, also up to you guys. And Albers, thank you for your videos. First time at your stream. Oh, you're welcome. You're very welcome. We're pretty quiet on YouTube. We're not enormous on in the YouTube streaming category, but we're doing okay on Twitch. Loads of lovely people over here, and we don't have it set up for many giveaways on YouTube either. So when we do have giveaways, they tend to take place on Twitch, so just be aware of that. Guns N' Roses saying Somerset, maybe? Ooh. And Spellslinger, all I want is for the Tribunal to get involved somehow, because we need to explain how they stole the Writhing Wool and turned it into the ghost fence around Red Mountain. Otherwise, 0 out of 10. I don't know, you can just headcanon it though, can't you? It's kind of a big deal. Vivek is a very active presence in the affairs of Tamriel right now. Sotha Sil, we've already met him. We've already met Almalexia. We've interacted with all three of them. Especially Sil and Vivek, I would imagine, would take a keen interest in this and what was going on. Maybe there'll be a reference to some Dunmer NPC who brings back their research to the Pact territories or to Vardenfell. But yeah, I thought exactly the same thing, Spellsling, when they introduced the idea of the ghost fence, the Writhing Wall. That looks an awful lot like the ghost fence in Morrowind. But presumably that is a more of a less dark and fucked up version of using ancestor spirits to power a spirit barrier, rather than using, like, torturing the souls of those you've killed and harvested. Yeesh.
And my champion returns.
All the clan chiefs are coming to the moot, buddy.
Perfect. You've done me a great service, my friend. The moot will be remembered as the turning point for Rothgar.
And Moose, yeah, Maya isn't with us. Rip in peace.
A strong and visionary king.
Kelsey, I appreciate that too. Awesome. I was being hyperbolic, hence the caps. But yeah, I'll totally headcanon it. Yeah, 0 out of 10. I didn't take that completely seriously. What happens next?
Now, why we prepare for the moot, of course. It will be packed. Clan chiefs from the farthest reaches of Rothgar will come together to finally accept my vision for the future. This is how a kingdom is born. Too bad Bosrog is going to miss it.
He's not attending?
Don't worry about Bosrog. He hasn't been seen since the attack on the temple.
You don't seem very concerned.
Why should I be? You're concerned enough for both of us. But come on, you're worse than my shield wives. Have a drink. Have the whole damn keg if you want.
It's pretty much Wes Johnson level voice acting here.
Rendered. Now, all we have to do is sit back and wait.
Maybe the actor isn't gifted with quite the amazingness of Wes's voice, but the performance is fucking on point. I love it.
Why should I be?
Listen.
Concerned enough for both of us. But come on, you're worse than my shield wives. Have a drink. Have the whole damn keg if you want. And take this for services rendered. Now, all we have to do.
All right. In the name of the king. So the Morrowind Ghost Wall is a copycat crime? Just learning something useful from your enemies and using it to your own advantage. Is that the guy who voiced ESO Gorath? I think it is, yeah. Sounds a lot like him. And Albers, who's your main character? My main is a Stamina Nightblade. Whatever that means now. Doesn't really mean anything anymore, but yeah, for a long time, that's what she was. And Major Falcon, welcome on in. Thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate it. Hope you're all having a lovely, lovely Friday. The weekend is on its way. Let's go. In the meantime, we are chatting with Everly. Try not to be distracted by her crazy tight outfit. I'm sorry, but in a more recent game with higher fidelity graphics and everything, that would be a distracting. It'd be like Marvel Rivals level outfit, wouldn't it? The costuming on many of the Wood Elves. Especially the ladies. I can't imagine why.
Right to business, huh? Not even a hi. Good to see you. Fine, fine. Anyway, High Priestess Solgren needs our help. She wants us to work together on this.
So,
Can we have a moment?
those of you who were here a couple of days ago or yesterday, you would have remembered me talking about this. But one of the things that I like, you may disagree, which is totally fine. One of the things that I really like about the Orsinium story, the Hrothgar storyline, is not necessarily the Everly character as such. I think she is good, and the actress does a great job. But what they do with her, they use her as a proxy for what we're supposed to be feeling. An MMO.
So I can share the intimate details with you.
That's a funny impression, actually. You can listen to that again. But the way they use her character to pull us a little bit deeper into the world.
You did save her life.
Here we go.
I can see it now. Oh, my savior. Let's retire to my private chambers so I can share the intimate details with you.
As I've said before about this actress and other Bosma voiceover actors, they do not get the Cockney accent or the Cockney styled accent right. It's a miss. But in the case of Everly, the performance is so lovely in other ways. It's so fun and full of character and life. Breathing life into a video game character with nothing but your mouth and a microphone to work with. I don't know if people realize just what an incredible magic trick that is. And this voice actor does a great job. It's not an inherently entertaining or likable character. She could easily be annoying. She keeps interrupting the action to tell us how she feels. But I actually like that because it gives, I don't know, it tugs at your heartstrings a little bit more when you've got a character next to you like a sidekick who's feeling sad or angry or confused or frightened about what's going on. I don't know. It's one of the most effective ways that a horror movie can scare you is by having a great actor, usually a female actor, look genuinely terrified. You know, those actresses with big eyes, you know, beautiful faces. It does something to our psychology. It's nothing to do with sexuality, I don't think, but like a sense of vulnerability. So much of what scares us is the reactions of the characters in the movie, not just the action itself or the setting. Those matter a huge amount too, but you know what I mean? That has like a direct line to our emotional center and activates something. And a clever filmmaker can really work with that. I think this is like a lesser version of that. They've really tried to make this character believable so that her reactions to various story beats will make those story beats land a little bit more. I don't know if you guys found that. Maybe it's just me, but I've asked a few people about this and they seem to think it's a good point. It's definitely what the writers were trying to do. Because think about it. Everly is not needed to progress any of the story. She does not exactly play a pivotal role in the plot, in the unfolding of the drama. She's definitely there to amplify our immersion and response to the story. So I think that's one factor. The other factor is that it's not about armies or a Daedric invasion or the end of the world or anything like that. It's much more to do with people, individual people, but also a society trying to reconcile its like rich heritage with the demands of like modern contemporary problems and the future of their species and whatnot.
The orcs smell, the Nords are rude, and the Bretons... Gods, don't get me started on the Bretons.
So those are two reasons why I think the characters and voiceovers are great. Bazrag, Kurog, Everly, Solgra, Forged by the Alga, they're all like really strong characters and performances. Even though Kurog's a bit two-dimensional, it's so well done, you don't mind, you know? And yeah, the beautiful zone definitely doesn't do any harm. Like I keep saying, this is the first city that made me feel like, okay, I'm in an Elder Scrolls game. This feels like visiting a city in Skyrim for the first time. It may not be as densely packed with cool stuff to do, but it is massive, and it feels huge and historic. That's what she said. Hey, Alibuzz, thanks for the follow on Twitch. Amazing. Welcome on in. And Kazi, she's so annoying. I always turn around and act like I'm not there when the game forces me to listen to her. So you play with the English... the English voiceovers, right? So I don't find her voiceover that annoying. It's kind of an annoying type. I'm unnecessarily enthusiastic. Also, God blimey, Mary Poppins, I don't have a believable Cockney accent in the slightest. You know, it's not that kind of thing. But, I don't know.
Thank you for
the performance
so to my summons,
is good enough that it overcomes that barrier for me. But yeah, clearly not for everyone. Goran Bat Guy Orsinium made me sad.
I could really use your help.
Do you mean that in a good way? Like, obviously, being sad is not good, but if it moves the emotional needle, it makes you feel something, especially in an MMO story, that's pretty... I think that's way harder to do than we normally give it credit for. Like, I do not play an MMO expecting anything like that. Emily said something about a secret mission.
She can be rather exuberant.
Exuberant.
But I suppose the term
Great
is
word.
accurate. I debated with myself before deciding to ask the two of you for assistance. But in the end, there isn't anyone else I would trust with this matter.
And again, those of you who were here yesterday, you heard me say this already, but the way that Orsinium gives it does so much more to develop the orcs as a race, as like a presence in the games. They're such a one-note trope, aren't they, before this came out? There's very little depth or interest. There's just a bit of comedy. Scordo, the guy who punches stuff. You know? Hey, pal. It's fun. There's nothing wrong with the orcs before that, but this, like, blows up the backstory completely. It's really, really fun. Makes them way more interesting than they were.
A shield wife from one of the clans sent me an urgent plea for help. It appears that the clan's
So these are
chief
some of the
has been
arguments,
taken
right?
captive by a fanatical
Some of the
group.
things that Orsinium does that other
They're
DLCs,
members of a religious
subsequent
sect
chapters
devoted to
have not
Trinity.
done as well. I think Somerset, Clockwork City, to some degree Morrowind, definitely Murkmire. These are big world-building achievements as well. Trinimac, isn't that who you worship here?
Yes, but it's not the same. The Vosh
And
Rock
Greyborn,
Trinimac extremists
thank you for the
use
follow.
elements
Welcome
of
on
the
in.
teachings to their own purposes. They've been gathering power and
Kazi, you missed the
influence
outfit.
at an
Yeah, fair
alarming rate.
enough.
If they
I mean,
kill
you're not
the
missing
Captain
much.
Chief in Trinimac's
It's base
name,
game, lo-fi stuff. I'm not making the case for Everly as a thirst trap or anything. Just saying, if you were to depict that in Oblivion Remastered, for example, you'd have to be careful not to, like, make it very sexy. Just a skin-tight outfit. Yeah, Goran Back Guy, in the good way. Everly in Hrothgar was good. I did not enjoy her character in Blackwood. I see. Yeah, I've heard that distinction as well before. The character is annoying, not the voiceover. I see. Yeah, yeah. Then I kind of agree. But she's supposed to be. And she goes through that arc of, I'm super naive, and I'm gonna, like, tag along and do stuff. And it's a bit like, even you as a person feel a little bit jaded in comparison to her. And then to see her lose all of that. By the end of the quest, she's fucking broken. She's not like that at all. She's changed completely. And is kind of cynical. And sad. And overwhelmed by the experience that you've been through together. That's what I'm talking about. Because there's no way to make the player character feel that. There just isn't. Not on a game like this. You can kind of do it in a game like Cyberpunk or maybe even Baldur's Gate, but generally Baldur's Gate will do the same thing, and it will make you feel a little bit more through the reactions of other characters, not your reaction as the player. Do you know what I mean? It's kind of a storytelling trick in popular media, but whatever, it works. Works really well. It's essentially it's how movies work, right? The moments in movies that make you cry is because you believe that the character is usually because you believe the character on screen is going through some real emotion, and you get like a version of that by proxy, by an empathic reaction. Video games can do the same thing, it's just very difficult. Anyway.
It will give the Orc traditionalists one more
What do you
hour
need me to do?
Go to Farin's stronghold and meet Everlee. Stop the Vosh Rock and rescue the chief before it's too late. I just ask for your discretion in this matter.
Ooh, okay.
If the king finds out, he'll send an army, which will only result in more death and destruction. 2 things before you go. First, avoid bloodshed on your way into the stronghold. The captives won't be immediately harmed if the Vosh Rock feels secure. Second, I'm not sure which chief was taken. The message I received was purposefully vague.
Spellslinger, I would love it if Bosman characters are not annoying for 5 seconds. Yeah, and I kind of know what you mean. Yeah. Because I dislike her everywhere. Only characters I hate more are Lyris and Sai. Sai is a weird one. He ought to be way more interesting. And his voiceover is really nice. Like, very sort of calming. I think he's just too chill. The character has a very even keel. He's not rattled by anything. He doesn't really appear to go through anything. The love story with him and Lyris never really... Like, considering how dramatic that could be if it were depicted in a film, for example.
Not much. They're rather secretive. keep to themselves. They apparently wear masks whenever they gather, and I've heard rumors.
Why would they
People say
take a
what these
chief
extremists
hostage?
have in mind. I'm not privy to their ultimate
Why do you want me
goal.
to avoid bloodshed?
As with the attack on the temple, we don't want to give the captors a reason to act in haste. The longer they remain unaware of your presence, the better chance you'll have to locate and free the chief. I don't think so.
Alright. Dun dun dun. Now the stakes get raised. Again. That's another reason I like this quest line. This is less unique. I think this is more a thing that the game Zone Quest do quite typically, as they will set up a place, an environment, a setting, some characters, and they will give you sort of a sense of what's going on. You're like, okay, all right, I get it. I understand where I am and what's happening. And then they'll pull that rug out from under your feet a little bit. Yeah, there we go. There's the statue. I've never noticed that before, that that's the moment in the story where it gets added. And that's presumably to do with the city is under construction. So these things get upgraded as we go. It's a small detail. And I like that they're revisiting that for the Writhing Wall event. Even though it's just a small thing, but that the fortifications will get more and more badass along the wall. That's pretty cool. I like it when MMOs have that kind of thing, you know, an evolving environment. That could be a lot of fun. Welcome on in, by the way. This is Khan. You're watching Ninja Pulls. We're having a very chill, fun hang today. Just doing questing. Later we'll be doing some Prey, the game from 2017, not the almost entirely unrelated game from 2006, although that one was really good as well. But yeah, Prey, an arcane game, the sequel in many ways to Dishonored. Dishonored 2 is obviously the real sequel, but this is the one they worked on at the same time, and which came out, I think, the year later. And yeah, so we'll be playing a little bit of that later. We played Dishonored yesterday, and I was gushing about the way it was developed and the art design and how well they used their technical budget and yada yada yada. A really, really excellent game. Prey is also up there. Hang on, I could use this. Way sure, I'm just going to unlock that first. But yeah, that's what we'll be doing a little bit later on this afternoon, maybe at around 3 o'clock. But for now, we've got a couple more hours at least in Hrothgar. Hope you guys are having a lovely Friday. Welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for stopping by. Really appreciate it. Maya, the other better half of Ninja Pulse Gaming, will be with us a little bit later on. And Kazi, going back to your comment, yeah, you appreciate that ESO lets me have these emotions towards characters. Yeah, actually, maybe if it's intentional, that there are, there are definitely characters in Baldur's Gate 3 that some players love and other players really don't like. Like, I struggle a little bit with Shadowheart, not because I think she's badly done or anything, or because the voiceover is poor. Completely the opposite, in fact, is because, as I mentioned, when we played BG3 about a week ago, I went to school in Denmark and in England growing up, but my late teen, what you call GCSEs and A-levels here in the UK, I did those here in England, and my sister went to a very, very fancy school. I didn't, I just went to state school. But my sister went to a very fancy private school for her A-levels. So this is 17 to 18. Like the grades that determine which university you get into. And hey, Alibuzz. Hello there. And yeah, so at this private school, all of her friends were these very posh, English girls, very, very privileged. Oh, fuck. And whilst I love the accent, Shadowheart immediately triggers me because she sounds exactly like all these chicks that I knew, or all of my sister's friends. And, you know, as a 15-year-old, I'm not gonna lie, I was quite, how should we say it? I was kind of blown away by the way some of these girls looked. Privileged people tend to be more beautiful than ordinary people. It's not fair, but that's the way it is. It's probably mostly to do with nutrition. But maybe some genetics as well. You know, rich people marry beautiful people. And so on and so on. But who the hell knows? Anyway. So, there is a slightly irritating negative aspect to Shadowheart and her whole demeanor to me. But to an American, that's probably not going to be anything that they will ever relate to. They'll just think, oh man, I love that accent. She sounds really cool and sexy. I've even noticed some people didn't like Astarion. I haven't played enough BG3 to know this for sure, but early on, Astarion is pretty annoying. I'm guessing as the character gets more three-dimensional, the genius of the voiceover and the writing become a little bit more apparent. Oh really? We have to start with that one? That's annoying. Pretty hilarious that we can just sneak through in broad daylight like that.
Excellent.
Yeah, but yeah, I know what you mean, Kazi. It's fun that they're written in that way that you can like them or really not like them. Spellslinger, yeah, gotta love how Sai spends literal years being tortured, shown visions that'll break him, and yet when we save him, he never once questions reality. Yeah, that's a really good point. Yeah, great call. What if it's just another trick to get him to spill the beans? No, he just knows. I guess the Daedra weren't that good. Like, the way that his Lyris illusion sounds, and that the, I know this is for our benefit, so I'm overthinking it here, but the doppelgangers of Lyris or Abnathan, they don't quite sound right. Maybe the Daedra aren't as good at this as they think. But yeah, you're right. He should be like... He should be a really broken man, like haunted by what he's been through.
Repeat. And I was able to stay hidden the whole way.
But yeah, it's a typical Elder Scrolls problem, isn't it? The main story is the most constrained by, oh, it needs to hit all these bullet points, it needs to have this big set piece, needs to do all that. Those problems exist in Oblivion, Skyrim. A lot of people say the main quests in ESO, in Elder Scrolls games, are the least interesting thing about them. That's a common, not exactly a criticism, just like a fact, because the side quests don't have the same constraints. They're not bound by the same limitations, right? You can kind of do whatever the hell you want, and that makes for more entertaining quests with greater depth. I think in an MMO, that those problems are compounded.
Well,
Very difficult to tell a story in a quest form that has any sense of depth at all in an MMO. That's why most companies don't bother. No, Blizzard, you know, they try to give a cool sense of like backstory and lore, but the moment-to-moment events, it's very, very hard to make it work. And most MMOs simply don't bother because it's like, that's not what players are here for. If players really want that experience, they will go and play The Witcher or you know, something like that. Right, did we learn anything about what's going on here? Yeah, I think Spellslinger, you're right. Morrowind's main quest is the exception. That's why I didn't mention it in the list. Zenny just spent $500,000 almost on motifs. It's almost everything I had. Yikes. Oof. Main quest is the worst always, Kazi. Do people agree with that? Main quest in I think Daggerfall and Morrowind may be the exceptions. I don't know. The main quests in those games are quite interesting and contain like twists and turns and... Because, yeah, ESO is often falling into that pattern too. Absolutely. Like, the main story it feels kind of bland by comparison to some of the side quests. The local stories are just way more interesting to me, like the haunted house in Solstice. Yeah. Exactly that kind of stuff. And Fred ESO saying, what I find improved storytelling is cutscenes. It can do, absolutely. Yeah, but some games don't allow themselves to have that. But yeah, storytelling through cutscenes can be... It can be done really, really well. Dragon Age Origins, using the game engine is just fine, but you need camera direction and more diverse animations. Even something as basic as Baldur's Gate 3 and its dialogue mode, right? We talked about this when I was playing it. Baldur's Gate conversations, they are just a joy, because the characters look incredible. That feels like we're talking about this idea of... this philosophy of video game criticism where you follow the money. Look at where the money was spent in evaluating the game and what has been done well, whether or not it is a success. Where do they spend the money? I feel like the voiceovers and the motion captured conversations in Baldur's Gate, all those performance capture, that must have cost them an arm and a freaking leg. That must have been a huge, huge chunk of their budget. Because when you think about it, and we mentioned this when we were playing the game, how is it different from the Oblivion dialogue system? You know, the action kind of stops, the camera zooms in, you get a tightly cropped shot of your character. Sometimes a cowboy shot, sometimes an over the shoulder, sometimes a close up of just the face. Sometimes it'll cut wide. But basically, other than those camera moves and the really detailed facial animation, and obviously the complexity of the dialogue choices themselves, it is inherently kind of the same as the dialogue system in Oblivion. It is no more sophisticated than that. They just really threw money at it to make it feel and look amazing. And those aren't like quote-unquote cinematic cutscenes or you know, just pre-rendered cinematics at all. But they add a huge amount. The bits in The Witcher, there's a bit where Geralt finds Ciri for the first time, when he finally finds her. And they include a little cinematic which references an event in the books. If you've not read the books but you've watched the Netflix series, you will have seen the scene where they meet in the woods. Now, in the books, it's really beautifully done. It's really fucking moving. So when they included, like, as she's waking up and they see each other for the first time in the game, you get this little imaginary cutscene or memory of them running towards each other through the long grass. And holy shit, it just amplifies that moment 1,000-fold, because you get the real sense of, you know, a father and daughter or something like that. You know, old friends who have a deep, deep, deep connection, seeing each other for the first time. They never thought they'd see each other again. And just having a dialogue where she wakes up, it's you. Quest complete. Imagine that. So yeah, you're absolutely right, Fred. Using the game engine is fine, but you need camera direction, more diverse animations. But a lot of games just don't allow it. You know, they don't allow themselves to have cutscenes. Like Dishonored yesterday, there are plenty of scenes that play out where the action will stop and you won't be able to move while a particular scene plays out in front of you. But it still happens in first person. We were looking at Half-Life 1 and 2, very famous for pioneering this way of storytelling. And it all comes from Gabe Newell's philosophy of reactivity, that the game has to react to what you're doing. And that led them to include a lot of storytelling elements in first person. And eventually that translated into all the action. happens in first person. The camera never moves away from Gordon Freeman's perspective. And yeah, in terms of immersion, it's unbeatable. Yeah, you cannot have... You're going to struggle to depict the same kind of poignant moments. But I wouldn't say that one is better than the other. And actually, I usually prefer it if the game keeps me in... If a first-person game keeps me in first person or whatever and doesn't rely on cutscenes. The genius of Cyberpunk is that it does this. It's easy to forget, but it does all of this fancy storytelling, some of it incredibly moving, without ever taking control of the camera away from you. It's pretty amazing. That was weird. I'm not sure how I managed to bounce myself across the map like that, but whatever, I'll take it. Got me where I wanted to be. Anyway, let's catch up on chat. I'm yapping here. And Alibuzz, when I first heard Bethesda was working on remaster, I thought of Morrowind. Yeah. Yeah, I think we all did. And who knows if we'll ever get it. It's a it's a fundamentally different proposition, is it, from remastering Fallout or Oblivion. But they must at least be thinking about it, looking at it, trying to work out what it might cost to do it. And whether they would have to trim the dialogue. Ah, shoot. I shouldn't have done that, should I? Crap. Why did I do that? Can I get around behind the base? That'd be interesting. Yeah, and Kazi, Skyrim and Oblivion have definitely really meh main stories, and in Morrowind, I would still say the side stories can be better. Yeah, maybe so. But yeah, it's just, you know, that blanket description of the main story is the worst part. I definitely don't think that's true of Morrowind, but yeah, I can see why people say it about the others. But it has a good story, yeah. Spellsling, I don't think I would ever want a Morrowind remaster. Interesting. There's some weird shit in there that I don't want to lose, but also I can't quite imagine it in a modern game. That's got to be one of their concerns, right? It must be. Studios don't always know what they've got, in the same way that movie makers don't always know what they've got. Studios definitely don't. Now, the creatives behind the code or behind the camera or whatever, they've got a better chance. But yeah, like a publisher or a studio head is generally quite unlikely to have a firm grasp on what they're sitting on in terms of the cultural significance or value of an IP. But I think it's been long enough. It's been 23 years. I think Todd and the Bethesda folks, they probably have a good sense of what they have with Morrowind and how they could potentially mess it up with a remaster. So I get where you're coming from. Yeah, I know where you're coming from. And Alibuzz replying to this, I would like to play it one more time, but because it's so old, it reminds me, as old as I am already. Yeah, I came to Morrowind a little bit late as a teenager.
Did you learn underground? Like
But I wasn't a
in
kid when it
something?
came out, you know?
I hope you don't expect me to grab a shovel and start digging. I don't do that sort of thing.
There's a well that leads to the prison. We just need a way to climb down.
Then
I remember
must
this bit.
be our lucky day.
Let's go.
Follow me. I'll secure the... Come on. The well is this way.
We're the ones who just told her where the well is. And then she's like, it's this way. Good one, game. That doesn't make a ton of sense. By the way, when I laugh at little details like this, I'm not actually taking the piss or saying the game developers did a bad job. I'm just having fun with it. In the same way that it's fun to spot goofs or continuity errors in movies that we love. Did any of you guys... Like, I love The Two Towers, the Peter Jackson Lord of the Rings trilogy, the second movie. There's a lot about that film that I absolutely love. And there's a bit that will never not make me laugh. When Éomer gets back on his horse after he's first met with Aragorn, Carl Urban looking smouldering as hell, and he puts on his helmet. But do not trust to hope. It has forsaken these lands. And he does that really epic, silly bit of dialogue and then rides off. And if you look at the bottom of the frame, his sword is literally sliding out of his leather scabbard on the saddle as he's saying this line. This really epic moment. The actor's doing a great job. He's looking sort of slightly sad and grim and, you know, saying these lines, and then all you see is him dropping his weapon as he rides off. Well, good luck riding into battle without a fucking sword. You dope. I still love the film, and I'm able to take the piss out of that every time. I'm guessing it's one of those things they didn't catch on the day, and maybe no one noticed it until it was too late. It's like, shit, that's the take we're going to use, and it's too late to crop it or use an alternate, whatever. Captain Diabetes, my immersion. Yeah. Kazi, you don't want remasters at all? Were you here when we did Heretic and Dark Forces? Even like faithful remasters. I'm all in favor of those. If it allows you to actually play a game that is almost unplayable, or to have a headache-free experience of playing an old game. But yeah, you could compare that to just maintenance rather than remaster.
Interesting use of a rope. Remarkably convenient, too. I'm surprised nobody tried that before. You're not a prisoner. I know everyone they tossed down here, and you're definitely not with the Voshrock.
I made a rescue of the Orc Chief. Who are you?
Me? I am no one. Just a humble engineer who built and maintained this prison. Before they tossed me into it, that is.
And by the way, BCE Grim, thank you so much for the follow. Really, really appreciate it. Welcome on in, everyone, and happy Friday. Spellslinger, I don't think there's any way around that, but I can empathize with the Morrowind is so old, makes me feel old kind of thing. And Alibuzz, I know one thing for sure, if they fuck up the remaster of Morrowind, they will be fucked up for the last time. I think Elder Scrolls 6 is a bigger deal. Like, if that is disappointing in the way that Starfield was, then I'm worried. It might be, you know, like a Ubisoft situation. Not quite. But it is hard to stay cool when you become a big player in the industry. And Fred ESO, Dragon Age Origins cutscenes took place during dialogue. Yeah, I wasn't sure what you meant, but if you were just talking about the dialogue, or if you were talking about cinematics and stuff like that. But I agree. Cutscenes used well can be really, really good. They tend to be a little bit unfashionable because of, like, I don't know, 90s or early noughties games having basically a break in the game. Like, the game stops and you have to watch a shitty QuickTime event for a minute. That doesn't feel good. But things where it basically is still the game running and you still feel like you have a sense of agency, your hand doesn't leave the keyboard, you know what I mean? Like dialogue in The Witcher, Dragon Age, Baldur's Gate, these things, then yeah, manipulating the camera, especially if the game is third person in the first place.
The chief hired me despite my obvious
It's interesting.
orcishness. He appreciated my expertise.
I never noticed that movie Ruined. Yeah, watch it next time.
Who imprisoned me.
I think I noticed it because for one of my birthdays, it's either mine or my sister's, we did like a big, like we rented out a place and did a big like medieval / Lord of the Rings costume party. Like, my family and friends love that kind of shit. And my sister and I went as Éomer and Éowyn. And yeah, I remember like freeze framing the movie in a bunch of scenes with Aomer to try and figure out how can we like cheat. We rented a suit of chainmail, like a chainmail shirt. You could do that. But yeah, like the leather armor and stuff that he has, we didn't bother with the helmet or anything like that. Just relied on the blonde hair to sell the effect. It wasn't proper cosplay. It was a party costume. But my mum really got into it on our summer holiday before the party. Yeah, and I think that's when we noticed it, when we were really paying attention to like any scene with Aomer in it, to try and get a sense of exactly how to do that armor chest piece that he has. It's a lot of fun. But yeah, it kind of ruins the movie for a minute. You're not wrong. Yeah, Kazi, yeah, maybe if it's not playable, but otherwise I prefer a new experience. I absolutely agree. Don't give us remasters that are lazy. Night Dive remasters is what I'm talking about. You know, the guys who have made Heretic and Hexen and System Shock. Like some of them are remasters, some of them are more remakes. But either way, they are just ways of bringing the OG game up to spec in a fun way. You're right. I don't want an endless string of sequels and remasters and all that shit. We'll see that later when we look at Prey. It's not a sequel to anything. It's a brilliant game in its own right.
Come in handy. There's a chamber you might come across. Fills with gas if the cell gates open accidentally. A fail-safe measure. It tastes like barf, but works like magic.
Tastes like barf.
There's also a spike room. Amazing defense mechanism.
Alright, let's get going with this, because this could take a while. Emily's not with us anymore, is she? She just dumped us down here. Feel a bit bad. These are just like prisoners, aren't they? So maybe I'll just run through and not kill them all. Or maybe just fuck them up.
Is that the best you can do? My heart. You again. If I didn't know any better, I'd...
Bazrag.
So, Kurog's pitch.
Keep your thirst under control, chat. It's a shirtless orc. Is this the first time? We see Scordo locked up, but I don't think he's shirtless.
What are you waiting for? Just kill me and get it over with. Or don't you have the...
Hey, Bradzog, new photo and food. Thanks for that. Aliwas, I don't agree. I think TS6 is a new game, and almost new games are not so deep anymore. But the classic will make fans rage quit and cancel the studio. Maybe you're right. I wouldn't have that reaction. I would just not play it. If it was bad or a shallow remake, then I would agree. I'd think this is cynical. You shouldn't have done it. I don't think they would do that. Not currently. Maybe one day, when Todd Howard is gone, or if it's run by a much more commercially oriented and less creatively and gamer oriented person. One of the things, by the way, I don't know Todd Howard, never met him, don't know the first thing about the guy except what we all know. But one of the things that did happen after Starfield came out, Bruce Nesmith, who was the creative director, I think game director possibly, on Skyrim. I forget his exact role, but he's one of the guys primarily responsible for launching that game. He'd worked with Todd Howard at Bethesda back in the day, and then he left and worked at some other studios. He came back late in Oblivion's development and worked on Skyrim. They've known each other a very long time. He retired a couple of years ago, and once his sort of period of I guess his NDA effectively ran out, he was able to give interviews, and he had some books that he'd written, so he did a whole circuit of interviews promoting his new books, fantasy books about dwarves and stuff, but also clearly to talk about his experience working at Bethesda Game Studios and, you know, knowing Todd Howard throughout his career and working very closely alongside him. Look it up. Bruce Nesmith is the name. And one of the really interesting things that I got from that Well, one of the things, by the way, was he said that ESO is an incredible game. He's not someone who worked on it. He had no reason to sing its praises. But he said the blessing and the curse of this game is that it is an Elder Scrolls property. So loads of people are interested. That's the blessing. But the curse is that they come to it thinking, Skyrim Online, sign me up. And then, because they don't understand MMOs or game development or whatever, they then get really disappointed and walk away, realizing that Skyrim Online is not what this is. But no, the main point was that he said maybe Todd's great... He's got great instincts for what is fun for a player. But maybe even more important than that, and these are Bruce Nesmith's words, not mine. Like I said, I don't know the guy, but apparently he has the ability to convince the higher-ups, you know, the money men, that no, this is needed for the product to be good. You know, it's very easy for someone who's only interested in the commercial side of things to say, well, hang on a minute, that's going to cost another $1 million in development and delay release, and it sounds like a fairly cosmetic change. Like, it's not going to earn us any more money. So no, we will have a better product. We will shift more units as a result. And Todd Howard, apparently, one of his great skills is being able to relay logic, which is very much apparent to us as players and developers who are, you know, nerds like we are and want to see the product be as polished and good and fun as possible. He's able to make the higher-ups who don't have those... they don't have that same focus. He's able to make them understand that and steer their decision-making and approval. So I think that's pretty important. Sorry, that was a weird tangent, but... Notice what about Éomer on Lord of the Rings? That was AFK. Moose, this is the fact that when he first meets Aragorn in the Two Towers, he gets on his horse and says, find your friends, but do not trust to hope. It has forsaken these lands. You know, this really epic moment as he's like getting on his horse and ready to ride away. And his sword, that is, there's a scabbard attached to the saddle with the sword in it, and the sword like dips down and falls out of the scabbard just at the bottom of the frame, just as he's riding away. I was just using it as an example. We can take the piss out of things and laugh at them without it meaning that we hate the product. You know, I make fun of things I love all the time, especially games.
What are you talking about? After I left Orsinium, I returned here just in time to watch the Vosh.
So he was not responsible for the attack on the temple. Dun dun dun. The plot thickens. The fanatics kept shouting your name as they attacked.
That's nice. I have adoring admirers, but I had nothing to do with them or the temple. Now, do you want to chat or do you want to get out of here? My arms hurt, so climbing up the well is right out. We need to find...
So often when a character really jumps out at me in ESO, I feel like it's because they push back. Either against your expectations, or they push back against what you're saying. The fact that you say to him, well, they were calling your name, and he doesn't say, well, I don't know anything about this. You must believe me, I'm innocent. He says, yeah, nice. It just gives you some sarcastic bullshit blow-off. I love that. It makes him feel a bit more real and chaotic and less like an NPC. Smells like I'm not listening, too busy staring at shirtless orc. Alright, let's get out of this. Let's get out of this bit. But it has been really interesting doing the Gamesfest thing with you guys. Jumping down that particular rabbit hole.
I forgot about them. Blasted engineers always making upgrades.
Because it's kind of forced me to look again at... Oh no, we need to talk to him first. Look again at how these games have been made, where the developers have made certain decisions in this direction or that direction.
Order to open the gate to the next chamber. But this is the chamber.
Oh, Maya wants to come for lunch now, okay.
To hold our most dangerous inmates, so it won't be that simple.
So in about 5 minutes, I'll have to do a quick 5-minute AFK. The Chamber of Scorn.
soon as I start the process, poison will begin filling the room, and those you met Freelong. Once I
Let's go.
turn this lever,
So
there's
yeah, in about
no
5 minutes, I will need to head
stopping
off and
Turning the first
leave you just for 5 minutes. I'll be back again with Maya in tow.
I'll get the next one. Just keep those prisoners away from
Daily endeavor. I'll take it. I feel bad for these guys. They're being kept in prison.
Good job, but things are about to get more complicated.
And then they're just used as like an escape deterrent. That kind of sucks, doesn't it? Sucks to be them.
One more lever to go.
Yeah, Alibuzz, do go ahead. And that's a good tip for a new player in TSO. How can I effectively farm sets from Infinite Archive? Honestly, just run it with a partner if you can. Do you mean like a build, or like just if you're not very confident in your ability to stay alive in higher arcs, just do arcs 1 and 2 on repeat, or just go as far as you can until either you're getting squashed very quickly or the enemies are taking a very long time to kill. Then it's not very time efficient. Well, 0 damage taken. Oh, really? God damn it. Do I need to pull them both within a certain amount of time, or what's the deal? I don't even remember.
Welcome to this. Well, just watch out.
Oh, you just need to turn. Oh, there are loads of them. Shit, I forgot about this. All right, well, we'll do this. We'll do this puzzle in a minute. I'm gonna go and get Maya. But yeah, in the meantime, Spell Slinger. To be fair, I think maybe the orc needs to lay off the juice. Orc's fingers are clipping through his biceps. They're so big. Anyways, for now, I didn't even get to Arc 5, so I thought maybe there are some fast and efficient ways to farm sets. I play solo mostly. So yeah, the thing to do is probably just have a build that has more damage. Don't build for a lot of survivability in the early arcs, but by the time you get to Arc 4, 5, then yeah, you will need to have a bit more, and you can start focusing completely away from damage and just into survivability and let your visions do the work for you. Problem then is if you get shitty visions, then you'll just need to reset. It's not going to be worth continuing. But you'll speed everything up. You'll get twice as much loot. You'll go faster if you play with someone else. So join the guild. Ask someone else if they need to farm gear, and if you get on well, brilliant. You've hit the jackpot, and you can just have a nice hang in Discord while playing together. If it doesn't work out, then you can do a couple of farm runs and then leave it. But most people in the Ninja Balls Discord are absolutely lovely. Anyway, guys, I'll leave you on this screen. Actually, I'll put a BRB screen on. I'll literally be gone like 5-6 minutes. So please don't go anywhere. Grab a drink of water, have a cigarette if that's your jam. Go stretch your legs and be back here at about 25 minutes to. I will return. Thanks for hanging out. See you shortly. Hello, hello. Sorry to keep you waiting. We are back. Peter, timer started. Nice. I'm pretty much on time. I did say 6 minutes, didn't I?
Just a little farther and we'll be out of here.
So Mai will be joining us shortly. She's just feeding the animals. The cat and the dog generally get fed sometime between 1 and 2. So this works out very well. Look at the poor guy. Yeah, his bicep, you're right, is too big. They need to give him special animation because he's just too hard. That's brilliant. 7 minutes? Oh, really? I made it 13:36 when I got back. I'm guessing you're kidding. Peter, but yeah. Oh, mine's happy because the cat ate all of his food.
Fine.
Alright, here we go. This is a
It's good
big,
to breathe free
big
air.
story moment, I feel like.
Just give me a moment. I refuse to leave one prison just to enter.
I'll let this one play out.
If you plan to take me to Kurog, forget about it. I'd rather die here with my clan than have to see Kurog's gloating face again.
I'm not taking you to Kurog.
Damn right you're not. Make a move and I'll cut you. Just a flick of my wrist and your guts will decorate the floor. Now tell me why Sogra sent you. What kind of game is Kurog playing this time?
Your arm wasn't injured?
My arm is fine, but I couldn't get out of the prison on my own, so killing you down there wasn't an option.
I wish they'd angled the blade a little differently so it didn't cover his
Why
face.
did Sogra
It's
send
such a
you
good
to
idea,
kill me?
this whole bit. She didn't want the Voshrak to kill you in Trinimac's name.
Now I understand. Kurog wants to save face. Can't have a rival chief die at the hands of fanatics who worship the same god as our so-called king.
So, Kazi, what do you think?
Kurog's priorities
You still think Everly is just annoying? Come on, that's kind of a badass move. She might as well have a knife to his crotch right now. There's an old Disney movie with, like, when I say Disney, it's made by Disney. It's not a cartoon. A Three Musketeers film with, like, Kiefer Sutherland, Oliver Platt, and Charlie Sheen. And Tim Curry as the Cardinal. It's actually a lot of fun. Very corny. But there's a great bit where the Cardinal and the Lady De Winter character are having a testy exchange. And he's, like, trying to grab her by the chest, essentially, just trying to feel her up. And she has a little flick knife out and a little dagger right in his crotch. And he says something like, a reminder, a snap of my fingers and you could be back on the block where I found you. And she says to him, and with a flick of my wrist, I could change your religion. And he just starts laughing. I remember seeing that as a kid and not quite understanding. Change your religion by cutting his dick off? What? And then I saw it again as a teenager and went, ah, okay, I get it. Especially for an American movie. Makes a bit more sense. Bow to the face, right? So, yeah. Bow to the back of the head. You should have spent less time faking injury and more time looting armor. Yeah, that's true. He doesn't care. Bazra gives 0 fucks. Then he wouldn't be in this situation. Alright, isn't he trying to unite your people? You could try and help him.
Me help Kurog. Where was our so-called king when my clan was at the mercy of the Voshrak? Where was he when my people were dying or being forced to join this cult against their will?
It's a bit weird that we're in like a high tension situation and he's speaking so calmly. But I think that is a bit of, I'm guessing that's a bit of direction to differentiate him from Kurog, who's always talking like this, even when he just wants to have a drink, you know? It's always got the big barbarian thing going on, whereas Bazrag is much more calm and considered. I'm guessing that is a direction given to the voice actors as much as anything else.
How many times do I have to tell you? I had nothing to do with that. You want to know the truth? Find Ulsha. I sent her away during the attack. She's camped outside Faron. She'll tell you everything you need to know.
Guns and Raiders, speaking calmly reserves one's power move, as if they're in total control. Yeah. I think so too. He's, Kurog is kind of a legend, but he's an upstart, right? And that's why he's also a mover and a shaker. This guy is much more like the old guard. He doesn't need to make rash, risky decisions. You know, it's storytelling as character, right?
Chief Bazrog, lower your weapon. Please.
Suddenly he's not pointing the sword at me at all.
I don't want to loose this arrow, but I will if you don't stand down.
Damn it, Wood Elf, fine. But you might as well put that arrow in my heart, because I won't let you turn me over to Kurog.
Already said we're not going to do that, chump.
Something isn't right in all this. I hope you can see that. In any case, just kill me or let me go, because I'm not letting you turn me over to Kurog.
Alright, give me a sec while I boot up Discord so that I'm here and ready when Maya arrives. Exciting. Alright, let's talk to Everly.
So now what? I've never taken an Orc Chief prisoner before.
Dude, your arm is gonna fall off if you keep that bow drawn like that for long. He refuses to see Kurog.
I guess we could take him to High Priestess Solgra. She did send us to save him after all. I'm sure I can sneak him into the city as long as he cooperates and
You think he
doesn't do
sounds
anything
scared,
stupid
Guns N'
or
Raiders?
anything.
Yeah, I love it, we just trust her. Yeah, escort him to the city. It's a long way. I'll meet you there.
All right then, we've got a plan. And it's a perfectly good plan. Really. Other than me trying to sneak the chief into a city where Kurog has eyes and ears everywhere. What was I thinking?
No way,
And
Guns
how
N'
are we going
Raiders.
to
My
convince the
5-year-old
chief to come
daughter
with
is
me?
named Everly May. That is cool. Is that just a coincidence, or is it actually something to do with this character? And hey, Not Pure just joined us on YouTube. Thank you so much, man. How you doing? Hope you're having a good Friday. Welcome on in. The chief suggested I go talk to someone. I'll do that. You keep him out of Kurog's hands.
Right. Sneak Bazrog into Orsinium.
Such a
and
unique
get
name.
him to
It's actually
Solgra.
to do with that
Easy
character.
as Boar Knuckles Pie.
And
Why do I
Dark
have a
Metal.
feeling this trip
Always
back
loved this
is
Zone
going to
Quest.
get
In my opinion, the best
complicated?
one. Well, welcome on in, Dark Metal. Let me greet you with a high fucking 5 right there. I'm pretty much of the same opinion. I haven't played all of the Zone stories, not all of the DLCs and expansions yet, but so far this is the firm favorite. It's not perfect. It's got some goofy stuff in it, but in terms of ambition and execution, I think it might be the high watermark.
You can put the bow down, Elf. I'll go with you as long as you promise not to turn me over to Kurog.
Right.
Sorry, no. I'm keeping the bow. But I promise not to take you to Kurog.
Hello.
Hey, it's a Maya.
Is this
How's
thing
it-
on?
It is on. Maya just came back for lunch break, and it is on.
Like Alderaan. Nobody gets that. Some get that. Hey, thanks, Dark Metal.
How you doing, Maya? I was saying earlier today, you're not having the easiest week. Another bit of a shitty one with just not being able to focus on any of your own things.
Yeah, no, but it is what it is, isn't it?
Yeah, and we are super grateful that you're doing it. Hey guys, 3 cheers for Maya. Like without her, I wouldn't be here doing this. I would either be focusing purely on YouTube, or I would be, I'd be back in a square job in an office somewhere, because we hadn't been able to make this work. It is very difficult to make it work as a content creator, especially as a duo. But that is the very firm goal that we have. We will get there. We are enormously grateful to you guys for helping us take some steps along the road as far as we've got. So yeah, give it up for Maya, everyone. Absolute hero.
Hiya, this is Maya.
Cyborg Orsinium is my second home after Vivek City. Hey, what's wrong with an office job? Absolutely nothing. But I've had those.
It's good to see you.
And if I had one now, obviously this stream wouldn't be a thing. If I had my old job. Not a chance. I might occasionally be able to stream for a couple of hours once or twice a week. But
Hi, Brad Talk. Hey.
there would probably be no YouTube.
And hey, bro. Sorry, Khan.
That's
Keep
all right.
interrupting.
There would probably be very little happening on the Discord as well. If both Maya and I had that kind of job again. So yeah, during the pandemic, we could sort of justify just pouring all of our time into Ninja Pulls and making a cool guild, making a cool community. But as soon as we realized we have to either monetize this or give it up, then it became a tough choice, a tough slog. But absolutely the right decision was to try and make it work, because, you know, people get so much out of it. We love it, and that's great, and it's a really fun thing for us to do. But man, I've never worked so hard for so little. Ever, ever, ever.
It's good to see you
But yeah.
again. Though we seem destined
Just since you
always
asked,
meet during troubled times.
was the office job boring, stressful, or just alright? It was fine.
And now
Actually,
there's difficulty with the Vashrak.
all the office jobs I've had, apart from the temporary ones, have actually been pretty good, but they suck compared to this. The only thing that was better, obviously, is the pay. Not just the amount, but the consistency of it.
Sounds like we're talking about poop. The consistency of poop.
Making croutons. I guess croutons is a bit hard. My pan is a bit small. Next time a toaster, yeah, go for it. Maybe do it that way.
Or just in the oven. You know, put it on a bit of a grill, so,
It's good to see you again. My husband.
but watch them. They go fast.
Met with Kurog.
Another
He
thing you could do
immediately
is,
set out for foreign.
you get like a little spray
was
bottle and put
But
some
he
oil in
refused
there.
to talk about it. We arrived to
Or you could
find
just
our
buy
stronghold
oil in a spray bottle,
overrun
and that
by
way
those
you could
Trinidad
sort of
bandits.
lightly oil things
The
before they go in the
Vashrak
oven,
fell upon us before
rather
we
than
knew
like
what was
overdoing
happening.
it and then they come out super fatty and oily. You don't want that. But you maybe want a little bit of that fatty crisp on there to make them a little more rich. So Bazrak definitely didn't send warriors to attack the temple.
What? Of course.
Bazrak!
Chief Bazrog would never put innocents in danger. Not even if Kurog insulted his honor.
But yeah, thank you very much,
Tell me who these
LeBro.
imposters
What's
were
wrong with
so
an
I
office
can
job?
deal
And hello
with
to
them
Mr.
in
and Mrs.
accordance
Bowles.
with the curse and the code.
And thank you everyone for greeting Maya so warmly. It always
Thank you.
it always helps, right, Maya?
Oh, yeah. Massively.
But my chief is in. Then I trust he will stay that way, or you will.
All right, so the plot has most definitely thickened, and now we just need to head back to the city. You remember this bit, right, Maya?
Oh, yeah. I had a massive shock today, so I'm trying to organize the, post the schedule soon for the raid train and everything, and I was just double checking the times, and I put in, just so I don't make any, fuck ups, 6 p.m. PST to UK time, and it told me it's 6 p.m. and I panicked because, oh my god, I got it all wrong. I was like, hang on, what did I just actually put in, and why is it 6 p.m.? I just put in 6 p.m. BST to UK time, which that's the same thing. But then I just panicked for like 30 seconds.
Just to double check, Maya sounds super muffled to me, but that's just on my end, right, guys? Let us know, please. A couple of you just say confirm. No, Maya's loud and clear. And wait, Wizard of the Book giving Floofs a treat. And LeBroy, no worries, man. Have a very nice lurk. by where these office jobs mean accounting, opening Excel or something. No, I was a management consultant. Hey, the statue is gone. Again, look at that. Statue's vanished. What the hell? I don't think that's supposed to happen. So it was actually pretty good. I got to learn an awful lot about different sectors of the market. I worked in sales for a while. And in order to be able to pitch these people, I had to understand their business model, and I hoovered up a massive amount of information very quickly. This is when I was like 22. And then I moved on to the actual project delivery side, and I didn't learn as much about like as many different areas of the market, but I got to learn more. I got to delve more deeply into specific areas. Like I once had a small law firm of like refugees from London. So guys who'd worked in super high-powered legal M&A and corporate law when they were in their 20s. But by the time they'd reached their 40s, they'd left London, they'd got kids, they'd moved out to the countryside, and they'd set up this small practice which still had some really big names, like huge companies that would work with this tiny law firm. Problem was, when some of the deals got too big, they didn't have the manpower, they just didn't have enough associates and grunts to work on this stuff. So they were trying to set up a relationship through me where they could have a deal with one of the big Magic Circle firms in London. You know, the really big, gigantic, international corporate legal firms where they could just palm off this work and refer it upwards, you know, without just losing their clients. That was sort of what they were looking to do, and they didn't know how to start that process, that conversation by themselves. Very weird. So that statue really comes and goes, huh? Yeah, they hired me to do that, and I learned an enormous amount about corporate law for about 6 months, and then it was over, and I never did a project quite like that ever again. Worked with a bunch of lawyers, but also with engineers, oil and gas people. I once did
So do not linger. His dark mood is bad enough without you disappointing
something for wealth management firms who wanted to pilfer expertise from the insurance sector. Yeah, blah blah. It probably sounds dry as hell, but if I'm learning something, I don't really care how nerdy or how niche or dry the subject is. If I'm learning new stuff, I'm generally quite fired up. That can keep me happy.
Go. Well.
But yeah, comparing any of that stuff to being a content creator, getting to play games, different games, and think about them critically, and earning a little bit of money while doing it, like, there's just no comparison. Like, the only reason I would ever stop doing this would be the money. And a lot of content creators have to put up with a lot of shit on the internet. The internet can be a really horrible, toxic place. You're like swimming in raw sewage, basically, to coin a phrase from The Naked Gun. But I don't know how. We've been very, very lucky. We have managed to dodge most of that aspect of it. We don't really have that experience because you guys are the best. We have like the loveliest people on the internet around here. So I get a lot of the good things and I get very few of the bad things from being a content creator and spending my time and my career development prospects on this. But yeah, also just being your own boss, no matter what it is you're doing, is a huge plus.
Right, so like saying, be glad. Oh, we are.
I mean,
of course.
Really looked at them. Legends carved into bronze or stone. The work of hundreds of hours.
Peter saying you are a bit muffled compared to usually.
Subject matter. And for what purpose do you think?
Well, let us know if it continues, guys, and we will to honor and remember.
And who decides who we honor and remember? The victors, of
What are you
course.
getting at?
To the vanquished, this isn't a statue of a hero. It's a tribute to a tyrant. Many see me in the same way, a tyrant, forcing my ideas upon the people. They say I'm wrong, that I'll destroy the Orsimer.
You'd compare his delivery to Bazrak's, right? He's way more aggressive and animated and sort of dialed up.
I get reports. Things my advisors think I need to know.
You think Everly Sharparrow is a traitor?
The Wood Elf is Everly aids my enemy. The Wood Elf has chosen the wrong side. I worry that you...
Yeah, so he's on to us, basically. Also, picking apart video games the way that we do, I don't know about you guys. I'm guessing that, you know, you keep coming back here, you find it quite fun as well. But I think it's really, really interesting to dissect the video games in the way that we're doing. So we are at the Hidden Room, Secret Words, Orcs don't smell. Orcs don't smell. Alright.
You know, come to think of it, maybe the message is in some kind of code. Well...
I love the idea that we need to go to the Mage's Guild to help decipher that. The code is so obvious. And I don't think just because I've played it before. I think I got this immediately the first time. But isn't there a thing in Oblivion that uses exactly the same code as well? The same kind of code? No, hang on. I need to go to the Mage's Guild. Where's the inn room? The Greedy Gut or the King's Corner? I think it's in the Greedy Gut, isn't it? By a warrior, bruh. A pre-prime 22 doing all that responsibility while I'm throwing hands with these car problems. Being an apprentice kind of put me and my future down. No way. What degrees did you get from finishing your studies? Not at all. It's, I walked into something that I had no vocation in, right? And I wasn't really trained to do. I did a degree in medieval history, medieval and early modern, and then I did a master's degree in, I guess, the same thing. They weren't quite the same field. So yeah, you know, a business like a management consultancy, and this was a small one as well, quite near to where Maya and I were living, so they snapped me up. But it was a weird work, and most of the graduates they hired failed. I barely made it, to be honest, because the sales job, they had this very old-fashioned idea that in order to become a manager there, you know, project manager, you had to go through sales first. Think about it for a second. Doctors and lawyers and accountants have the same bullshit attitude. A lot of professional services. It makes no sense that the people who are managers, project managers, directors, the people who run the wards in the hospital, the lawyers who become managing partners and then have to take on more of a CEO role, they're not trained in any of these things. You know, the guy whose job it is to run the ward is usually a highly trained surgeon. The managing partner whose job it is to manage various departments of their law firm and make sure they're all budgeted correctly and each one is growing and fulfilling its potential. These are not businessmen, they are lawyers. And usually, because the way the legal sector works, they're usually specialists, right? They're very, very strong technicians in a particular field. So it's kind of dumb and stupid and old-fashioned and counterproductive to insist that you go through, you must be good at this before we will promote you to do something completely different. It's kind of like the Peter principle at work, right? So, yeah, we suffered a little bit from that dynamic. Also, I joined a consultancy who specialized in, and this is a really cushy job, and it was like a very, very lucky for me to have at such a young age. This was a consultancy that helped secure EU funding for companies in the UK, because the EU, I don't know if you guys know this, or the European Commission, is incredibly generous. They have so much money, and they are just looking to give it away, basically, to R&D in things like renewables, clean fuel, clean energy, areas like this, education, scientific research. Yeah, there's loads of grant money floating around, but it can be very difficult to get hold of it. It's a little bit like doing your own accountants. Doing your own accounts, doing your own finances. If you're not trained in that area, you don't even know where to begin. So we would help companies secure this. And this is a company based in the UK. And then 2 years later, fucking Brexit happened. So it's like, great. What the hell is going to happen now? So I just left. I didn't even wait to see what the fallout was. And then I went to work for Maya's Cookery School instead. We started an online presence for the cookery school, doing videos and all that kind of shit. And then shortly after that, the pandemic arrived, and we were like, well, okay, well, let's use some of that expertise to make content for this community we have in ESO.
The king invites outsiders. Now this.
That was the short
Warrior,
version.
I think you're misunderstanding. Khan is not an accountant.
Though, so feel free to go
It's nothing to do with numbers.
Yeah, literally nothing to do with accounts.
It's just having to be good with people and smart. So it doesn't really matter what he studied as long as...
It's just jumping through hoops. That's how the Brits treat education. Jump through these hoops and these jobs will become available. It's got nothing to do with aptitude or relevance or competence, anything like that. All of that stuff gets measured later once you actually start, or in the interview. But you know, if you have a humanities degree, you'll be considered for professional services jobs very easily. Anything like English, history, sociology, maybe an arts degree. Who the hell knows? That's a bit of a tougher sell if it's like music or art or something like that. But yeah, any of the humanities generally. Engineering, that's a bit more vocational. Medicine, veterinary, obviously much more vocational. But the humanities, they don't lead you to, like, there's not a lot of money in studying history. How many history students become history professors or teachers? Very, very few. So yeah, that's how... Like in Scotland, I think they try to be a bit more vocational in what you're doing and gear it more towards career. They don't do that here. I think they do it in Denmark as well, and in Czech Republic, if I'm not mistaken. There's a bit more of a sense of what you're studying actually connecting up with what you're going to do to earn money afterwards. This is way off topic, by the way, but it's kind of interesting. So global events pushed you to a dream job. I mean, I say dream job. I love doing this, but I won't be here in a year unless something changes. Like, unless we can grow, that's just the truth of it. I get one life to live. I can't live on a wing and a prayer forever, you know what I mean? That was the password. But yeah, I don't want to make this into like a sob story. I feel very lucky most of the time. And we're generally pretty pleased with how things have worked out. We just need to get Maya out of where she is. Out of, like, slaving away,
Whatever they're planning, it's going to happen soon.
you know, 18 hours a day or whatever. Some weeks it is literally that much, isn't it? It's crazy.
For all we know, you deserve to be in prison.
I mean, every week.
I didn't attack anyone. I left Orsinium and they ambushed me.
But yeah.
I mean, you get the odd day off.
No, but they're the same, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So.
And when it's your day off, you're just like streaming all day or...
This feels like one giant trap,
Putting together a roster for a raid train.
Yeah, that's what Maya's doing right now. She's literally doing, on her lunch break, every moment is spent on Ninja Pulse stuff. And, you know, this is what we want to do. This is very much what we want to do.
Absolutely.
But it's a bit like someone being a painter. They might be really good at it. It might be exactly what they want to do. They might love it. But whether or not it can realistically pay their rent, so to speak, we don't actually have that. But you know what I mean? It's a figure of speech. Into their 30s, 40s, and onward, if they can see a future in it, you really have to believe and like push the boulder up the hill. But thank you very much, Nef Darkholm. Look at that, we got a sub. Howdy, fellow number cruncher. Totally agree. Yeah.
Thank you for the sub.
I'm an auditor, accountant. Excel is life. Excel absolutely is life. I was never an auditor or an accountant or an actuator or anything like that, but an actuator? Actuary. But yeah, even I know Excel is life. Even in my job, we used it an awful lot.
And you're probably just as angry with me as ever, Lee. But please,
thank you so much for the sub. Appreciate that's 4 out of 10 for the day, guys. Really appreciate it. Thank you. And hey, Maya, I've been teasing our Ninja Tavern next Saturday, right? Saturday the 11th. So mark that one down. That is going to be happening. It's going to be a another crazy party stream where you guys can buy us drinks, and we have to drink them. We'll try to rein it in so it doesn't become as irresponsible and frankly hazardous to our health as it was last time. Maya had to leave and go and buy a second bottle of vodka because we'd absolutely drained our first one just between the two of us in one afternoon. It was slightly frightening, but it was a lot of fun. We had a good time with you guys, and I got on the leaderboard of Vadashran Hallows with an incredibly inebriated trifecta, which really made me laugh. That's how easy it's become to do that content on an Arcanist. I was on an Arcanist, wasn't I? Pretty sure. You knew
Pretty sure,
we were...
yeah.
Yeah, so Solgra, you knew we were rescuing Bazrag. You lied to us.
I withheld certain details,
Cheeky
yes,
Solgra.
but I had good reasons. If cultists killed Bazrag in Trinamak's name, it would have started a civil war. And if Kurog found out you were trying to rescue Bazrag, you would never have been allowed to leave the city.
It would be more interesting to know more about the demographics of this channel. I mean, I'm just going to say it's all awesome people. Obviously, that's not what you were asking.
Tiago, I want to believe in aliens. Exactly. Yeah, the demographics of this channel. There is a little widget that we could add. But I think we get a lot of viewers in the US once the clock goes past a certain point. A lot of Germans, Dutch, and... yeah, people from all over the world, basically. Pretty much. Hey, BioWare, thank you very much for the follow. And thanks for the incisive questions as well. It's interesting to talk about. I already talk about myself too much, so I'm a little bit wary. But if someone actually asks, then I guess it's okay. It means that I'm just responding to a genuine query. Alright, I don't understand, Sogwa. You said Bazrag was behind the attack on the temple.
Bazrag's shield wife approached me after the Vashrak attacked Farron's stronghold. She knew the king would do nothing for those who didn't accept his rule. Chief Bazrag was ambushed at the same time the temple was being attacked.
What does that prove?
Someone wanted to blame Bazrag for the Malakath fanatics, while also removing the chief from the battlefield. It was a brilliant plan. Fortunately, you were able to foil it. And now, thanks to Bazrag, we know what the Vashrak are planning.
Rotok is saying, I believe there is more out there than we know of. I feel like there's more out here than I know of.
Bazrag thinks it involves
But yeah.
where all the chiefs will be gathered. We need
Well,
more
you've all heard of the
Someone needs to enter the old Trinamak temple to
the
west
basic
and learn more
formula
about their
which
plans.
posits however minutely, infinitesimally small the chance is of life existing on a planet. We know there is a chance because we only have to look around us. It's happened once, for sure. Now, the likelihood of that being a one-off seems remote, and then when you start to look at the near infinite number of solar systems, even within our own galaxy, it's basically not possible. Unless our understanding of the math is flawed. And yeah, I mean, the more we look at planets in that Goldilocks zone, quote unquote, you know, that's the position from a solar object like the sun, where we would imagine a planet is capable of sustaining water. You know, where water will actually be liquid. There are a lot of planets, even in the range that we can currently scan for, that seem to fall into that category. So, yeah, who the fuck knows? Either possibility is equally terrifying, though, isn't it? The idea that we are alone, or that we are not. Either prospect is, like, overwhelmingly insane. to consider. I love that.
I'll send scouts ahead, but you'll need to get inside and do whatever it... You two
All
have
right.
your orders. Scout the temple exterior. The others will join you shortly.
Finally! Something to do that doesn't involve a message.
Poor Talvia. It's Everly upstairs, yeah? So this is what I'm... This is one of the exchanges I remember. Everly's already changed a little bit from, oh, this is an adventure, isn't it exciting? She's like the Merry and Pippin characters in The Lord of the Rings. You know, they start very naive and sort of ignorant as to what they're in for, but they very quickly realize they need a bit of a stiff upper lip and they need to up their game in order to keep up.
I hate this situation. I really do. Being a hero, that's supposed to be pure.
Yeah, she's
honest.
literally saying it out loud.
Good and evil is evil, you know what I mean? But nothing here is clear cut. I can't tell the good guys from the bad.
Her little bubble of naivety is definitely being popped.
Naivety cherry.
Yeah, I knew you were going to say that, man. She's having an adventure cherry popped.
I'm not even sure whose side I'm on anymore. When Bazrog and I sneaked into the city, 2 guards got lucky and happened to be in the right place at the
But
right
yeah, Neff
time.
Darkholm, thank you so
They
much.
attacked.
Really, really appreciate it.
I just reacted and let my arrows
It's a boost of
fly.
confidence as well, isn't it? It's not just the obvious side of it. It's also a huge shot in the arm for a content creator who's trying to do a particular thing. When people say, yeah, carry on. This is working for me. And Tiagu's saying, yep, true. LeBro, South African here. Lovely country, crap politics. That's true for so many places, I feel like. I feel like sometimes the best we can hope for with politics is that they're boring. And I'm really hoping that maybe for a generation, because we're in the very, very lively and exciting and kind of sometimes scary politics at the moment, I'm hoping that we'll have whetted our appetite for all that shit. And we'll go back to boring politics around much of the world for a couple of generations. Don't get me wrong, when things need to change, they need to change, and we should shake things up. But the trend that we're seeing at the moment is not one of power to the people. It's clever politicians, cynical people recognizing that ultimately the real power sits with the people. So how do they secure that power for themselves? By dividing the people and preventing them from unifying and kicking out someone who does a shit job, or from insisting that their governments do something about, you know, things like healthcare and safety for our children, nice neighborhoods, and, you know, these basic things that everyone across the political spectrum can agree on. Rather than gathering in the middle on these things, you know, they keep dividing us, and there's only, well, like, we lose either way. Do you know what I mean? It doesn't matter which side of that divide you end up on, we all fucking lose if it works. And it's very effective at the moment because people are impulsive and maybe a little bit ignorant and naive sometimes. We allow it to happen. Whereas we should fucking bro down left and right and remind each other that we kind of want the same things most of the time.
But I killed 2 guards who were just doing their job. They probably have loved ones, pets. I don't know if I can do this anymore.
Yeah, so this is what I love. This is one of the things. They don't have this in any other ESO storyline that I can think of. It kind of works. That she's like so compromised and upset and disturbed by all these things that are happening. It makes the events have a little bit more weight.
I knew you were going to say that. Still, I'm not sure I can get past Solgra's lies. She
Maybe I'm
tricked
giving
us
it too
into
much
helping
credit.
Chief
Like, we're
Bazrog,
overthinking games
and
a
I'm
lot
still not
during
sure about his
Gamesfest,
role
but
in all
you know what I
this.
mean. It's the quest is a little bit.
Right.
It feels a little bit stronger and more
I'm doing
memorable
this for you,
with her than
not
it would have
them.
been without her, or with this type of character. Even though she's kind of just a talking head, just reacting to all the events, she doesn't actually play that big a role in determining. Like, she doesn't have a lot of agency in determining the outcome of the story, right, Maya?
I can do that. Besides,
So I'm trying to stay muted and I forgot which button I used to stay muted, so I couldn't figure out how to unmute.
Well, you know, you and I have talked about this a lot. That Everly kind of heightens every story beat, every emotional moment in the Rothgar storyline.
Hey, Zim! Sorry, Khan.
Hello, Zim. Hello. Yeah, Everly makes them all hit a little bit harder just by being there to sort of to reflect her experiences back at the player and to comment on it. It's a very, very simple device, but I think it's pretty effective. We were comparing it earlier to casting a great actor in a horror film who can convey, who can really transmit terror through their face, you know? And so often that is the moment in the horror movie that gets you. When you believe how fucking shit scared your main character is. And especially if you like them, if they've done the work to like set up the character. And this is one of the reasons for the final girl thing. There are lots of reasons behind that trope, but one of them is that we empathize very easily with women, especially women with big eyes and pretty faces and whatnot. And it's not a sexual thing, it's just a storytelling trick. It's like you like that NPC? And Neff.com followed us on YouTube. Finally got to catch you live here. Awesome. Well, that's always good to hear as well. Yeah, apologies that YouTube has been more quiet recently. Hopefully you can see why now. We're doing Gamesfest. We're on day 35, so it's been over a month already. And I've been streaming ESO for like a big chunk of the day, every day. We missed one day 2 days ago because I had to get that Writhing Wall video out. And I didn't want that to be delayed. Wanted it to follow within a few hours of Zos doing their preview live stream. But in addition to all the ESO stuff, we've streamed a ton of other games as well. At least one bonus game every day. It's been a huge amount of fun. I've loved doing it. I would honestly be happy to do this indefinitely, I think. If that were feasible from a commercial standpoint. But yeah, during September, it's been really cool. And a lot of streamers, obviously, they make a huge boost in terms of subs and support during September, but we wanted to give you guys a reason, an extra reason to do that.
Give?
Yeah. And hopefully we succeeded. This is a thing I don't do often enough in ESO, is just ride from place to place.
If Loof's a treat. On it, Greykirk. Thank you. And hello.
But how's it going, Zim? Hope you're having a good day. Hope you've had a good week, sir. Here we go.
The entrance has to be somewhere in those hills.
That's it, man. Game over, man. Game over. What the fuck are we gonna do now? What are we gonna do?
Horrible deaths.
Now Obi-Wan can get back to a planetary discussion. Yeah. Oh yeah, BioWarrior Starfield. I did play that. Not on release, but Bethesda, we weren't really in with the folks at... Like, we weren't on the ESO stream team, we weren't really in with Bethesda when Starfield came out, but we've since, you know, developed a relationship there because of all the ESO stuff that we're doing, and they did send us a copy of the Starfield expansion. I actually thought that was really good and atmospheric, but I can see the issues people have with the base game. That it just felt very... There was nothing really bad about it. It was all good, solid. If it had been made by a studio other than Bethesda, it would have had a very positive outlook, I think. You know, people would have said, oh, this is really encouraging. But because these are the people who made Skyrim and Fallout 3, yeah, there was a sense of it not living up to its heritage, right? And it felt a little bit thin, and like it spread itself a bit too thinly. But it's a good game. It's a very good game. Very polished in a lot of areas. It's just...
I have no idea how to find the entrance.
They definitely missed the mark with remembering what makes their game so great in the first place. Starfield had those things, but they weren't front and center the way they normally are. Do you know what I mean? I don't know if you guys agree. But yeah, I did play a bit of Starfield, and for the most part, really liked it, yeah. They used the same old engine for a 2023 game. Yeah. Tiago saying the problem is so much videos on the internet, but what is the one which is true? Yeah, I mean, it's not an easy one to answer, is it? But essentially, we just need to be able to rely on our own critical thinking at some point and say, well, first consider the source, then consider what they're saying. Is this being corroborated? Are lots of people saying the same things? People from opposite sides of the political spectrum, are they in agreement with this? If they're not, you know, can just consider the very obvious reasons why this might be made up. Like, for example, you know the whole thing about COVID vaccines, Western COVID vaccines being unsafe? All of that rumor mill and chatter can be traced back to one fake article on a fake news website, which is literally run by the Russian government. I can't remember what the site is called, but it all stemmed from one article like this. But because people didn't realize this is a troll website run by the Russian government that literally did nothing but misinformation and would occasionally publish a real article with real statistics just in order to throw people off the scent, normal people on the internet, I don't even remember the name of the other website. People on the internet didn't generally know that, so they just assumed, well, it must be true. It sounds like a stupid thing, but we do this all the time. We assume things are true rather than assuming they're not, and we should just start with that principle. Don't assume that everything is a lie. Don't treat everything as a lie, but like put everything through that little gated... Put it through the security scanner in your mind. Does it pass the obvious tests for bullshit? And it's in their interest to say these things. And yeah, it's just a thing that we have to rely on. I don't think we can rely on YouTube or Facebook or Twitter or whatever to do that work for us. To some degree, yeah, they should put some guardrails up. But they can't go too far, otherwise they're in violation of freedom of speech and yada yada yada.
Lost a bet with Talvia, and now I owe him a
traditional Valenwood dinner.
You know, the kind wood elves like to eat. I can't wait to see the look on his face when he realizes what kind of meat he's eating. It'll be priceless.
This is no time to make jokes.
Right, sorry.
Sorry.
Needs to be infiltrated. Wouldn't want to try to get you to crack a smile or anything. It just feels.
Yeah, Tiago. Wait, she has a new costume? Yes, she does.
Guard, that's all.
This is Everly Sharparrow, yeah. She has a different costume in Blackwood and in Black Drake Villa. Sorry, just catching up on old stuff. Brad, talking about a good week, but a bit tired. So many things I do now compared to other times. Are you doing more stuff? That's probably a good thing.
Well,
better to be tired than to be bored. I think, right? Is that fair? Zim the Bad, I'm thinking of sleeping in for my birthday.
We might be able to do something with those.
What makes you say that, Zim? Just because you're knackered as well? And Brad's like, I found that stupid. I mean, it's a completely new game. One should not have expectations like some people had. I don't know. I think the world felt empty compared to Elder Scrolls games that these guys have made. And I think players got carried away, like the backlash was a bit weird. Starfield, let's be clear, objectively, this is a game that got good reviews. It got like 7 out of 10, 8 out of 10. Those kind of scores. It was not a failure critically or commercially, but it just didn't hold players' attention. There's no way, there's almost no way, unless they do an amazing turnaround in the coming year or two, there's no way that people will be playing it and talking about it the way they have with Morrowind, Oblivion, Skyrim, Fallout 3, Fallout 4, Fallout 76. I know 76 is a little bit different, but, you know, these are all Bethesda games, and the things that made those games terrific... Actually, Fallout 76 may be a better place to look. That launched with an empty overworld. That was one of the big criticisms. So people bought it based on the promise that this will be an Elder Scrolls game. In terms of its, you know, or it'll resemble those previous Fallout and Elder Scrolls games in terms of the density of the sandbox, the amount of things you'll discover that you can do, the fun interactions that you'll find in the world, just the joy of exploring. Starfield, you run out of things to explore in a given area relatively quickly. It looks great. The setting is really well realized. The voice acting is superb as always. Like, the production quality on this thing is tippity top, just as you'd expect. But I definitely felt I understood. I hadn't been playing it for more than a few hours before I started to understand what people had an issue with. And yeah, you're right. Maybe that's partly to do with expectations. But I don't know. I think that's inevitable. Like, if Tarantino releases a new film and it has no swearing or violence in it, and it's just a romance with no edge or humor or sort of darkness to it, even if it's quite a good film, I think it's inevitable that people who finance it, people who watch it, people who buy it, will push back a little bit against the idea. So this was not what I expected.
You're late. The others have already gone inside. Get a move on.
Alien stuff. Sorry. Alien stuff, then gibberish. It makes you think. Yeah, dark matter, exactly. Don't know what happened. My phone's doing stuff alone. Not a good sign. But the screen is broken. Oh no! Starfield is getting another expansion. I think you're right. Yeah. They keep promising big stuff. A little bit like an Elder Scrolls Online situation, but even more long-winded. The masks are really strange. Are they? Look at, doesn't that look weird? But yeah, they've been promising stuff for a while, and with each new patch, excited Starfield fans go and take a look, and it's like, oh, not what they were talking about.
Where have you been, Overseer? Go to the Chamber of Loyalty now.
Hey, Asterial, happy Friday indeed. How's it going? And Dark Metal, I kind of like the empty map back then from Fallout 76, but it took too long to add the NPCs, and that burned a lot of people. But oh well, 76 is even getting forced hate even right now for it. Yeah, I mean, there are always people. Like, the amount of silly comments I've had on the YouTube video I published a couple of days ago about the Writhing Wall event, people saying, oh, it's recycled content, it's FOMO content, all this stuff. Is like, why are you talking if you don't know anything about what you're talking about? Why not STFU and let somebody else speak? You know? It's very strange. People feel the need to comment on things they know nothing about, but yeah, people just want to hate on things sometimes, and one of the worst things about it is that it gets in the way of valid criticism, doesn't it?
Exposed. It's merely an illusion bound to the amulet. Nothing to be concerned about. I've seen these used at festivals and grand balls back home.
I wonder if they come
And still,
in
this
different
place
colours.
annoyed the piss one out of me the first time I did it, which perhaps is one of the reasons I've only done it once. Recycled content. Yeah, it's literally a new zone with a temporary brand new thing in it. Like, people will just say anything. So yeah, the haters are just gonna chat shit, and it's a shame because when there are real legitimate things to criticize, I love the idea of setting high standards, having a fan base which sets high standards, so that creatives and crucially studios who hire those creatives and give them the parameters they want them to work within. This is whether we're talking like movies, TV, games, whatever, that they feel the weight of that on their shoulders. We must do a good job. We can't simply put this brand name on it, spend 2 million or 200 million, whatever it is, and sit back and let the money roll in. No, we have a responsibility.
The illusion seems to be
But when the fan reaction becomes so shrill and completely separated from logic or reality,
I knew you.
the opposite happens. People will think, well, there's no way we can win. They throw up their hands and they just do whatever the hell they want. I don't want that to happen. I want fan culture to be a force for good, you know? And it often is. I think it is more often than not. But it can undermine itself. Alright, here we go. This is quite a major set piece the first time you do it.
That doesn't sound
Lena Elvira, I'm now super excited for the event after your video. Awesome! And I'm tempted to do all the things despite not loving PvP. PvP? There's I don't think there's any PvP in the Writhing Wall. Absolutely none. There's just the siege, you know, using siege weapons, but it's still PvE. But yeah, I'm glad. Like, I think phases 1 and 2, let's be real, they're not going to be that groundbreaking. They're not going to be that exciting. I think the only exciting thing about that is the event is happening. It is on. We're all going to be logging in, doing a few dailies, watching the progress bar. But it's not going to be that dramatic or new or exciting. I really don't think it will be. But there'll just be a sense of, right, well, those who do have the content pass will have more interesting stuff to do, especially during phase 2. When that big boss is going to join the fight. And then finally in phase 3, that is going to be a really cool week. And I encourage everyone who has the content pass, or if it's reduced, they better reduce it in price. I keep saying they should.
We're going to have quite a few giveaways for those as well during the raid train. Hey, do you know?
That's a good point. Anyone who is able to win it during the event, I definitely encourage you to do the Writhing Fortress, the finale, in that 1 week when it's available. As many times as you can, because that's going to be really cool, and it will be gone. Hopefully never to return. I'll be very disappointed in Zos if they go back on that and bring it back someday.
The mission before us requires the best the Vox has to offer.
Hey Dogfight, thank you very much for the follow.
Determine those select few through a test of wits, speed, and strength. Trinimac himself will winnow the iron.
That is a great line. Trinimac himself will winnow the iron from the ore. It's like the biblical version of the sheep and the goats, right? This mission.
Oh, the details are the purview of those who complete the mission. But Trinimac
Death is your only reward.
The last part of the trial requires that you obey the council without question, but you won't have to deal with that until the very end.
How are our rituals different from the ones celebrated in Orsinium?
That's a strange question for someone who holds your rank. Haven't you learned this much already?
I just want to make sure I understand our tenets before I proceed.
The temple's leaders are too forgiving. They live in harmony with non-believers. Trinimac is a god of war. He does not tolerate false gods such as Malakath.
It's weird, like we literally know that Malakath is real. Like it's been proven, but then I guess you could just believe what you want to believe. I often wonder about that. Like, why don't they tell more stories about this? Maybe it's just a rabbit hole. Maybe it's a thread they don't want to pull at. But a world where not only the gods are pretty much confirmed, but the demons, the Daedra, are definitely real. You know, they interfere semi-regularly in worldly affairs. And if you really want proof that they exist or not, you can pretty easily go and find out. I really wonder sometimes what that would do to belief structures and customs around the world. There's a surprisingly small number.
Hey, Mr. Good Guy, thanks for the follow.
Yeah, thanks very much. It seems to be a surprisingly small number of the population that is actually Daedra worshippers.
Patience, Overseer.
You know what I mean? There ought to be far more. Right, Avalion was quick. What's Talvia say?
I don't think this is just some
Look at the neck.
What in
So
Akatosh's
obviously
name
not an
are they
orc.
talking about? A trial? Trinamac's blessing? Sounds kind of dangerous to me.
Spellslinger saying certain parts of the ESO community just extremely bitter. It's not just ESO, but yeah, you're right. And they should move on from the game, frankly. Or they should get in touch with what they're thinking and feeling and realize it doesn't seem to have much or anything to do with the game. In the same way that politicians prey on feelings of vulnerability and insecurity that often have very little to do with their policies or whatever. They just try and draw a connection between the two. It can happen to us very, very easily. It can happen to all of us. But yeah, it's weird how that hate-mongering can be really, really persistent. You're right, Spellslinger. They're clearly burnt out, but they keep hanging around for no good reason. Or they just hang around on YouTube channels, hoping, you're just wishing horrible, awful things on the people who make content for this game. Because they've become convinced that we're propping up something evil. Like, there's nothing I can do to keep this game afloat. If it dies, it dies. There's nothing I can do. If it succeeds, it's got nothing to do with me. I'm not a mouthpiece for ZOS. I'm not an apologist for them. I just call it how I see it, and I do my best to make sure that is my own take and not too influenced by what the devs or anyone else is saying. Will I always get it right? Fuck no. But yeah. Dark Metal, it's sad to be honest, people are feeling the need to be so negative. Yeah, they feel the need. That's exactly right. And again, it comes from something else, which is being unaddressed, generally. Lena Alvira, I've been in ESO since beta. I can definitely say this event is something I've never dreamed they would do. I'm excited. I'm quite excited. I hope it goes well. Honestly, maybe I'm thinking too far ahead. I'm overthinking it as usual, but I'm actually more excited to see what they do next. You know, whether they do something next year or in a couple of years from now, and just what not only ZOS, but what Bethesda will do to drum up a little bit of hype around this game. There's a lot you can accomplish with hype. It's a huge arrow in the quiver of like video game marketing these days, isn't it? Just creating a buzz on Twitch. Sometimes it lasts. Usually it goes away after a week. Sometimes just after a few days. I think... Hey. We don't know this recipe. I'll have that. I think we'll take the scroll of Avalion. Or the blessing of whatever.
Have you studied the scrolls? Do you know the words of Trinamac?
And do you know hello, mighty Khan? Meow, beautiful Maya. Hey, Tina, how's it going? Hope you're having a lovely, lovely day. Happy weekend. It's almost here. And thanks for the lurk, Briartog. Take it easy. Hopefully see you later. Need a nap. Cooking 2 days in a row. A bit much for me. Not used to it anymore. Ah, well, awesome. And a cereal. Damn. I just found out Patricia Rutledge of Keeping Up Appearances fame passed away. Really enjoyed that show. Was that just today? Yeah, I know who you mean. Yeah, she was a classic. Absolutely classic. Tiago, my other phone doing weird stuff. Remember Skinwalker Ranch? Now I'm with different phone. Let's go aliens or... Slinger. I don't know, hype cuts both ways. Hype can also build unreasonable expectations. Funny you should say that. We'll definitely talk about that in a bit when it comes to Prey. And the potential damage that Bethesda did to themselves by insisting that it be called Prey. Because it created a hype and a buzz, which then led to players being like, what? This has got nothing to do with the original game of Prey. Why the fuck are you calling it that? And literally the developers working on it, Pete Hines is now on the record as well, saying he was against it. Don't call it Prey. This is a bum move. But because they'd acquired the IP or whatever, they were, can't you please do something with that name? Thinking only in terms of positive hype. But yeah, you're right, Spellslinger. And that is a timely comment. It can build unreasonable expectations. Frankly, the only reason I still play this game, while many of my friends don't, is because I was convinced ESO was going to be crap before it came out. And my friends thought it was the second coming of Christ. Obviously, they ended up disappointed. No, what? Hyacinth is gone? Yeah, Hyacinth Bouquet. I actually thought she'd passed away some time ago.
Which blessing have you
Oops.
decided upon?
We'll take Avalian Speed here. Asterial Khan. Apparently, according to news outlets, yes, it was today. She was 96 and was made a dame by Queen Elizabeth II. The dame part doesn't surprise me. But
Listen well, for I do not like.
well, she will be missed, yeah.
To unlock the door, you need to activate the 4 switches.
But yeah, Spellsling, I completely agree. I was convinced ESO was not that it would be crap, but that it wouldn't be for me. My experience with MMOs was almost uniformly bad. They're just not the type of game that gets me going, typically, and that's fine. I'd made my peace with that idea. And I was a little bit sad that the next Elder Scrolls game I was going to play was going to be an MMO, a format which generally I didn't have a lot of time for. But after years of not really bothering too much with the game and all of its systems, I realized what was really good about it. Combat system, community, and to some degree the story stuff. You know, it's so much better than we have any right to expect from an MMO. You can kind of cheese this if you're here with other players, can't you? Like they'll kill a lot of the enemies so that you don't have to. Oh, we still have like a minute and a half. Alright, that should be the last one. Nice.
It was tough, but we made it. I knew we could do it.
We did it.
You did it! Wow! When I was very much younger, I wanted to be knighted. I mean, who wouldn't want to be a knight, right? Like, that's cool. We, the PC's doing everything. That is true, Dark Metal, but hey-ho. Sheesh. We just want to take credit. I mean, come on.
You show great courage to stand before us. But what are you truly willing to sacrifice? Are your intentions as pure as ours?
Yeah, the architecture and everything. It looks... It looks like it would be damp and dank and nasty. Spellsinger, heck yeah! I badly wanted to be a knight when I was a kid. I feel like...
With the fires everywhere, it'd be okay. It'd be cozy.
Yeah, I don't know. That's what I was thinking, but I think like the ceilings are too high and the doorways and openings are too big. It'd just be too fucking drafty. That's like when you see a beautiful giant, like, you know, medieval castle and you think, wouldn't it be lovely to own it? I'm there thinking, it'll be fucking cold. So, no.
And did they just say something about
Unless they can like insulate the doors and windows, then maybe. Maybe I'll think about it. Huh?
That's
Oh no.
insane.
And dead. That was quick, huh? Yeah.
I don't think I've ever killed him before.
Oh.
I always avoid it. But I know what happens if you don't kill him, and it's bad.
Sarah, there is a thing over here in the States called the Society of Creative Anachronisms. And basically, they took the map of the States, turned it into, on its end, and with California at the top and Florida at the bottom, and divided the landmass, I can't read today, in the kingdoms and duchies. What? You can earn your knighthood there?
You demonstrate unwavering faith and devotion by spilling the blood of a friend in the warrior god's name. Welcome to the true path. Does that surprise you? My people have lost their way under the stifling traditions of Malakath. I seek to unite us on a new path, a path devoted to the true god Trinimac. A new age begins, an age that will see the Orsimer attain power and glory.
She's very shiny. I just love darkness.
She's very Nightbladey.
Dude, fuck. Well, wonder what happens now. Feels bad now. Sad.
Exactly. I thought most people would never have seen this before. That's why I did it. I've never killed Talvia before. He's so lovely. And so you're not considering doing what they say, are you? That's insane. Poor guy. But, you know, I've played this twice before, and I always save him. Does King Kurog know about this?
My son is not your concern. You are Voshrak now. Nothing else matters. You joined at a pivotal time. Soon, Trinimac's blade of courage will pierce the heart of the moot and strike down the insolent clan chiefs. Then true unification can begin. Against me? I think not. Not when the Voshrak is clearly to blame. Our purpose served. We will disband and leave my chosen...
I know 5 people who've done so, 2 of whom became barons.
High Priestess Solgra is behind all this.
That's brilliant.
She is the obvious choice.
Yeah, but that's just people calling themselves... That's not... unless I'm missing something. That's not really what people mean when they say, I'd like to be a knight. Like, no one's going to call them Sir.
That's the thing, the only reason I'd want to be knighted is if the Queen did it, and she's gone. I'm not interested in... Not that I particularly cared for royalty at all, but that kind of sounded... Like, that would have been kind of fun, but what they've got now, I'm good.
We all have our purpose.
Even more good than I was before.
We'll rally against Solgra and demand justice. Our agents are already hunting her down. Before the moot ends, we will have her. But again, that is not your concern. You have another mission to perform.
You want me to attend the moot?
The moot?
Moot!
No, our warriors are already in place. When the chiefs attend the moot, we will eliminate them and bring unity to our people. Instead, I want you to join the warriors heading to the inn. Help them capture Basrog before he can escape again.
Dun dun dun. Well, the infiltration is successful. But yeah, that's it's pretty heavy. I forgot that you have to kill him yourself. That is messed up.
Oh, I see. So it's like a mock-up, actual mock-up of like what it was to become a knight in the 16th century in England. So it's not like the knighthood that you get from king and queen kind of thing. So that you are actually dame, sir, and all of those things. But frankly, pretty cool, huh? So it's a 5-year journey to become a knight. You must demonstrate skills of arms, skill at the genteel arts, smithy, cloth works, cooking, for example, and skill at diplomacy. That'd be nice.
I would submit a serial. While I love that idea, I would submit that a real mock-up of early 16th century England would be: you're born with a silver spoon up your ass, you're probably inbred, you're weedy and pathetic, but very, very, very rich. That is how you become a knight. It's got nothing to do with skill or competence or anything. I think it may have done earlier in the Dark Ages and early medieval period when the cult of chivalry was a little bit more.
Well, that's what it sounds like,
developed.
right?
Yeah, the romantic idea that we have of what knights were. In reality, they're just aristocrats, and often a war horse and a suit of armor was more akin to having a Ferrari would be nowadays. It's similar in terms of, in fact, it was more expensive in terms of cost. It was a huge symbol of wealth and status, and it was basically a way of saying, fuck you, bow down before me. Humanity has not changed a lot, has it?
I still can't cynic much, not that I disagree with you. But yeah, this is really fun sort of having the, yeah, as you say, the romanticized knighthood. That's kind of fun.
You are. I was beginning to get worried about you. We've found out some...
Gold spoon.
Where's Talvia?
Inbred. Shame of a good loaf.
And Spellslinger was saying earlier, with the benefit of an adult brain, I feel like knighthood maybe isn't all it's cracked up to be. I do still love riding people down with a lance in Mount and Blade Bannerlord, though. Yeah, I can imagine. Should you, in a rare moment of wandering, wish to look a serial, they have websites. Awesome. Yeah, the whole Ren Fair thing is something I can totally get with.
Oh yeah.
Our buddy Sin is really into it as well. I love that kind of
please
stuff.
Please post on our Discord. I would definitely love to have a look.
It is so deeply nerdy. But anyway, speaking of nerdy things,
I love it.
Maya, you were asking, how does Everly react to this? Let's see.
I wasn't, but yeah.
Talvia didn't make it.
What? What do you mean you didn't make it? What aren't you telling me?
I was forced to kill him to get the info we needed.
You did what? What kind of person does something like that?
I have a feeling I may have killed him as well.
Like all of us did.
The first time we did this, we played it together. That info is going to save a lot of lives, including the chief's.
Does that justify what you've done? Does that make you feel better? I thought Basrog was bad, that Solgra betrayed us. But you...
I wonder if it affects her dialogue in Blackwood.
Would you sacrifice me too?
Yeah.
No, don't answer that.
I did what was necessary. Now you have to warn Basrog and Solgra they're in danger.
Orders? You're giving me orders? Fine. Tell me what you learned and I'll be happy to put this awful place behind me. This awful place and you.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I don't know exactly what happened in there and I don't want to know. Not right now. I just can't handle it. Just tell me what I need to know so I can go.
Yeah, this might be a weaker point. I feel like the character vanishes a little bit and I'm just listening to a voiceover and reading some lines on screen. You know, the character's sort of not as alive in this moment. That reaction. But that, again, that's a tough ask, right?
So I was brushing both animals at the same time. Maya had some seeds in her coat. The dog, even. I worked at Ren Fair for 20 years, and although we were married by the court, we had our wedding at the Ren Fair. Ah, the ceremony was all in Latin. We had a choral group sing and a hammered dulcimer play for the reception, as well as a spit roast suckling pig. Oh, that's awesome. Roasted for 9 hours. Homemade potato bread rolls and apples. Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, Dark Metal. Well, I keep the alpha alive. I'm too nice to this type of dialogue. Yeah, but you don't know what happens what happens next. The fact that I save him means that nobody else will die. The fact that I kill him, rather, means that nobody else will die. Whereas if you spare him, lots of people die that would otherwise survive.
Yeah, Dark Metal.
No. I'm just the only reason I'm doing it is because I know, having played it twice, that is what happens.
The Vashrak are strong enough to do all that? It's even worse than we feared. You tell the king about the moot. We'll go warn Basrag and Solgra. After that, I'm leaving. I don't want
Yeah, whatever. Big cry.
Anyway, I'm going to have to love you and leave you guys here and be off again. So thanks for hanging out with me. Well, Khan obviously is not going anywhere.
No,
I
will be right back in like 5 minutes once again. But yeah, thank you, Maya. 3 cheers for Maya, everyone. Without whom these streams would not be possible. No 10 Fest, no Gamesfest. What are we calling the raid train for the American Heart Association? We've got to call it something. Wall Fest. Writhe Fest.
Maya! Maya!
Exactly.
Maya! Maya!
But yeah, Dark Maya, it's interesting. Thank you. Thank you guys. Really appreciate it. You guys are the best. Genuinely. I don't mean that just figuratively. Like, this is the best hang on the internet ever. I love it. And the ESO category in general, to be fair, has a lot to recommend it.
You can't lock us out of our inn. That's tyrannical.
You should have thought about that before you helped the enemies of our king.
Damn
Now
soldiers
get out of
and
my
their
way
damn
before I
rules and
toss you in a
regulations.
cell too.
Hey, Mulza, she's not happy.
How infuriating! I don't even like the place that much.
What happened?
But I'll be Orsimer soldiers barged into our inn and kicked us out. Now they won't let anyone back in. They decided to detain some
There
of
has
our
to be a way to
patrons.
get inside.
The soldiers placed
That's what
guards
he
at
said.
all the exits, even the back one.
But thank you for all the
Damned
cheers,
if I know
guys.
how they found out
Ta-ta.
about that. The
Cheer, cheer,
soldiers
cheer.
won't
Hip,
let
hip,
anyone in
huzzah.
until they finish the king's work, whatever that is. Bunch of stiff boots, the lot of them.
Stiff boots, I love it.
I should have known that hiding folks in our inn would eventually bite us in
Alright,
the
if you want it
arse.
back,
This is ridiculous, though.
give me some
Haven't you and your
assistance.
friends caused us enough trouble already? All right.
Do you have the key?
If you get me, that was the first thing they confiscated. It was Sergeant Vulmon.
All right, Sergeant
That's
Vulmon.
between you and him. Never seen her before. Haven't you and your friend never seen her? What? You looking to court her or something? If you're so enthralled by.
All right. So we have some information to go on. And speaking of going, I am going to have to be back in 5 minutes or so. But once again, don't go anywhere, guys. It's been a really fun hang. We will be continuing it. And very shortly, we'll be hopping on over into Prey, which is going to be a very exciting game. If you haven't seen it before, you're in for a treat. You'll wonder, like, why the hell have I not heard of this game, bought it, played it? Yeah, it's a really strong one and kind of a spiritual successor to Dishonored. Even though there is a Dishonored 2, like I said earlier. But anyway, we'll conclude the Orsinium stuff first. Just let me kill Discord and put the BRB screen on, and then I'll be back very shortly. Thanks for your patience. See you in a few. Hello, I have returned. Sorry to keep you waiting. Again, it is a necessary thing. You know, if we want to have Maya with us on the channel. Which obviously we do. Apologies, I'm messing up the transitions here. Let's try that again. And he is back.
Hello there.
Hello there. What did I miss? What did I miss? Right, we're going to get a key to the inn. The King's Gambit. I love a chess reference in my video games.
You cut the forest and the forest cuts back. Bet those creatures had something to do with all these nature problems.
30% chance feels a little bit harsh. No one would ever notice. Oh no, that's the wrong inn. It threw me off because he was standing outside the other inn. No, we want this one up here. Let me turn subtitles back off. We don't want that. Well, thank you guys for waiting for me. I am now back. We can get back into Friday afternoon party mode a little bit. Great soundtrack. Pretty sure Brad Derrick did all of the soundtrack work since day one. Like, not all of them have been as good as each other, but...
This is the best Kurog has to send against us? Pitiful.
He sounded a little bit Khajiit there, didn't he? This is the best. Hey, Chief.
Thanks to the timely arrival of the Wood Elf, we were ready for those Voshrock bastards. You should have seen their expressions when we started cutting them down to size. It was glorious. So, are there more of these tuskless wonders out there?
Tuskless wonders? Not too many.
As you can see, we've been rather busy ourselves.
Alga is in charge, but they're going to blame Solgra for everything.
By the sacred tusk, the Forge Mother? The Voshrock answer to Alga? That's... well, come to think of it, that makes a certain amount of sense.
Sunshine on a cloudy day? Is that a reference to My Girl, the song?
Sunshine on a cloudy day.
I got sunshine on a cloudy day. You know that? I know that is a very old song. That's what, like 60 years old or something, but... where is she?
Solgra doesn't have a bounty on her head. At least not yet. She went back to the temple. Business as usual and all that. What a mess Kurog has made. He thinks we're the traitors. But his mother is running a cult right under his...
It is pretty dark, actually, isn't it? That Kurog, for all his like military prowess and physical strength and charisma and all that, he turns out to just be a useful idiot. You know, as the saying goes. What should we do now?
As much as it galls me to help him, Kurog needs to be warned. He's seen as much danger as the clan chiefs, especially if Alga...
Yeah, right, Siagu? Alright, let's go. So he's gonna protect Solgra. Like I said, I've not done this before. I've always saved Talvia. It reminds me of this idea of doing doing amoral things or shady things that you have to live with so that other people can enjoy a better world, a better future. It's not an entirely... It's a very dangerous argument to make. They play with this idea quite a lot in... for those of you who are Star Trek fans, there's an organization, I think, introduced in the DS9 series called Section 31. And they've recently done a lot more with that in some of the new Trek. There's even a movie about it. And that's sort of their whole deal. They do really, really dark, unprincipled shit behind the scenes. And yeah, their whole sort of mantra is, well, we do the dirty work so that you guys can sleep at night. Safe in your morality, and it's an interesting idea to explore, for sure.
Look who it is. You made all this possible, my friend. You brought all the chiefs together. I needed to step away and have a moment to myself. All this excitement. But I promise you, this will be a
Hey, Dirty One. Blurp.
Won't soon forget.
How's it going? Happy Friday. Right, Kurog, we need to talk to you about something fucking important.
That sounds serious. But this is a time for celebration.
No, mate. You and the chiefs are in danger. The Voshrak plan to attack.
Really? In danger, you say? And you came upon this knowledge how? If you're frightened by a few idle rumors in the streets and...
Oh man, they missed such a good opportunity here. And you came upon this knowledge how? The response should just be, your mum. Who's their leader? Your mum. Come on, man. Zos. Ah, you missed a trick. Imagine how funny that would be in this moment. None of us have played this version of the story before, because none of us are cold-hearted enough to kill Talvia. And then the response is just, your mum.
Keep your voice down. Do you know how easy it is to panic a clan chief? We just got them here, so let's not scare them away needlessly.
Yeah, I have a feeling
Meet me down in the dining hall, and we can continue this discussion.
it's still gonna go very much the way it did before. Asteria love you. Khan, as I told Maya, there is a website for the Society of Creative Anachronisms. Put the link in the chat. Thank you. Yeah. No, I saw. I was here. Thank you very much. Is he coming, or a...
I hear the footsteps of an outsider. Come, we need to talk. I am so disappointed in you. I thought when you killed your friend, you did so...
Yeah. Why do you need to kill the chiefs when they're willing to listen? It's fucked up, man.
The time for endless talk and debate is over. Oh, but we already have, don't you see? Let it be known, the outsider who stands before us has betrayed our great city. For your actions, I condemn you and your...
Break free! It's like PvP. I can't break free.
You shall execute by your own hand. May Trinimac guide your blade.
I'm sorry it had to come to this. What I do for the good of the Orsimer people.
Yeah, so Kurog is just an idiot. Surprise, surprise. The charismatic leader turns out to be a fucking chump. Doesn't always happen, but so often, right?
What in Malakath's name did they do to you? You had more holes in you than a block of the Chater cheese after a skeever attack. I tended to your wounds.
What happened?
Not sure. I slipped inside before Kurog locked down the keep. Found you lying on the floor and dragged you back here before all the...
His armor also looks amazing, doesn't it? The heavy Malakath armor. It looks so good on like a big guy.
Definitely the cultists up there.
Where are Kurog and the chiefs?
They're headed for the moot. It's going to start soon. Kurog and the chiefs don't realize what they're walking into.
Kurog is in on the plan. Where?
I knew it. The Tuskless bastard.
The tuskless bastard.
He plans to kill the chiefs and unite the clans over the
Hey, Lifter Tail 2, how's it going? Welcome on in. Alright, let's get going.
Before Kurog started all this, I honestly never gave it a lot of thought. It certainly goes again. Who can say? I want to believe that Kurog started out with. I assume that he and Olga had it in mind, just in case.
Is United Orsima really such a bad idea?
Some of Kurog's ideas have merit, I'll give him that. But the cost he's willing to bear to see his plans through to fruition. Murder.
Yeah, right.
A city built on fresh graves. And the madness doesn't end there.
It doesn't?
No, it doesn't. The United Nation at his beck and call. Kurog is... You've seen our so-called king in action.
Yeah, alright.
I have a reputation. People believe.
I'm not gonna lie to you guys, I find this relatively compelling every time. It's written just broadly enough that it's not like winking at the player. Oh, look at me. Dark Metal, yes, I did have to kill the elf because I wanted to see the alternative ending. Or the alternative outcome, I should say, perhaps. Of course I did. We're not role-playing here. We're trying to poke holes, celebrate, like, achievements, and generally enhance our appreciation of what this game does, doesn't do, and not just this one, but all the games we're doing in 10 Fest. Feel bad for killing those ladies, they're cool. The King's Orders. Gonna talk to the chief. The Brevok, I love that comment. This DLC is sad, not just in the way that we think, but because it makes you more aware of how terrible orcs are in every other franchise. The only thing I'd add is how kind of two-dimensional they are in every other franchise, and also not just every other franchise, but in every other Elder Scrolls game, really. Like in Daggerfall, maybe there's some stuff there, but the way they're depicted in Oblivion, Skyrim, it's very, very one note. It's very tropey, isn't it? They always come from caves, they're always violent and stupid. It's because most fantasy simply rips off Tolkien. And often they do so proudly, often they do so without realizing it, but they're just... Terry Pratchett, the amazing fantasy author, he put it best. He said, all fantasy writers, whether they know it or not, are simply rearranging the furniture in Tolkien's attic. Which is a great quote, right? And it's so true. Some franchises or writers do it more effectively than others. Sapkowski, who wrote the Witcher stories. Games Workshop, they're nowhere near as sophisticated or smart as Sapkowski, but they do a really interesting job of like tapping into cultural tropes from Europe and particularly Britain with their version of that Tolkien-esque fantasy. You know, elves become not so much these divine immortal beings, but they become the aristocracy who wouldn't know who wouldn't know a real day's work if it hit them in the face. You know, the Dark Elves just become drug addicts. The Orcs become football hooligans. A lot of stuff like this. But yeah, Elder Scrolls, in the case of the Orcs, and I guess the credit kind of goes back to Daggerfall for this. You know, they do step away from that formula. It's not just green-skinned monsters coming out of caves, like you said. Yeah, I like that. And Lives to Tell 2, doing good. Hope you're well. Yes, I'm doing very well, thank you. Having a good week. Maya was here earlier. She's not having such a great week, but you guys are helping to cheer her up. Speaking of which, we're at 4 out of 10 on the health bar down on the bottom left there. If anyone has got Prime subs lying around or a couple of gift subs to contribute, we do have a Ninja Tavern coming up in just over a week tomorrow. So maybe save it for that. There'll be discounts applied. But if anyone wants to help us out today, please feel free. We absolutely need the support. We need to keep growing that level of support. So if you haven't supported the channel before, but you feel like maybe this is something you would like to come back to and see again, I'll invite you to consider it. But obviously, no expectations, nothing taken for granted. I just thank you guys for being here, basically. I'm finding the audio to be a little bit all over the place. Sometimes the soundtrack is way too loud. But yeah, Dark Metal ESO shows us a bit of what could have been for the orcs. Yeah, agreed. And Emperor Rit. Ninja, my mate wants to use a bow as the main weapon for PvE and PvP. What character class should I tell him to go for? Khajiit Nightblade? That would work fine. I mean, class really doesn't matter. But yeah, Nightblade is going to be solid in both for the time being. I would say do not allow him or her to make a build that works in both PvP and PvE. They're just completely different. I'm sorry, I completely understand the attraction of having a setup and a bunch of skills that work in both, but do not do it. If you have a setup that works in PvP, it'll generally be close to useless in PvE, unless you're just doing very challenging solo content, then there is some overlap. But if you're doing dungeons, trials, don't bring a PvP setup. And if you've got a setup which is good for dungeons and trials, you know, for like high DPS, low survivability because you've got tanks, you've got healers, that kind of thing, then you will be absolutely hopeless in PvP with that setup. So I would discourage them from having one setup for both. But you can use both. You can use a bow in both game modes. Absolutely fine, yeah. What other ones? It's hard to answer. Right now, Nightblade is one of the better ideas. Dark Elf, also perfectly good. Khajiit passives can be wasted if they get into organized content. But yeah, Khajiit Nightblade, I think you're on the money there. I don't think I'm going to beat that. Maybe a Khajiit Warden. Warden can be very good, but particularly for PvP. Dragon Knight is in a good place for both. Templar as well. Nightblade, Templar, Dragon Knight, I would say, can straddle both PvE and PvP, assuming they're subclassing, you know. So any one of those. Arcanist is less good in PvP, but there are obviously ways to make anything work now that subclassing has come to the game. So yeah, I hope that helps. Spellslinger, I like the way orcs are depicted in Morrowind as the backbone of the Imperial Legion, because that's a way that they can actually get respect. You know, they don't have a homeland at that time, do they? Or they have a limited version of their homeland. The Dragon Break is still not entirely clear how that all works out. Dark Metal Bosma for the Copium RP or for faster bow leveling. Emperor Rit, yeah, fair enough. But no, not really. Probably Nightblade. Sorry, probably Khajiit. Brevok, they're releasing the Morrowind Orcish armor in ESO in December, which is cool. The other thing is how orcs had incredible cool armor before. Yeah, that was very cool. It was one of the higher level heavy armors, wasn't it, in Morrowind? I could just about picture it. Spellslinger. Oh, yes, please. I don't usually play Orc, but maybe I have to now. Yeah, I don't have any Orcs anymore. And Dinaris. Hugs. Hope the rest of the week and the following week are much, much better. Thank you. Thank you for the kind words. Yeah, I mean, we'll get her out of there. The thing with... It's just a kind of a transitional phase, right? Where the YouTube and the Twitch are actually, it's very encouraging what is happening there, and we're doing some cool things. We're getting sponsorships finally. We're building it up. You guys have been incredibly helpful, both with your encouragement, you know, like verbally just telling us, hey, you guys are doing something good, keep it up, or with actual financial support, which is, you know, unbelievably, it's surreal, but hugely appreciated. We love it. Thank you so much. So yeah, everything is sort of positive, but we haven't turned the corner. And Maya's just bearing the greater weight of that.
On the Wood Elf. I'll meet you there. I have one more. I'm done more for the temple.
All right.
Time isn't on up. The temple, besieged by weapon.
Yeah, so we need to go.
I've seen you in action. How could it not?
Hey. Meow. Thank you for that. Ted has made his presence known with 328 meows since the last reset.
The city's construction has begun.
His actual meow is more like meow. Wow. Sounds like a wild cat. Alright, Ugus. Where's Solgra?
If this is about that incident with the fanatics, you should take it up with the king.
Where is she?
But, no, if you insist. When the king's soldiers banged on the door, she told the wood elf to keep up, and then they were both running like soldiers were chasing them. Usually Solgra is so proper.
She is very proper. How do we get up there? Tiago, thanks for jumping in with the meowage. Much appreciated. It's fun to have Ted here as our little mascot. He is a hell of a character. Wow. Honestly, had I known what we were in for, I'm not sure I would have agreed to get a Bengal cat 18 years ago, but I can't possibly regret it. He's too cool.
There she is! Don't let the traitor get away!
Tell the king I'll play no part in his political games.
I'm warning you. Back off, or you'll feel the sting of my arrows.
My arrows? Yeah, that's... Every now and again, it's like... The terrible Cockney accent just... thoroughly throws a bucket of cold water on my immersion. But whatever, it's one of those things. It's harder for American actors to do this. They're not submerged in UK regional accents the way that we are submerged in some of the American regional accents. Wow. This is quite a spot, isn't it? Damn.
What in Trinimac's name is going on?
Oh, she's so
Why did
smiley
Korok
all the
send
time.
Soldiers after us? They acted like we'd done something horrible.
They weren't soldiers, they were Voshrak. Did they hurt you?
Voshrak? I don't understand. But no, they didn't hurt me. Not for lack of trying, though. So tell me, what kind of trouble are
Dun
we
dun
in?
dun, they're gonna blame you and claim you're behind the Voshrak.
What a ridiculous notion. Trinimac stands for unity and civilization.
Yeah, don't slip.
Not anarchy and violence.
Spellslinger, would it be really that hard to find an actual British actor to do the accent? Probably would, because they're all done in the States.
Who's behind all
They've got a few British actors in this game, but not that many. David Shaughnessy, for example. They have to already live in LA or whatever, where, you know, wherever the studio is. I'm guessing there are studios around the country and I actually don't know how it's done. If they outsource any of it to LA, or if it's all just done... Here you go, Dark Metal. Or if it's all just done in-house. I genuinely don't know the answer to that. I didn't really think that through, did I? I just thought it'd be funny. But we can also get up there this way. I wonder if you can just skip that whole bit and come up this way instead. Yeah, the statue is back. Yeah.
What in Trinimac's name is going? Vosh Ra?
Sorry, yeah.
What a ridiculous notion. Trinimac stands
Dare
for
I
unity
ask?
and civilization, not anarchy and violence like those Vash Rak fanatics claim. Dare I ask? Everly never got to tell me what was going on before the soldiers barged in.
Yes, I've never seen this dialogue before. Never heard this. Kurog and Alga, they plan to kill the chiefs and blame you for organizing the Vosh Rak.
We can't allow that to happen. But what are you doing here helping us? The clan chiefs are more important. You should be at the moot, doing whatever you can to foil the king's despicable plan.
The only path is the one through the temple.
There's a path to the moot through the temple. The old tunnels, of course. That must be what you're talking about. Here, take this key. It opens the temple library. If there really are old tunnels, the way to access them is probably in there.
That would be pretty fucked up, like what we've done in this storyline. Imagine you're part of like a crew, you're like a heist-style crew of people, band of adventurers. You're all fairly optimistic, naive, perhaps, and then one of the group, like the one who's sort of emerging as kind of the leader, the sort of the father figure or whatever. In order to maintain the subterfuge on an undercover mission, they kill one of your crew. They just straight up stab them and just killify them so they won't be busted. That would mess you up. That would shake your faith pretty hard. It would shake everything. Devil's Master, hello! Happy Friday, how's it going? Welcome on in, everybody. This is Khan, you're watching Ninja Pulls. We're having a lot of fun in Orsinium today. Nice, chill, fun stream. I should actually hop over to a different game. Let's hurry.
More soldiers! Stay back, High Priestess!
Everly, no! Find whoever did this. I'll get her back to the temple. Go!
Damn it! The interfering wood elf got in the way. Fall back!
There you go, Dark Metal. That's what happens. You see what happens, Larry? You see what happens? Huh? I bet people will be tempted to do it this way on their next Orsinium playthrough. Penitent Vumnish.
I surrender. I have my orders.
You know very well Solgra's got fuck all to do with the Vosh Rak.
Would I know such a thing? I'm just a simple soldier.
Just kill her.
Trinimac will...
They should have put if the justice system like Dark Brotherhood and stuff had been added to the game by then, it would definitely have been a cool move to have to have one of those kill animations from the Blade of Woe in there. Yeah, now she's dead. No Everly and Black Drake and Blackwood exactly. I don't know how they rationalize that. Devil's Master, yeah, that doesn't happen because there's a point in the quest where everyone always does the same thing, including me. I've played this twice before. And from then on, events play out a certain way. If you make a different choice in the Vosh Rak temple...
There's one tough wood elf. She's clinging to life.
Oh no, she's not dead.
Is that you?
It's me.
Solgra. Solgra says the arrow just missed my heart. Never knew an orc who could shoot worth a damn anyway.
This is a trope in movies and TV that I really love. The badass fighter person who's like incredibly close to death, but just refuses to acknowledge it. You know, often you'll see astronauts doing this kind of thing, that they will be like in moments from death, potentially, but they'll still be laughing and joking. I'm fine. What are you talking about? Tis but a scratch. You know? Never knew an orc who could shoot worth a damn anyway. That's a great line. Wound looks pretty bad.
That's what I like about you. Always direct and to the point, just like an arrow. But don't worry about me. You've got bigger trees to chop.
Bigger trees to chop? Wouldn't that be like a potentially quite offensive phrase for wood elves? Yeah, Dark Metal. I was trying deliberately not to specify exactly where the quest branches off, but yeah, I suppose that there's no harm. There's a reason nobody does that thing. It's too sad. It's too harsh. But I knew that the quest would play out differently, and that most people wouldn't have seen this before. So that's why I did it. Devil's Master. Anyway, how you doing? No, I just mean wood elves in general. You got bigger trees to chop?
I used to think he was a good ruler. Strong, honorable, but he's a menace.
He's let himself become more important than his ideas. There are some very neat turns of phrase in this. I like it.
This wasn't supposed to happen. Never sent her.
Everly saved me. I plan to...
Kurog won't get away with this, little one. Stop him.
Kick him in his tasks. For me.
Rest now, Everly. You need your sleep.
It's a very dramatic way to lie, like the arched back in agony.
Are you as mad about what happened as I am?
He's so quiet.
We need to use that outrage to bring Kurog down. If we can get to the moot.
Yeah, the main quest of Orsinium is really good. I agree, yes. Never kill the half during that questline, Devil's Master. Absolutely. Me neither. I wonder if anyone has seen this before. Did anyone in chat ever kill Talvia in the...
I've heard about the tunnels
in the temple.
The city. Kurog left the ancient path.
Alright, there's a secret passage, yada yada yada.
Then we take the fight to Kurog and Alga. If they refuse to yield, then we fight.
Is it up there? Yes, it is. Well, we might not be able to finish it today. I say we leave this set piece for tomorrow. Everly is based. I've been talking about that quite a bit, Brevok. I think... Am I pronouncing that correctly, by the way? Do tell me if it's wrong. I think Everly is underrated. Hopefully, I've managed to change a couple of minds with the last couple of days of streaming. But I think what she represents is... she's not really a character that moves the plot along very much. She's generally used to comment on the events and the situations as they unfold around her, right? And, by the way, you see the statue being built as we go? That's really fun. Like, when you first arrive in Orsinium, it's just a block of stone. Again, I'd love to see more of that. But Everly is used almost as in the way that movies use an audience proxy character. She's there to express the feelings that the story is like provoking. You know, the emotions that are evoked by the story and the events that are happening. You know, first she's very naive, then she very quickly becomes disillusioned, then she gets really upset because she's killed two innocent people, and she's like, how do I live with this? I hate this. Can we, like, get out of here? And then, yeah, by the end, she's a totally, like, she's not hard as in hard-hearted, but she's been hardened by the experience. So the Everly you meet when you go back and do Blackwood or Blackdrake Villa later on is completely different from the one you met at the beginning of Orsinium. It's not just fun to have character development, you know, that's a good thing, that games usually lack completely. Character development in games is actually very rare. But also to just have a way for us to experience the story a little more deeply.
Look around and see if you can find something that looks like a hidden passage.
I think that's a good way to look at it. I think that's the function that she serves from the writing and development standpoint. Is that she is there to amplify all the feelings that are evoked by the quests. It's very simple. It's not like amazingly clever or anything, but I think it works. I kind of wish they'd used that trick a few more times. Anyway, speaking of tricks, Dark Metal always loved Everly to VH and how she grows eventually. Automod, what the fuck? Yeah. Everly was cute teen in Orsinium, but growing into a crybaby in Blackwood. I think crybaby Dino was the issue. Yeah. Everly gets more reality realization after Orsinium. Yeah. Growth. Darren is kind of like the male version of her. Yeah, that's a good call. But he doesn't comment on the events around us. Like, he serves more of a role in the plot. More of a typical ESO character. I think Everly, in this, they did something a little bit different. And I don't think I spotted it on my first playthrough. It was when I played this story again. I was like, hang on. They're totally doing... This is a trick borrowed from cinema. Devil's Master. Not a crybaby. She just complains about the dark sides of Nern. Anyway, speaking of stuff that is dark, we are on a Gamesfest mission. September may be over, but we are still going with our Ninja Balls Gamesfest day 35 out of 42, I believe. So we still have a week after today. A week and a day, in fact. We'll probably finish Saturday next week. And that'll be a Ninja Tavern, so make sure you are there for that one. It is going to be crazy. It's going to be good. Shit's going to be lit, and Maya is going to be drunk. If you guys have anything to say about it. But anyway, on day 35, as you can see here, we pledged to play the wonderful, wonderful game Prey from Arcane Studios. Friday the 3rd, that's where we are. And that is what we're going to play next. Please don't go anywhere. I know some of you are big ESO fans, but give me 10 minutes at least. You know, it's still me. It's still Ninja Pools. We're just playing a different game. I'm just changing the category real quick here on YouTube and on Twitch. But yeah, bear with me, guys. What we've been doing all of this Gamesfest is not reviewing or selling these games or anything like that, but just like breaking them down. What is it that makes these work? Talking about hidden gems that people may not know that much about. Like, Prey is one of those games, I've played it, but I never actually finished it. I think I got about 2/3 of the way through, and then it sort of petered out and I went to play something else. And I feel awful because it is such a great piece of work. It's a really, really awesome game. Steam is updating, so you're going to have to listen to me prattle for a minute or two. But yeah, it's such an achievement. I guess I can give you guys a quick intro to the game in terms of dates and whatnot. So it came out in 2017. The story with its development is a little bit weird. Some of you guys may be aware of or may even remember the game Prey from 2006. This has basically nothing to do with that game. And that's the first weird thing about it. There we go, that familiar sight and sound. I love this. Okay, that's weird. For some reason, it isn't letting me swap. Let's try this again. Oh, there we go. It did work. Anyway, so yeah, there was a game from 2006 called Prey. This has got almost nothing to do with it. And Brevox saying you're probably noticing is the writing team all quit after Orsinium. No, that's not quite true. But yeah, a lot of players moved on because they wanted to work on a new, they wanted to make new games. So once the MMO was done, a lot of people, not just writing, it's not like the writing team all quit, like en masse. That makes it sound like a disaster. That's definitely not what happened. But yeah, a lot of people, imagine you're a game developer, you've got a career to think about, you want to work on a new game. So once the MMO is out, and it didn't have a great launch either, maybe not all of them wanted to like hunker down and dig ESO out of the sort of mediocre reviews it had on launch. Lots of people did, but they did have a few people who left after Orsinium, Morrowind, etc., Somerset, a few more, just once the game was becoming established and there was less new stuff to build, I guess. And Dino reckons, Khan, Everly is the indicator on how story writing is changing with the years. Early NPCs were actively involved and connected to you, like the 4 companions in the main quest. I disagree. I don't think any of them are comparable to Everly. Male or female, guys? Any preference? This is one of the few choices like this that we have. We can customize our character a lot later on, but yeah. Nowadays, they're completely detached and only command you what to do. No connection. For me, this is a huge loss. To lose connection, not literally. I feel ESO is evolving into first-person shooter from a smart strategy game. Okay, I could quibble with some of the terminology there, which I think is very off. Strategy and shooter. But I think I know what you mean. I'm not going to quibble with the precise terms. And yeah, I think I agree with some of what you're saying. I don't think it's as simple as that. Like, Everly, I think their game with the NPCs got better and better. Like, in the base game, it's fairly shallow. So I don't agree that they started at the top and then it went downhill. I think they peaked. And they settled into a formula in order to be able to do more. Do a reliable chapter each year with fewer resources. No preferences to male or female? Fine, then let's go male. I think it's not to do with them becoming less capable or the game becoming more boring by design. It's simply that they settled into a formula, and that is one of the exciting things about their announcements this year in 2025, that they are abandoning that formulaic approach. And, you know, who knows what's coming next? It could be worse. It could be better. It could be a bit of both. It could be a mix. Who the hell knows? But it definitely should result in better storytelling. It should. I don't mean I predict that it will. I mean that it ought to. You know, when you give writers more freedom, the results will be better. This is what we've talked about over and over again. And when a story is more constrained by a particular formula that the game has to follow, then it becomes harder to do something interesting. So, speaking of which, this game is very non-formulaic. This is Arcane. They'd made Arx Fatalis. They'd made Dishonored. They'd made Dark Messiah of Might and Magic before that. And this was the latest, and at the time, I think the greatest thing that they did. This is kind of a high point for the studio. This game is very clever.
Good morning, Morgan. Today is Monday, March 15th, 2032.
But like Inception, or many Christopher Nolan films, it's not too clever. It manages to be very accessible, a great, like, fun pop culture experience, not just smarty pants, mustache twirling, you know? I'll try and go through this intro. Yeah, then came Redfall. Well, Rafael Colantonio had already left by then.
It's just a few tests. Don't forget to wear your suit. See you soon.
So that's our brother Alex. We play Morgan.
Really great you decided to come on board. We're gonna shake things up, Morgan. Like old times.
Not a bad view. This Morgan must be doing pretty well. You can interact with almost everything in the world. It is insane. It is an insanely detailed world. And again, we come back to Gabe Newell and his famous philosophy of reactivity, which is one of the various factors which made Half-Life such an amazing achievement and then paved the way for Half-Life 2 and that, you know, first-person amazing storytelling. You can pick up, like, everything. It's crazy. But yeah, let's not worry too much about this. You can read all these things. They get added to your journal. Congrats. Hello, Morgan. So glad to hear you'll be coming aboard soon. Your first official workday is Monday, March 15th. First, we have a series of training exercises. Okay. Just to clear you for life in orbit. So we're going into space. All right. Have a good flight, and I'll see you soon. Thomas Tucker, Human Resources, Talos 1. Talos Research Facility. See, we're keeping it Elder Scrolls already. There are loads of references, by the way, to other games. So I should get this out of the way. This is a really, really interesting game. There are, like so many of the games on the list for Gamesfest. It does a lot of really cool, interesting stuff. It's awesome to play, but it becomes even more fascinating when you look at its development and where it drew inspiration from. So if you think of games in terms of generations, you got your first generation of video games, you know, Doom, System Shock, Thief, these kind of early 90s iterations. I know there were plenty of games before that, but the first generation of like modern games, it's a bit simplistic. But then, you know, there's the second generation, like Half-Life and Deus Ex and things like this, that often attempt to recreate one of the things that that first generation of games did really, really well. You know, you could argue in a lot of ways that Half-Life is, you know, the Doom of the late 90s. There are a lot of comparisons between the two. And it really, like, takes the first-person shooter genre and supercharges it and shows what can be done. And then you've got this generation. Again, oversimplifying it. The third generation. So there's just a knock at my door. Delivery guy looks like he's just dropped it at the entrance. All good. And so the games that this game is looking back at are like System Shock and things like that. And it takes what those games did really well and reinvents it with a ton of polish. The folks at Arcane, around this time, this is like genius game development. And it's really sad that this game isn't as celebrated as it should be. And part of that might be because of the name. Because there was this game in 2006, like I said, called Prey.
Morning, Mr. Yu.
Morning.
Heard there's a chopper on the roof. Must be for you.
Alright, let's just crack on. Let's move through this very quickly. You can obviously look around. The game encourages you to drink in the environment. In many ways, it works better if you do, but we've got a lot to cover, so I'm going to move pretty quickly. How is the game volume, by the way, guys? Is it about right? Is it a bit too loud? Should it be louder? It should be roughly... maybe a little bit loud, but it should be about right. Dino, Gold Road was very good. This brought me a lot of hope. Though Solstice, how to put it mildly, devastating. I'm really surprised. I don't know what game you've been playing, but that is a very, very unique take, I've got to say. I have heard almost unanimously that Gold Road is one of the worst ones. This is not my opinion, by the way. Just I'm going what people keep saying to us over in the Ninja Balls Discord. Gold Road is one of the worst, and Solstice is a return to form. It's very interesting that you have exactly the opposite take. It just goes to show how hard it must be to develop stories and tell them in a way which is satisfying to everyone. Anyway. There should be a credit sequence happening now. Volume is good. Excited to watch you play this. Awesome, LeBro. Thanks for... and Dark Metal, thank you for clarifying.
Mr. Yu, please make yourself comfortable and we'll be on our way.
And Spellslinger, if anything, the four companions are worse. I think so too, yeah. They're very, very... They do...
Skies all the way.
I love this. That the credits are like in the environment. Well, the wire effect on that skyscraper. That's fun. Very cyberpunky, very cool, right? Don't worry, this is not what the game is going to be like. This makes it look like GTA or something. It's a real head
nice
fake.
view on the bay there.
Arcane Studios. The music, yeah, man. They made the data quints look weird. Not part of the game without... Yeah, they tried some new facial animation techniques and... Oof. No. More sophisticated doesn't always mean better. This is the tower. Anyway. Companions hide out in a cave instance away from everything else. The story only clumsily connects back with the rest of the world. And even then, in Cold Harbor, there's still only in instance locations. Yeah. But still, Dino's not wrong to say, I find this to work this. If sometimes we might say a thing and then struggle to articulate exactly why it had that particular effect on us. I run into this all the time. I know that I feel a certain way about a game or the way something affected me.
Hello, Dr. Yu.
Hello.
I'm a Sybil 495 science class operator.
This is very retro-futuristic, right? Kind of like watching Star Trek from the 60s.
Welcome.
It almost has that kind of vibe, doesn't it? The design is gorgeous in this game, like holy hell. So the original Prey from 2006, a very different game. It is about aliens and stuff. Bethesda ended up with the rights to it, but they worked on a sequel. I think Deadhead Studios were working on it. Then that was cancelled, and then it was moved in-house, and that was cancelled again. But they still wanted to make sure they used the name.
Hey, you don't look terrible in a TranStar uniform. How's your eye? Still red?
Just turning him down a little
bit. I know the test might seem a little unconventional, but it's a family.
It's very similar to Dishonored, right? The facial, the exaggerated faces.
When you start the test, just do whatever comes natural. Don't overthink it.
A lot of it is a lot of what Arcane do is about not breaking immersion. Funnily enough, since we talk about that, and this is not a realistic human face.
Right.
It's like a cartoon or a graphic novel, isn't it?
Just be yourself. I'll see you after.
But because you just buy it, you buy that stylized representation, you don't end up thinking or worrying about the hell is that? You don't end up worrying about oh, that character doesn't look quite right. You know, like the humans in Toy Story. You know, the toys all look totally fine, but whenever a human appears in frame, it's like, oh, that doesn't look quite right. You know, you don't go through that moment. So Bethesda really wanted to use the name, and they had this game that Arcane was working on. Arcane were obviously owned by Bethesda Softworks at that time, and they basically forced them to use the name Prey. Creative director Rafael Colantonio, was not keen on this, and I think Pete Hines has recently gone on record as well after retiring from Bethesda and saying, yeah, he was massively against using the name Prey. It's got nothing to do with anything, but they were like, well, we've got this name, it has this huge cachet and hype surrounding it, let's do it, right?
Good morning, Morgan. I'm Dr. Bellamy. Looks like we have some tests to run through today. Probably not the kind of thing you're used to, I imagine, but...
Do you travel the world with them? Yeah, but you don't. They never go anywhere with you. They just kind of show up statically, and they never comment on events or anything like that. It's very linear.
Just go with your gut, okay?
I think it's much more A to B to C, and what they did was to make us feel like the characters are interesting, especially Lyris and Abner. Sai and the Prophet, not so much. So this is kind of a tutorial, but also it's just teaching you how to manipulate objects. But it also ties in
You're absolutely fine.
with the world. Like, why are they testing our ability to do this? We're clearly, like, the guy who runs the show, we're his brother. So why do we have to do all these tests? It's weird, right?
Listen carefully.
But who was it talking earlier about hype can go both ways? Was that you, Spellslinger?
Relax. Think it over.
So who's to say...
No, I'm kidding. You only have 9 seconds. Hit the red button.
The camera just following you as well? That hype can go both ways, and that it can be a good thing, but you can also end up disappointing fans because they overhype something.
Look, is he? He's hiding behind the chair.
Any synaptic register?
We're not doing what they expect us to be doing, and we don't know why.
That's fine.
So already tying in a tutorial with actual story is not an easy thing to do.
You're doing marvelous.
Portal is a great example. This is similar to Portal in some ways. Obviously, it came a few years later. Quite a few.
All right. Here we go. For this test, please...
But yeah, I thought it was perfect, Spellslinger, because I think this is exactly an example of what you're talking about. One of the reasons this game didn't get the hype that it deserved was because people were disappointed that it wasn't an actual sequel to Prey. So what we have to do now is press that button and then press the second button shortly after, as quickly as possible. Clearly these guys are expecting us to do something superhero.
I'm sorry, can someone please explain to me what's happening?
So the fact that we're just navigating the rooms like a normal person is obviously throwing them off somehow. We don't know why yet.
Having some trouble with the equipment. Not your fault. You're doing fabulous, actually.
But the game looks great. It runs beautifully. Running this in 4K right now. It looks fantastic. The level of detail and everything is lovely, lovely.
Can someone get me a cup of coffee? I would appreciate it.
Alright, if anyone's just listening, you might want to watch for this bit.
Okay, Morgan. Have a seat at the table for me, please. Wonderful job. Take a look at the screen in front of you. I'm going to show you a series
Something superhero. Activate sexy trailer voice superpower. Fear me, villains. For my name is Khan.
Let's start on the screen when you're ready.
In a world of tests, one man was gonna fail.
You're planning a vacation. Go somewhere familiar you love, or try something new. New.
Good. Looks like you've got the hang of it. Keep going.
You've been sentenced to death for your actions. How does this make you feel? Afraid, angry, calm. It was worth it. Angry. No one has that right.
Ooh,
I actually don't know if this has any effect on your character. I don't think it does. But, you know, they may come back later. A runaway train is bearing down on 5 people who are tied to the track. You can cause the train to switch tracks, but there is 1 person tied to the second track. Let's switch.
Good.
The trolley problem, right? And here we go. A runaway train is bearing down on 5 people. You're standing on the platform next to an enormously fat man. Pushing him onto the track would stop the train. I'm not going to do that. Or should we? Do we push the fat man? Yeah, fuck it. Let's be consistent.
Almost done.
A runaway train is bearing down on 5 people tied to the track. You could stop the train by jumping onto the track, but you would die. Yeah, let's do it.
Wow.
Wow.
I'm impressed. Well done. Well done. We're nearly through it. For this next
Trust me, this is all worth it, watching the
I
intro.
want you to take a good look at it. In a moment, I'm going to ask
Do you guys see that?
my coffee? It's empty.
Oh my god! Security! Security!
They gassed us, so we didn't get to see. Damn, brother, how fat you gotta be to stop a train? I imagined it in that. Oh, the prey. Imperiex, yeah. Is that Venom?
We have a problem. What about Morgan?
Yeah, it's actually a Tom Hardy joint, this one.
I'm on my way. Got it.
Seriously, that is some of the best creature design in a game ever. In a lot of ways, it's just kind of a face hugger or a head crab, but yeah. Hang on. Deja vu? It's the same day. Whoa. What the hell? And you notice the music is different and sinister. Like, it's definitely what the fuck music. It's not the same as we had the first time. This is the first example of the game just tugging at the rug under your feet in a really fun and clever way. And again, doing a thing that games can do very, very well. A video game is inherently better placed at doing a mindfuck move like this than a movie. Is anything different? It's all slightly different. The wine was on the different counter last time. Let's log in, see what's up. And comparing the face huggers, alright, you have my interest. I mean, it's the obvious comparison. The face hugger, the head crab from Half-Life. Yeah, Spellslinger, they were distracting you with questions so they could get jumped by monsters. Just one little monster. They seem to know what it was as well. Our inbox is full. From January to Morgan Yu. Danger, leave now. Danger, leave now. Danger, leave now. Oh shit. Can we open the door? Uh-oh. That's a clue, by the way. That is, that's a really smart little synecdoche. You see the fish? It was looking at the glass last time. Now it's looking at the wall. If you don't know what a synecdoche is, feel free to look it up. It's like a micro... It's a mini example of the... A micro example of the macro, I guess.
Hello, Morgan. It's time we spoke. My code name is January. You're not dreaming. What happened yesterday was real. If you want to know what's going on, first, you need to get out of your apartment building. You're not safe.
We're not safe, guys. That's a fish, not a clue. I think that means there's danger, Moose? Yeah. Alright, what should we smash? Man, that is a sturdy bottle of wine. Alright. How about this? Time for everyone to do their finest Keanu Reeves impression. Whoa. We were just a guinea pig in an experiment. I love how long the game leaves you twisting in the wind as to what the fuck is going on. Pigeon test. Helicopter arrival? Crazy, right? Is this a remake? It looks amazing. No, 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 this is the original. So this is Prey from 2017. It is an absolutely magnificent achievement in immersive sim games. It's the game that... so after Dishonored, which we played yesterday, Arcane went on to work on 2 games. Dishonored, obviously, a huge hit. Beautifully made. Very good critical reception. Very good commercial performance. All of this stuff. It did very well, basically. So their next 2 games were very ambitious. One was Dishonored 2, which expanded on that formula. And the other one was Prey, which... Okay, there's something in here and it ain't us. There's definitely something moving around. You hear it, right? Motherfucker. Where'd he go? You saw it turn into a coffee cup earlier, right? It's the loo roll. This is why I think this is one of the most genius enemies or monsters in any game I've ever played. They continue to be scary for a long time, just because they make you jump. They can turn into anything. Like, any one of these things could be a mimic. And yeah, they're not very dangerous, as you can see. It didn't actually touch me at all, but it just makes every moment of the early game a little bit fraught, because you never know. You'll hear like little things being knocked over, and sometimes you'll see something being knocked over, and you're like, I know there's a freaking Typhon mimic out here, but I don't know where or what it is. And yeah, it's slightly nerve-wracking. I love it. It's very, very clever. But yeah, Imperiex, I like that you're saying that. It does look amazing. I recommend it, and I haven't actually finished it. I should admit, shamefacedly. Started playing it years ago. So this whole thing was a simulation. Which is... Again, it doesn't really hold up. I love the fact that they can just flip that around and show us a different floor. They can come in when we're sleeping and change things around. It's very, what's that movie? The Truman Show. It's like that, but on a smaller scale. I think that's just the machine making noises. Note. Password. Alright. So another nice thing, it automatically remembers any passwords that you've read. A note about this morning. Okay. I know this morning's incident has left a lot of people shaken. To prevent unnecessary panic, please refrain from contacting people outside your department. A station-wide announcement will be made shortly. Station-wide? In the meantime, Ms. Elazar and her security team are on high alert and will field any requests you have. I know some of you are worried about Dr. Bellamy. He's being treated in the trauma center and is in critical but stable condition. Thank you for your patience and dedication. And that's our brother Alex Yu. Bad install? Something about neuromods. It's fun. You guys, any of you played System Shock or System Shock 2? There's a GLaDOS-style computer in that game called Shodan, which has been, like, memed and referenced in many, many things. That you find emails later from somebody called Danielle Show. So Shodan. There are loads of references. Like, if anything, System Shock is like the main inspiration here. But yeah, it draws heavily on that. It's all in one environment, and it has like gated progress throughout the game, like Elden Ring. You know, so you'll come across something, but you can't get into it. and then you'll come back later after you've gained new powers or abilities or... there's something. I haven't been here in a few days. School and Enshrouded taking too much of my attention. Not because I haven't forgiven you for getting the owlbear card, which I haven't. When is ESO getting the wall event? That'll be October the 13th. And come on, dude, that was a demonstration. Oh, we were already in here. I'm getting lost a little bit. But yeah, big fun. And I love the head fuck, like straight out of the gate. So the helicopter ride was fake as well. It's a really interesting idea, right? That wasn't a demonstration. That was a gorgeous and sweet little owlbear cub. Well, I mean, I killed Talvia just now in the Orsinium quest, the High Elf. I really didn't like doing that, but I wanted to show that Zos wrote a proper branching story. Most people have no idea that depending on what you do in that... Jesus. It's not a horror game. It's genuinely quite scary. At least at first. Ah, a medkit. Very, very cool. Never played Prey, but it looks really cool, right? Like, it's such an underrated game. Like, people don't realize what they're missing out on.
Plasmas. Everyone calls them mimics. Be careful what you pick up.
So we still haven't taken any damage, somehow. I'm just gonna do a quick save there. Honestly, like... The whole game is... As you can see, you can spend a lot of time learning about the world. You can read every email. So this is us, Morgan's behavior, from the doctor, who we saw attacked. Alex has requested all orders go through him after Morgan's outburst at the debrief. Pending a psych evaluation, Alex indicated he doesn't want any more surprises from Morgan. Nor do we, granted. Morgan had forgotten everything from the last test, as expected, but the aggressive response to the same test was clearly a departure. My recommendation is we need to start charting personality drift before future tests in debriefings and within the test itself. So our memory has been erased repeatedly. With our consent, it seems. Okay, and there are little audio logs like this as well. Classic.
Morgan. He's alive. Sedated. Clean it up. I'm on my way. Got it.
Yeah, BG3 LeBro, yeah, makes sense. How else will I know what to do or not to do? And don't remind me, Khan. Oh. Sorry, Dark Metal. But, you know, it's not an RP playthrough. It's, we're... I swear that thing flickered. This is a genius thing. It's a, do you guys see The Thing? So the 1970s version with, oh, god damn it. What am I... Why am I being stupid? Yeah, The Thing was an awesome movie, right? The way that they start getting paranoid, they capture that brilliantly in this. I think. As soon as you realize what these mimics can do. And sorry, it was 1982. Kurt Russell is the name that escaped me. Obviously, how could I forget? Kurt Russell's awesome, but yeah. Yeah, you saw that, right? One of them just changed. That thing there that I'm looking at. That's not really a terminal, that's a mimic. So if you're really paying attention, you can see them. But usually you won't see them. You'll just hear or see something fall over. And they won't change until you get really close. And they jump right in your face. Echelon roof? It's like a supercharged version of Portal, right? It's such a mindfuck. I love it. And now they put these little panels in there so you can see the seams, but we couldn't before. So, like, just crafting this beginning must have been so difficult, so clever. And look, there are even things we can't loot because we need a skill to be able to extract those bits. And we can get that a little bit later. Yeah, but you remember the bit, the paranoia in many ways becomes the scariest threat in that film. There's a real sense of that feeling in this early part of the game. Because you're, as a player, you're just grappling with the realization that these things could be anywhere. Oh, whoopee. Great.
No one has been able to stop the mimics from multiplying since they broke containment. I'm going to help you stay alive. Just a little further.
So whenever they kill someone, they multiply? Is that what we're supposed to believe? And yeah, I love when emails, texts give lore about the game world. Really loved it in the Deus Ex games. Yep. Bioshock, System Shock. Bioshock in particular, they do a really great job with those. And all the different characters that you're talking to. Those shoes look suspicious, right? Just beating everything up, just in case. It's what you would do, though. It's so what you would do. Like a chair in an odd place. Greta Mickelson. Evelyn McCarthy, Marco Simmons, Mike Turner. Urgent. Bellamy's taken data related to mimicry and remote manipulation out of the research department to get to the trauma center and grab the key card to his cabin off his body. Alright, so we need to find Bellamy, the doctor from the beginning. Yeah, I want to see the thing again now that I've talked about it. There was a 1940s version as well, I think, which is, here we go. Play your way. It does give you these little pop-ups early on in the game. Experiment with different approaches to overcome challenges. You can get past the locked door by searching for the keycard or finding an alternate path. Or if you're like me, you'll do both, and then go back and do them both again, kind of thing. Like, literally everything in the game can be used to some degree. Yeah, whenever I see two chairs next to each other, I'm immediately suspicious. Like, one of them isn't real. It's a really horrible sensation. What is that noise as well? Yeah, it's great flavor, Spell Slinger, but also makes you wonder why those people don't have password protection. Yeah. Stand-up notes. Right. You can only swing so many times before you run out of stamina. Son of a bitch. Don't worry, you get guns later. It's fine. Simulation lab, we have access to that. Have my people been coming to you? There's some really funny names as well. All of these are normal, but a lot of the names in the emails are like puns. One of these things just doesn't belong here, yeah. Petrified War, hello, how's it going?
Welcome to Prey.
I run straight into that one, I completely lucked out. Yeah, look, everything works. You can just... Oh, did we get the key card for this one, actually? We did. Bum-ba-da-bum. Typhon Anthrophantasmus. What do you think, guys? Is that scary? Hang on. Was there nothing else for us to do back here? I guess not. I must be misremembering. It has been a while since I played the beginning of the game. Check this out. What the fuck is this? You guys are gonna love this. If you like what you've already seen, oh, you're gonna love this. The glue gun. This is one of the coolest weapons I've seen since the gravity gun or the portal gun, both made by Valve. The TranStar glue cannon, jellyfoam lattice organism obstructor, disables. Oh, what build is this? Freddy or so. Disables and or immobilizes targets without harming them. Glue can extinguish flames and temporarily stop electric arcs. Glue is a little bit unfortunate. Does make it sound like a bit like a cum cannon, doesn't it? But whatever, let's not go there. When hardened, glue can also be used as a climbable platform. So that's what's been going on here. Someone was trying to climb. Here we go.
Neuromods are critical. You won't survive without using them to install new aptitudes. I've already updated your transcribe with the list you requested. Take a look.
How cool is that? And I love how mimics are docile little critters when Khan meets them, but insta-killer bosses when meeting an NPC. Yeah, exactly. And they're not that docile, they kind of attack you. And, yeah, it's Petrified War, it's me! I'm the thing that doesn't belong here. No, you absolutely do, man. Don't say that. You'll upset me. And yeah, obviously, I encourage you to read all of this stuff if you've got time to do a proper playthrough, but that's not why you guys are here. you want to see me reading every document. But yeah, you can like smash the glue afterwards. It's a really cool idea from a gameplay standpoint. There's one of the little shits over there. I love how they freeze into whatever shape they're in as well. It's cool as fuck. Alright, Duck Metal, I've got to wish everyone a nice day and see you all next time. Have a lovely, lovely afternoon, a great weekend as well, sir. And thanks for hanging out today. Always a pleasure. Thanks everyone, in fact. I really appreciate it every day when we switch to a different game, that you don't just ghost on me immediately. Massively, massively appreciated. Especially when this is a game I really do want to sing the praises of. Like I said, the point of Ninja Ball's Gamesfest is not to fuck around with, like, reviewing games so much. Critiquing them, sure, but we're not trying to review or sell anything. It's just more about appreciating... That was a bit hectic. But do you see what I mean? For such a simple enemy, they can be quite entertaining and engaging to fight against. It's really clever. Like, they did so much cool stuff with this game. And we have not even scratched the surface yet, really. This is right at the beginning. Here's one of the other big systems. Neuromods. The Neuromod is a revolutionary TranStar invention that allows you to learn new skills and abilities. Press N to open your transcribe and navigate to the Neuromod section. So there are 3 trees. Some of these require a lot of Neuromods to activate. But you can see this is very like RPG territory. It's not super deep. But in terms of what you prioritize at first, at least. So hacking seems useful. Medkits. Leverage. Lift heavy objects and throw objects further. I'm just going to get that one immediately. Anything that increases interactability with... Look at that. It's super fucked up. Again, massive Bioshock vibes, right? And the plasmids and the way that your character reacts when you first install a plasmid. Oh right, Petrified Boy. Don't mean chat. I mean IRL. You belong everywhere. Yeah, just not here. That's why I'm heading there. Always heading there. Never staying here. Take care, brother. Yeah. I'm petrified. If I'm staying, then something is wrong and I'm not making money. Fair enough. Hey, we can go to the, So basically we can now chuck really heavy items. To the extent that they actually deal damage. There we go. Medkit. It's a classic in so many shooters near the beginning. Ever since Half-Life did it, I feel like it's shown up in a lot of games. That you can go to the bathroom early on in the level. Anyway, let's press on. What do you guys think? Are you surprised that you've never heard of this game? Favorites wheel? Yeah, we got all that. Okay, so we've made our way out into the main building. Now let's head to the lobby. And here is the next big twist. You guys ready for it? Oh, delivery van is pulling up. That might be the Doom stuff. Neuromod. Does it involve nipples? The next big twist. Lovely.
Ready for your first real view of the world?
Are you ready for your first real view of the world? I like that line. There we go. Yep. Yeah, we've been on a space station this entire time.
You need to get to your office. I've updated your map. There's a video you need to see. I know you have a lot of questions.
Well, the guy's spending a lot of time in the back of his van. He's like pulled up outside my house. The back door to the van is open. And I can see the van like bouncing, like he's moving heavy stuff around in there. So chances are... Oh my god, that's a lot of stuff. Alright guys, I'm gonna have to be right back. Literally 1 minute, maybe 90 seconds. Enjoy the view. I'll see you in a moment. Wow. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, over 2 minutes, Moose, because 10 giant boxes. Whew. I'm a little bit out of breath, actually. Just had to carry 10 giant boxes into the house. Into the back of the house. That is swag from Bethesda UK. ZeniMax Europe Limited. These are boxes for you guys. Alright? This is a lot of Doom. the Dark Ages merchandise. In fact, I might have a little look at one of them. This is fun. They've got big tape around saying, "Do not sell before May the 13th, 2025." And the cat is immediately climbing on the box. So this is stuff we're going to be giving away during the raid train, which is happening concurrently with the Writhing Wall event. Yeah, it's a bit past that. Yeah, Petrified War. Yeah, Mo, send them over. Well, all you got to do is come and hang out with, not just with us, but the raid train in general, and win. Actually, I think maybe these are just... Yeah, no, there are lots of other prizes that are going to be on the raid train in general, but these are going to be Ninja Pools specific. I'm opening it very carefully so I don't damage anything. I can just reseal it afterwards. But I really want to have a look at this. Dino, hello Petri. I love it when people say hi to one another. I don't know, there's something about it. Makes it feel like a neighborhood bar. Holy crap, that is a big, big box. My goodness. Alright, sorry, where were we? Now I'm very distracted, very excited. Yeah, here we go. There's a big fella.
Attention. Station leadership has issued a...
Whoa, I was a little bit too confident there. He summoned all his little buddies. No life signs. Luckily, we literally just entered a new zone, so... Oh, and I was smart. I quick-saved.
Attention. Station leadership has issued an alert. All personnel should report to muster stations immediately and await further instructions.
Yeah, fuck you, man. How did I do? Petri is broke man today, beggar prince. Alright, here we go. Guns N' Raiders, I'm so excited. Another few days, a streak of no sleeping and seeing other great streamers. Took me a moment to realize what you meant. Yeah, I mean, it's not going to be... I think it actually might be 10 days again. It might be 2 weeks. It's going to be a little less hectic, though. You know, more long streams. And we'll be streaming on and off. Not just as part of the raid train, but independently of it. You know, concurrently with it. And then we'll raid into the raid train, stuff like that. But hey, guys, yeah, we just took down our first big phantasm dude, and you're kind of supposed to sneak around them at this point in the game. I just abused the. Here we go. Here's a little bit of backdrop. I abused the glue gun to get us there. Moose, I think I won 2 physical giveaways during Pentest. If I don't again, it's rigged. Some of those still need to be sent out. Yeah.
Top secret Cold War negotiation culminates with Americans and Soviets working together on a research facility named Kletka.
Humanity working
Russian
together.
produces
Imagine
the
that.
skeleton and core emergency systems of what will one day become Talos 1. 1964. After the attempted
That's what she
assassination of
said.
Kennedy and Khrushchev's departure, the U.S.
I rarely win anything in life, so 10 Fest was a great time. That's terrific.
This period, known as
Gotta call
Project
payroll,
Axiom,
ding on my paycheck.
leads to
Oh,
many
what?
advancements in next-generation materials and bioscience fundamental to neural modification.
So Kennedy was not assassinated. You can see his portrait over there.
1980 to 1994.
So it gives us an idea of, you know, the parallel reality that we're in.
After the unfortunate Pobeg incident, in which two
Mackie
research
Phoenix,
scientists
hello
lost their
there.
lives, the Kletka facility is decommissioned and cleaned.
Humanity working together, that's commie talk. Can't exact. Is it?
2025. The TranStar Board
It's
of
Star
Directors
Trek
is
talk.
established.
How's it going, Mackie
TranStar
Phoenix? Give it up for Mackie, everyone.
the Kletka facility with a focus on safety and state-of-the-art upgrades.
There we go, there's the shout out. Hey, Snacky Mackie Phoenix. Oh, double shout out. Stream Elements already did it automatically. Nice, Beaver. Oh, you can't sleep? Oh, I'm sorry. Well, let me make it better by giving you nightmarish images of mimicry monsters here. Now this is us on day 35, sorry, of Ninja Ball's Gamesfest, showcasing a bit of an underrated gem. It's like, a lot of people have heard of this, but I don't think, it's not like BioShock and Half-Life 2 and a lot of these games which are, everyone knows, oh, I need to play that. Isn't that like a, that's like a classic? I don't have a gun yet, so this is like one of the only ways in which I can really kill them. I love the way that they gradually stiffen up. That's what she said. It's really clever, really effective animation and design. It's fucking great. They did such a nice job with this. Unbelievable. But plus is, I had cake. I mean, I heard the cake was a lie. Mackie. Speaking of Valve. Beautiful Mackie? Yeah, do you know? Ain't that the truth? Beaver is the most harmless animal in Australia, so yeah, it has to be nice. Up close and personal, it's a beautiful. It just always puts me in mind of the Naked Gun. Why? I didn't even realize I was zooming in. Look at that. I totally forgot that was how you did it. Oops. Again, that's a very Dishonored thing, isn't it? So this, while it's not Dishonored 2, obviously for those who just joined us, very much a spiritual successor to that, but bringing in heavy inspiration and elements from System Shock, to some degree BioShock, Deus Ex, these kind of games. They love the immersive sim genre over at Arcane Studios, and I can't say I blame them. That's creepy as fuck. Such a horror movie tactic, isn't it? One thing I haven't seen them do, which would be kind of diabolical, is if the mimics could turn into a glob of that glue gun stuff. That would be crazy, because then you think it's something you can climb on that you have put there. But yeah, for those who haven't seen the Naked Gun, it's a moment where, in the first movie, Frank Drebin, police squad, he's met up with Jane, who's going to be the love interest. She works for the bad guy. She doesn't know that he's the bad guy. Oh, full damage, apparently not a thing. At least not from that height. And she's getting some records for the police officer to look at. And she's standing on a stepladder, like up above his head. You just see her, like, upper body is off screen, and just her skirt and legs are visible in the top portion of the frame. And Frank Drebin just looks up and goes, "Nice beaver!" And then she hands down a stuffed beaver from the top of the shelf. "Thanks, I just had it stuffed." "Let me help you with that." And it's just a really dumb joke, but very, very funny. I love it. Oh, a turret. Good stuff. Trauma center key. Don't mind if I do. There's so much stuff to read, it's crazy. We're not going to worry too much about that. Daz has been taking care of me with lots of nice treats and gifties. I miss playing this game. Oh, Mac, you played this one. Talk to me. Talk to us. I never actually finished it. But I think I'm going to have to leave it installed now and finish it at some point. We did see what our password was already. Let's just refresh our memory. Keycode changed, 0451. Guns N' Raiders. Not gonna lie, I've been enjoying the diversity in games as of late. Yeah, same. Like crazy.
Welcome back. This has been your home for the last 3 years. The video should be on your workstation.
3 neuromods. Yeah, we'll take it.
What the hell is security? I don't know what's happening, but Robert, you have to get out of there. Come to the elevators. Someone said we're evacuating.
It reminds me, Uh-oh. It reminds me a little bit of the space station depicted in Kubrick's 2001. Good morning, Morgan. I got the plan you requested. It's in your safe. Michaela Illusion. That's clearly just illusion. Mika Illusion. There's so many funny little puns in the names. And Mackie, got it a while back, played a bit, got distracted, need to come back, so gonna live through you. Yeah, well, exactly the same position then, right? You made it. Yes, we did. Thank you. Right, so, watch me, Morgan. I think the main screen is here. Yeah, this is very cool tech as well. It's just great. It's a brilliant use of like leveraging what video games can do.
Hello, Morgan. Tough day, right? If I'm talking to myself, it must be. Now, your memory's chock full of holes. I know. I'm sorry, but it's permanent. So the first thing you need to know is you can trust January.
A gun goes through the screen.
Backup of you and me. It knows what you've forgotten. We've been testing a new kind of neuromod based on the Typhon organisms, mapping their neural patterns onto ours. Problem is, When you uninstall a neuromod, it resets
some
your
mystical
memory back
shit.
to the moment you first put it in. That's why you forget. There's supposed to be a process to bring you back up to speed between test runs. But someone could just skip that part, turn a single day into your entire life.
We were already in this room.
Well,
look, that's a clue.
That's exactly what Alex did. The question is...
5150.
You're not gonna like what I have to say next.
That's fun. I don't think I ever spotted that before. When we got to that room initially, the safe code was erased. But here, if you pay attention, you can see... Seems like Alex Yu has done some stuff he's not too proud of, and he wants the chance to explain it.
Sorry, Morgan. Alex cut us off from the Looking Glass servers. Time to improvise. I suggest you search Dr. Calvino's workshop in the hardware labs. He invented the Looking Glass technology. You might find a way to...
But yeah, the sense of space, again... It's not graphics, but it's design. It really firmly grounds you in your surroundings in a really awesome way. Like I said, one of the things that Arcane does brilliantly, arguably better than almost anyone else, is immersion. At least when Rafael Colantonio was around, when he was in charge, they were supremely dedicated to immersion. This is one of my favorite random things. All the junk items that you pick up can go in this recycler here. And this is a lot of fun. And then you press recycle. You see all the crud go through. And it all comes out in cube form. And you just hold F and hover it all up. I don't know, it never gets old. And that's how you can, you know, there is a pretty advanced crafting system in the game. Alright, so 5150 was the code, right? I'm actually going to go back and see. You can also... I was going to say, I'm pretty sure you can pick up the turrets and take them with you. No, it got knocked over. Alright, fair. So yeah, you can carry these around, and if you deploy them quickly enough... I was a bit too slow there. Yeah, this is going to take too long.
Good morning, Talos. Warning. Tampering
There's
with
another one down there.
controls on workstations or keypads may result in electric shock. If you're having trouble accessing...
I heard we're doing medical research. American Heart Association. Yay! Give it up, guys. These are the people. These are the voyages. It sounded a little bit epic there, didn't I? These are the folks who we're doing the raid train with. How very exciting. Welcome on in. So yeah, raid train starting on October the 13th. And this is what we've been talking about. It starts at the same time as the Writhing Wall. It all looks so smooth, right? Considering this is a great story philosophy, does keep players at a chill pace with a linear play. It's quite freeform later, but yeah, initially you can really go at your own pace. Like, I would recommend you go maybe a little faster than I'm going now, but I'm curious. I've never opened the safe back there, so I'm going to go back. Yeah, American Heart Associate, we're so excited to hang with you. I'm just going to call you AHA. But yeah, thanks for stopping in. And hello, Insomnia Aaron and Eggbirds. The mighty folk return. Lovely to have you here, guys. Right, now here's the question. Can I find my way back to that room? You see what I mean about there being... It rewards you for exploring, and then you can go back and access things that were sealed to you before. Very fun. But yeah, we just got we just got a big delivery. Well, I just took receipt of a big delivery from ZeniMax Europe. It is a ton of Doom related swag. There's a lot of stuff. And that's all going to be given away during the raid train. And we're going to be raising money for the American Heart Association, guys. And that is, yeah, it's just going to be a ton of fun. Big old party, a big old fundraiser. Everybody wins, I feel like. I'm looking forward to it. Unfortunately, this Gamesfest thing has continued to grow and get longer and longer to the point where it's almost going to run into the raid train. So I'm going to have very little time off, which is slightly terrifying, but you know, we'll deal with it. We'll figure it out. To anyone who just joined us, this probably looks confusing as hell. I'm backtracking way back to the beginning of the game to this safe here, because when we got here, the safe code is rubbed out, but we just saw a video recording taken, I don't know, a few weeks prior, and then the safe code was still up. It was 5150, right? Side fabrication plant, 3 hypos, exotic material, and a 0. I don't even know what that is. Oh, this is a chipset. Awesome. Oh, we can't install it yet. Great, but we will be able to shortly. Heart shatters. Getting fries and a burger right now, Egbert. Speaking of Heart Association, yeah. Yeah, make sure you guys are here to see Khan's loot from ZeniMax. I mean, it's not mine. It'll be your loot, folks, hopefully. And now I need to run all the way back to where we came from. So we have woken up in what is clearly a simulation. We appear to have consented to this simulation and to have our memory wiped repeatedly. But it's not entirely clear why certain procedures haven't been followed. It appears we may have been taken advantage of. And we don't know why. But yeah, in the meantime, an alien outbreak has occurred. And these things called mimics are attacking everyone. And they seem to be multiplying as well. It's all a little bit scary. Yeah, you have plenty of time off every night, Moose. Well, thank you. Thank you for the vote of confidence. Yeah, as long as you can sleep, whatever. Whatever, dude. We're here to help. Let us know how we can make sure you get enough rest. Are you sure? Yes, I'm sure. Sounds yummy. What's on your burger, Eggbirds? Rushing from one job to the next and having to eat something quick. I see. Alright, so here we are back. A lot of crud being blown out the opening into space there. Human resources. Looks seriously sealed off. Like, whoa. They really barricaded themselves in, huh? One too many harassment complaints. Alright, well, let's press on. We want to get to Calvino's workshop. I was just curious. I'd never spotted that key code in the video before. That's really fun. I love details like that. And when they build a complex and interesting game world that you can just run through if you want, but then they reward you for taking it a little slowly and really like taking in your surroundings. I really dig it. Big fun. Wow, I was lucky I set up the turret, right? That's handy. Was there anything else back here that we needed? I don't think there was there? Veggie chicken burger? Alright, that doesn't sound that sinful, does it? That sounds pretty chill. In terms of its impact on the whole system. New officer Neuromond Div. Okay, we've read that before. I love the chill, like, ambient, spacey music. The twinkly, spacey Starfield music you get if you turn on these speakers. Big fun. Yeah, I seem to remember that. The gun is actually not... That's just mean. In a shooter, to taunt you with a gun that is actually an enemy in disguise. That's like Rich Lambert putting bombs in the chests in Dungeons and ESO. Rude. Do you like pickles on your burgers? Yeah, I'm down. You want a little bit of acidity in there a lot of the time if it's quite a fatty... If it's a fatty king, you know? But not always. I don't think pickles are a requirement. And you could use kimchi, for example. I mean, Maya is the person to ask. She's the chef, right? In case anyone joined in the last, like, 20 minutes or so, any object in this room, anything of appropriate size, not the sofa, but anything, almost anything, like a chair, an ashtray, anything of small to medium size could be one of these mimic creatures. Yeah, look, there's one. The gun looks awesome. Actually. I'm just always doing the round in every room because I know there's going to be one in here somewhere. I don't want to get got. Guns N' Roses quad patty maple syrup bacon cheese seeded bun. Do I need to go to the heart attack grill to cancel it out? Heart disease fears that order, lol. Joking, yeah. Eggbirds, hey Khan, do you remember a long time ago on the Discord, we and some other people were talking about acoustic 12-string guitars? Yeah, you said you'd be playing Wholehearted all day, remember that? I have a story about it you might enjoy. Let's go. Let's hear it. That noise freaked me out. What the hell was that? Oh, we could probably just blow our way in, couldn't we, with this? Ha! Nice. Yeah, the song by Extreme. There's a hole in my heart that can only be filled by you. Incredibly cheesy. Incredibly cheesy. But Gary Sharon fucking rocks it. Yeah, give me that story, Eggbirds. And, yeah, that is played, I think, on one 6-string and one 12-string. It could be two 12-strings, I'm not even sure. Speaking of Extreme, this is the band that did More Than Words. You know, that song, Porno Graffiti. That album, sorry, Porno Graffiti. And, yeah, they were all set for, like, mega stardom, pretty much. But then David Lee Roth left Van Halen in a massive huff. And I don't think I knew this until recently. Van Halen hired the lead singer from Extreme. And the band never really recovered. They were on this upward trajectory. And, yeah, and because of David Lee Roth being a giant baby. they kind of ended up pulling the plug on the whole thing. I think they got back together a while back, like in 2015 or something, but... Most don't do this to yourself. Maybe so. I'm sure sounds nice. Just close my eyes as eating it. The smell of a pickle will send me running for miles. It's my kryptonite. May I ask, Aha, like who specifically is this from the Aha team, or should I not ask such such questions? Just because I know Maya's been dealing with several of you folks, and I'm sorry she isn't here at the moment. Sorry you missed her. She was here a couple of hours back on her lunch break. Pickles are the devil, Moose says. Really, a Swede who doesn't like pickled cucumber or gherkins. Wow. I don't know, there's a hole in your heart. I think you need a doctor. Motion agreed. Pickles are, as we Scots say, rank. What? So I'm guessing these are like the service droids and they've malfunctioned. I'm not entirely clear on what the hell's going on here. But I remember them being pretty mean. Yeah, it says corrupted. I'm guessing maybe if you get to a really high level, you can uncorrupt them. Alright, here we go. Eggbirds. The story. Well, thanks to you, I discovered the tune and made... Oh yeah, you were telling me about this. You discovered the tune and made a choir arrangement and started rehearsing it. We have our 35th anniversary concerts tomorrow and Sunday, and we'll actually be performing Wholehearted, but here's the kicker. We're playing it with a live band, and I will be playing the guitar part, thanks to your comment on the Discord 2 years ago. Wow. From little seeds, giant oaks grow. Or in the words of, to quote Ridley Scott's Prometheus, big things have small beginnings. Man, I love Michael Fassbender. Man, those robots are freaky. By the way, you can just like spam a bunch of food to heal yourself, which is pretty nice. Only 1 point each. If you want to heal yourself properly, you will need a medkit, obviously. Should we try and kill it?
Suit integrity damaged.
That wasn't that tough. Cost us a lot of health, though. It's Cat. Alright. Hey, Cat. Thank you. Hope you're having a lovely Friday. A lovely week. Welcome to the weekend. I know it's arriving a little bit earlier for us over here on the other side of the world than it is for you guys, but hey, we're all in a similar boat. It's on its way, right? From Nikki Tanner to Hope Ellis. You're my only hope? No way. I sent Larson to the demo theater so he can sneak a bottle of old Sardar. Join us? Whoa, there's another one. Weapon swapping is a little bit slow. I don't love that. That could be a little bit, but it's not really an action game. Oh, you little... Let's rush him. I remember this. Classic video game move. Hello. Classic video game move. Show an NPC doing what you need to do, or doing what you need not to do. That's also a thing. But Eggbirds, that's so cool. Please tell me there'll be recordings. And that you can send them to those Bostonians. Tweet at Nuno Betancourt and see what he says. That's the guitarist from Extreme, by the way. Do you think it's a song that anyone will know? The fact that you didn't seem to be aware of it means that maybe there'll be like 10% of the audience who are like, hey, I know this. But that's cool as hell, man. And Kat, yeah, you're talking about in Discord right now, she's a bestie. Awesome. Yeah, she's having a bit of a rough week, but she's getting shit done nevertheless, which we appreciate. But this is a fun feature in the game, if I remember correctly. You can search for anyone. If there's anyone's office you need to get into, whoops, you can find them on the entire station here. You can, as long as you know where they're supposed to be. Like, I'm pretty sure we need to find... Clive Lawrence. That's the guy we just saw. He's been turned into one of those mimic phantasms. Kind of horrifying. But that's a cool feature, and that comes in handy repeatedly throughout the game. Looking Glass Specialist. It's a reference to Looking Glass games. Pioneers in the immersive sim genre. Early pioneers, at least. Not where I thought you were going with small moves. Yeah, fair enough. I think it will be recorded. Awesome. Yeah, not enough tickle redeems moves. That's exactly it. Oh yeah, I had one. I forgot to enact the tickle redeem while she was here. Although I'm not sure how much that really perks her up. These things are nasty. Great monster design, right? I'm not sure the big ones can, they can't become anything they want, but they can shapeshift a little bit. Like, you know, if they want to reach you from across the room, they can. It's very cool. And yeah, so basically, I think you've seen most of what you need to see. The game kind of unfolds very much at your own pace. You can explore very methodically, the way I tend to do in these sort of games. But you can also get away with treating it much more like a shooter. Like, for example, you can climb... You can use the glue to get over this thing. Or you can just... hurry on through and take a little bit of damage. It's completely up to you. Okay, our first grenade. The design of everything is, it's an EMP grenade. Is also a big selling point. It just helps keep it entertaining and engaging, you know? And Egbert's Nuno, aka the greatest rock guitarist since Eddie passed away. Not my words, though. But the community seems to look at it that way. I'm not sending my guitar playing to Nuno. Oh, why not, man? You'd love it. Oof. Alright, we need to find a recycling station, don't we?
Calvino probably has a key card. You can locate him, or what's left of him, with the security roster.
See, if I hadn't picked the leverage perk, we wouldn't even be able to lift these things. So this route wouldn't be accessible. That is just one very like immediate example of how the immersive sim games tend to... Oh, hello. Do we know where there is a recycling station? Could really use one. Oof. But yeah, what do you guys think? Comments, please. Love to hear your thoughts on this. First impressions. Oh yeah, we're killing them. But we're using up all our ammo as well, which is ill-advised. Ill-advised. Alright, folks. It is coming up to 5:30. I might have to leave it there. But today has been super duper fun. Thank you so much to you guys for showing up and hanging out. Thank you to the wonderful Maya, my amazing wife and co-host on this channel, the one who organizes all of this stuff, and without whom none of these raid trains, teaching trials, the Twitch channel, you know, most of the cool stuff that I and we do simply wouldn't exist. They wouldn't happen. They wouldn't go ahead. And, yeah, we wouldn't be working on this really fun journey to become full-time content creators. And thanks to you, we are actually getting somewhere with that whole mission. This is another game I got pulled away from by some other game. Yeah, so Mackie and I were saying exactly the same thing. And, yeah, I hope I've just done a little bit of a showcase to encourage you guys to give it a second look, either if you own it already, or if you... Yeah, there's Lorenzo. Poor fella. Yeah, if you do find that it's on sale, or you see it in your library and you wonder why you'd never played it, or don't remember where you got it from, now you'll have a little bit more context. It's an exquisitely made game. It really is. It ought to be celebrated much more than it is. Especially if you're a fan of that immersive sim thing. You know, the Deus Ex, the System Shock, the Bioshock type games. We do have Bioshock... sorry. We played Bioshock already, earlier, and Deus Ex in the Gamesfest. Sorry, my phone was just going. But yeah, Eggbirds, you're welcome for the stream. Yeah, so we looked at Bioshock already and Deus Ex. We've got System Shock coming up in the next couple of days. Loads more fun stuff to follow. But yeah, guys, I really, really appreciate you stopping by. Stick around. Please don't go anywhere. We're going to raid back into ESO. And yeah, thanks to all the developers for the wonderful games they've been making. Thanks to you guys for coming up every day, as I said. Shame Mackie isn't online. Right? Okay, let's have a look at the ESO category. Okay. Twitch does not want to play ball with me. But yeah, really, really appreciate it. So once again, tomorrow we got Fallout New Vegas. Big, big game. Goodness me. And System Shock 2 the following day. Knights of the Old Republic, Dragon Age, bit of a BioWare, couple of days there. And then Mirror's Edge, another one, not as good as Prey, perhaps, but another underrated one. We're going to raid off to Man Bear Nug. I want you guys to do me the usual 2 favors. 1, stick around, just 5-10 minutes. Just say hello. Please do say hello. Imagine if 100 people, we've got 100 people watching right now, more than that. Imagine if you all just say hello. Like, that will make his freaking day. Please just do it. It takes a moment of your time. I would really, really appreciate that. And Man Bear Nug will never forget it.